I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us, apart from being academicians, is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. IIUM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development, or CELPAD, and IIUM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization, or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land just like a garden within a valley surrounded by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at IIUM or SASMEC in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies or CFS in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management or KLM. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, or in short, AKEPT, is one of the agencies under Ministry of Higher Education that focuses in competencies and values development among leaders and future leaders of higher education. Many programs and modules have been designed to strengthen the competencies of leaders and future leaders. Meanwhile, the diverse group of speakers and trainers are invited and included to share their expertise, experiences, and knowledge. Apart from gaining valuable experience from great speakers, participants will also be able to build strategic networks through engagement from different institutions. Center for Leadership Development, or in short CLD, is one of the centers under AKEPT organizational structure that plays a crucial role in designing and organizing leadership development program. The CLD leadership program is designed based on the AKEPT leadership competency model that has a lifespan of 2 to 3 years due to the changing demand and expectations of higher education. Programs organized under CLD are competency-based and organized in small groups of 30 to 40 participants as to allow for interaction and discussions to take place. There are 4 main categories, which are AKEPT Signature Program, AKEPT Smart Partnership Program, AKEPT Leadership Onboarding Program, and AKEPT Academic Leadership Program. These categories are to cater to a more structured and holistic approach in determining the contents of each and every program. The main objective of programs organized by CLD is to align with the competency model and strengthen competencies among incumbents of key positions in higher learning institutions. Academic Leadership Program comprises of 11 modules that are grouped into 3 domains, which are self-leadership, team or peer leadership, and organizational leadership. The contents are dedicated to the context and pretext of higher education in building competent academics in areas related to academic leadership. The spirit of Academic Leadership Program is to understand the philosophy of being an academic leader who will eventually become public intellectuals or referred academics in the field of expertise. It is truly important for all academics to be exposed through sharing of experiences by renowned academics. We believe in storytelling, case study, intellectual discourse, experiential learning, and exchange of ideas as our approaches in promoting programs under Centre for Leadership Development. Do join us at AKEPT, as we will not just offer programs in our manual list, but the enriching and extended network that can be obtained from the sessions in which we have a blend of public as well as private universities participants. Shaping minds, building leaders is our principle, and our hope is all academic will be able to have the opportunity to be engaged with AKEPT in roles as speakers, facilitators, coaches, trainers, and participants.
Creating change for sustainability requires well-designed initiatives to make a real impact on the ground, and this is the reason behind the establishment of Sejahtera Centre for Sustainability and Humanity. The centre is pushing for change towards sustainability in 3 focus areas: making IUM a green campus, creating Sejahtera neighbourhood through RCE Greater Gombak, and reorienting education for sustainable development. Within 2 years of its establishment, despite limited resources, the centre had driven significant changes towards whole institution transformation in the curriculum, research agenda, student activism, and daily operation towards sustainability, sejahtera, spirituality, and the futures.
The impact is proven when IUM has won 3 international recognition: RCE Greater Gombak, the Sustainability Institution of the Year 2020, 8 RCE Awards 2020. The whole institution transformation then led to whole community transformation, which the impact can be seen in 3 outcomes. More than 200 refugees benefited from the engagement. More than 2,000 students have enrolled in sustainable development courses. More than 1,000 poor households have received aid and support from the centre.
To ensure that changes for sustainability are really creating impact on the ground, the centre has adopted 3 strategies. 1. All the initiatives conducted are multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholders towards transdisciplinary solution. Secondly, non-conventional communication strategies, moving away from the formalities, excessive protocols and bureaucracy. Thirdly, adopting the approach of connecting the dots for sustainability, believing that one small sustainability good practice can create a ripple effect towards bigger sustainable impact. These achievements and impacts are impossible without the presence of strong teamwork, unity, and selflessness of small number of committed, passionate, and talented people.
Public-private partnership will, in the long term.
I would like to personally welcome and thank all panelists who will be engaged not only to
the Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing
of life and so on. And I especially commented
that a number of injustices has been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself.
One can integrate innovation from
Malaysia. A Malaysian plant yesterday.
It's of everybody who is in my age group,
and then you begin because the dogs. And underneath are all the United Nations days.
So I think our country also, other countries learn from this.
And when we're talking about greening curriculum, I think that we all should have this foundation.
Should add into it to do
the lecture and nature? Is it natural or is it can be developed?
Graded across all functions, including the academic function.
In the forefront of it, where students from different parts of the world actually undergo internship program, very clearly structured.
Sometimes we are all looking for that. Today the
Experience, sharing of wisdom.
You are the voice of reason to now say yes.
All this culture can be embedded.
Actually, in their current challenging economic condition,
No one is back.
Completely change when we enter the workforce.
As far as the culture of the country is concerned, each country
For sustainable development, it's a network of existing common.
Academics. Yeah, so 70% of planning that they have stress as compared to only 20% in 2019.
And I think that is the most important to begin with leadership.
So we can actually stay socially connected through different means.
to apply the right application on how to deal with the right people and behavior.
No one was prepared for me to go to other divisions.
We elevate our skills specifically in leadership.
The individual and held in a wallet.
It is about solving problems, issues of the sustainable development in this region. Higher education development.
Our institution, if not beyond. And hence the word humanizing education comes into mind.
The tanker that is the ministry, one of the largest ministries.
What can we do to empower women in any given organization? And when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy.
Kita juga menyelaras pembukaan pusat kuarantin dan rawatan COVID-19.
Situasi ilmu itu perlu ada. Bila nak jadi ilmu ni, mungkin boleh dijadikan asas untuk kita majukan.
jalan bagaimana di Malaysia ini budaya ini dapat dipertingkatkan.
Islami, adakah begitu wujud dalam kedermawanan Islam ini?
Sektor pendidikan tinggi negara, kita menjangkakan banyak kongsian.
Betul-betul dinamik dan integriti mesti dihantar ke di the vaccine rollout ya.
Kita bincangkan tentang keluarga Malaysia.
So love the country, love one another.
Eksekusi saintifik, pemetaan bidang
I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us apart from being academicians is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia or UIAM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. UIAM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. UIAM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. UIAM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of UIAM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and UIAM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley, surrounding by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at UIAM or SASMEC in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another UIAM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies or CFS in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management or KLM. UIAM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. We will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to the day 2 of the Higher Education Leadership Summit, HEALS 2022, to the theme Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand, jointly organized by AKEPT and IIUM. We're going to have a day-long sharing session today with speakers, panelists, and moderators coming from various backgrounds related to the higher learning institution management. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is 9 a.m. local time. Pardon me. Before we start with our first AM session, let me humbly remind all of you, do not forget to visit our other rooms in the Zoom platform The exhibition hall offers virtual information you need on their participating institutions. And please use this platform to connect to the other participants and also go to the university booth in the exhibition hall to meet the university person in charge to collaborate and get info from them. The organizer also provides a network room for you to mingle around with the rest of the participating institution and also participants, and it will be best for you to join the room during the break. And the materials of the summit are also shared by some of the speakers and panelists. Check it out in the briefcase. All are ready for you to access and downloadable. And the schedule and biodata of the speakers and panelists can also be browsed in the plenary hall. There's only one click away at the bottom of the platform home screen. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, let us get started. Just get yourself ready with your cup of coffee. Enjoy sitting back, listening to the discussion, and just post your questions or even thoughts to the speakers and panelists in the Q&A and chat box on both platforms. The topic we are going to discuss this morning is minding the souls and creating academic resilience. The discussion will be handled by Prof. Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman from IIM as the moderator. Over to you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson. I hope I can bring along Madam Chairperson's sense of jovial into this very session. Respected audiences and fellow panelists, Assalamualaikum and good morning. Greetings to all. To Professor Mahnas, good evening. I believe it is nighttime over there in the States, Prof. Mahnas. So again, welcome to day 2 of the AKEPT Higher Education Leadership Summit 2022. So this is the first forum session of the day. I am Jusmawati Fauzaman from the Department of Psychology, International Islamic University, Malaysia, the moderator for this session. Again, as a reminder, fellow audiences can write down their thoughts, concerns, and questions in the chat box, and I will read them to the panelists. With us today, we are honored to have 2 lady panelists. All right, so this is like one kind of girl to the power. Right, so this session will pave the way for the discussion on a very interesting topic, minding the souls and creating academic resilience. Just to set the stage, the gist of this topic is practically on how the higher educational institution leaders can develop the needed characteristic to be resilient academics, as well as to foster and develop resiliency in the audiences of the higher educational institutions, whom are our beloved students. Okay, all right, so I'm going to only briefly introduce our panelists to the audiences. Please read through about their impressive accomplishment, achievement, and academic interests from the agenda book. Okay, our first panelist is the respected Associate Professor Dr. Rozaini Khairuddin. She is currently the Deputy Dean at the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Welcome, Dr. Rozaini. And our second panelist is none other than the respected Professor Mahnas Maalim, a Professor of Learning Design and Instructional Technology and Research. And also she is the current chair of the Department of Educational Technology and Literacy, College of Education, Towson University, Maryland, United States of America. Welcome, Prof. Mahnas.
Thank you.
All right, so without further ado, I would like to call upon Dr. Rozaini as the first panelist to present and share her thoughts and ideas on this topic. The floor is yours, Dr. Rozaini. Welcome.
Thank you so much, my fellow psychologists, respected Dr. Jusmawati. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizer, especially Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina, for giving me this opportunity to talk here this morning. As mentioned by Dr. Jusmawati, my background is in psychology, cognitive psychology to be exact. Therefore, most of the materials and opinions that I will include today to address the given topic from psychological perspectives. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'd like to start my presentation by asking all of you Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you so much. Yeah, excellent. If I can ask you to look at this image and imagine you're going to take a raft trip down the river, along with slow water and shallows. Your map shows that you will encounter unavoidable rapids and turns. How would you make sure you can safely cross the rough waters and handle any unexpected problems that come from this challenge? Perhaps you would enlist the support of more experienced rafters as you plan your routes, or rely on the companionship of trusted friends along the way. Maybe you would pack an extra life jacket or consider using a stronger raft. With the right tools and supports in place, one thing is sure: you will not only make it through the challenges of your river adventure, you will also emerge a more confident and courageous rafter. Life may not come with a map, but everyone will experience twists and turns, from everyday challenges to traumatic events, with more lasting impact, like the death of a loved one, a life-altering accident, a serious illness, or a pandemic that has impacted your academic life. I am sure most of you would agree that COVID-19 has impacted our lives in so many ways. And we know it all started about 2 years ago, just when we thought it all, finished. That's it. But suddenly Omicron came. But that's just another challenge. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. I can still remember in my own personal experience as a lecturer and the Deputy Dean for Postgraduate Studies, at the time when we all got into our first MCO, a lot of things were uncertain for us, which resulted in stress of trying to manage the students' education well. That was a tough time, I cannot deny. However, I must compliment my institution and its top, UKM by the way, and its top management, who were very fast at coming up with ways to manage programs and students as smoothly as possible. Of course, with the excellent guidance from Ministry of Higher Education, of course. Kudos to the top management. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Some of the challenges faced by the students, we know, were having classes or lectures online, not having enough facilities to support their online classes, staying at home with their families, overloading of course assignments, and many more. It is only natural for us to being, normal human beings, to take time to adapt to new things, new environment. So how have all these impacted students' lives? One noteworthy impact is emotional detachment. Students will have this emotional detachment from school or university, lecturers, subjects, and classmates. We, the lecturers, are also not spared from feeling this emotional detachment. Another impact is emotional problems among university students. These I've taken from recent findings when during the last 2 years when when the pandemic hit us. Can I have the next slide please? Thank you. Well, in response to the pandemic and MCO, an online education system known as emergency remote teaching was set up. We know e-learning was underutilized in the past before the COVID, especially in developing countries. However, the crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic forced the entire world to rely on it for education. And at least in one study that I found, the highest barriers to e-learning were insufficient, unstable internet connectivity, inadequate computer labs, lack of computers, laptops for the students, and technical problems. I myself have got these problems, and Dr. Yas was telling us just now yesterday, some of the speakers were talking about how the online learning has definitely impacted all of us. Well, as for the academicians, for the That's for the students. For the academicians, work from home became a new norm. The greatest challenge I can imagine is for young lecturers to juggle between taking care of young children and doing online classes, meetings, and whatnot. Undoubtedly, these new routines have affected each one of us as students or lecturers or even workers. So what are the adverse effects of the situations? Can I have the next slide, please? The next one, please. This is just online learning. This is work from home. The next one, please. Thank you. Yeah, so the greatest challenge that I can imagine, as I've mentioned before, some of the effects actually also, again, from my readings, which are at the top of the list are stress, anxiety, and if not controlled, can lead to depression, which we do not want. Stress is normal in people. In fact, we need stress to live. We are all human beings, but too much stress and not knowing the way to cope with stress is, I tell you, not good. Next, please. This is where we need resilience. How do you build academic resilience? Well, you know, like the image that I showed you earlier, the unfortunate thing is our life is not much like rough waters that we can have a map and all that, but certainly can give us some painful and difficult situations. But we don't have to determine the outcome of our life. I'm sure we can do something about it. There are many aspects of your life you can control, modify, and grow with. That's the role of resilience, actually. Becoming more resilient not only helps to get through difficult circumstances, it also empowers you to grow and even improve your life. I propose 3 agents, actually, to at least think about how to build your resilience, and in the context of higher education. There's the self, there's the institution, higher education. In MQA panel, we call it HEP, higher education providers, and of course, the support system, such as family, peers, and lecturers, of course. For the institution, I know I don't have much time, but I just kind of briefly go through it. This, again, from my readings, SEL is important. If higher education can consider to put in the curriculum of the programs, SEL is actually social emotional learning, the process of developing in students the self-awareness, self-control, and interpersonal skills. So these are important aspects for the students to succeed in their studies. The next one is, this is actually for the workers or staff, lecturers and all, is freedom of choice in a work setting, considering the pandemic and the lockdowns and all that. Higher institution might, we know in Malaysia, I'm not sure, Prof. Mahnas, in US how the situation is like, but here in Malaysia, academics and most universities, we have that kind of work 8 to 5 kind of. So I would like to propose a freedom of choice in work setting, especially for task-oriented work that can be done from home. Higher education providers should have employee assistance program. The program can help workers with their mental health and resilience to improve their productivity, performance, and readiness for change. Lastly, for the institution, I would like to promote high EQ. I know one of the speakers talk about EQ. To me, I would agree with the speaker that it's highly important for leaders, top management to have EQ. Deans, deputy deans must have EQ. Research has shown that leaders with high emotional intelligence correlate with high performance in employees. So the followers, right? Emotional intelligence is defined as the ability to understand and manage our own emotions, as well as recognize and influence the emotions of those around us. And of course, promote work-life balance. That's very important too. For the self, I won't go through each one of it, just to kind of give some ideas. We can focus on 4 core components. That's the connection, wellness, healthy thinking, and meaning. Connection, basically to connect with people empathetically and to understand people better. So this is for both, students and staff as well. Healthy thinking, self-talk is good. I do that all the time, especially when negative or bad things happen to me. I talk to myself, which is good. People say you might be crazy if you talk loudly. Just talk slowly. Just listen to your inner voice. But it helps. Wellness, this is very important. Self-care may be a popular buzzword, but it's also a legitimate practice for mental health and building resilience. The meaning, you need to seek meaning. What the purpose, what you're doing. Anyways, I go very fast for the support. I wanted to promote growth mindset, but maybe I can talk about this later. This is one thing that I've been trying to promote in students and workers. Anyways, peers and family, undoubtedly, we need that support. We need our friends, we need our family, our teachers, leaders, and everything. So that's, I'm very sure, everybody, if it's not everybody, maybe most people will agree with me. I think that's about it. Yeah, the next slide is just thank you and my email. Please feel free to email me if some of the questions later in the Q&A, yeah, Dr. Jus, that we might not have time to answer. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity for me to talk, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rozaini, for the presentation. Reflecting upon the presentation, your points, your thoughts, and your concerns somehow. So you mentioned something along the line of the challenges by students, experienced by student emotional detachment, emotional problems, and you talk about the academic resilience, the development of academic resilience. You are proposing 3 agents, for example, oneself, and then the institution, as well as the support system. Okay. So for now, let's say you mentioned about the freedom of choice, right, for workers, in order for them to be able to develop the resiliency, the work-related resiliency somehow. You mentioned about the freedom of choice. You also mentioned about the meaning in work, seeking meaning in work, right? Perhaps the audiences, I actually would like to know or have a further discussion on this issue, because I think it is very much pertinent, all right, very much pertinent and very much relevant. Being given the autonomy, the freedom of choice in work settings, as well as seeking meaning in work, right? Perhaps we can somehow leverage on these 2 points, which I think is very much interesting. Okay, but let me shift the floor to Prof. Mahnas first. All right, so I'm giving you time, Dr. Rozaini, to ponder over the point, and then definitely you will be able to elaborate more, and we are going to have a good discussions on that particular point. Okay, to Prof. Mahnas, I think so the issues here is very much relevant. The resiliency that we want to develop among the academics as well as among the students, all right, in our situation as of now, experiencing the pandemic and all the challenges that comes with it, right? So to Prof. Mahnas, perhaps maybe you can share your experience, how things are there in the States in terms of the academics coping with the need, all right, to still carry on with the learning, teaching and learning, all right. Perhaps you can share the experience as well as your take on how do we develop the element of resiliency in both the academics as well as the students. Over to you, Prof. Mahnas.
Thank you very much, and I enjoyed your talk, Dr. Rozaini, and Good morning to everyone, all the participants of the summit. I should thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. I speak from a lot of experiences. I have about 28 years of experience in higher education. So I started as a junior faculty and then move up to the point that I am right now. So as an administrator now, I'm looking at the issues much more differently than I had looked at as a faculty member. So that also brings a little different perspective to that. I think at least in the US, in higher education, we've been experiencing a lot of changes over time in that last decade, particularly, but not as fast and as the largest scope that we have experienced in COVID. So we've developed some level of resiliency toward those changes as an institution with regard to students, faculty, staff, administrators. So over time, we have developed, for example, just give you an example, our demographic of student demographic has changed within last few years and last decade, perhaps more in last several years. We have a lot more non-traditional students that compared to traditional students that we had. Non-traditional students are coming to institution with a completely different profile. The majority of them have older age. They work part-time or full-time. They have families, they have problems that an adult has in his or her own life. They have divorce, they have marriage, wedding, children, taking care of elderly. So they brought their differences to us. As faculty, as administrator, we had to change quite a bit to adjust ourselves to the profile of our learners. So we learned to be a lot more flexible. We develop a level of elasticity that allow us to help students with their needs. So in that sense, we were ready almost for this type of changes that we had. For example, we also have, I don't know about Malaysia, but we have reduction in the number of graduates from students from high school. So our enrollment drastically declined over time and is declining in the future as well, as we anticipate. That impacted the institution at large, impacted the faculty, impacted the students, because the institutions are living on the tuition of a student. So low enrollment meant low endowment for students, scholarship for students, increasing in tuition. But at the same time, we were also under the pressure of serving our unserved population, are students that did not come from privileged families, and they needed to be included due to the focus on diversity and inclusion. So these adversities of, on one hand, we have raising in tuition, dealing with financial issues, and on the other hand, we need to serve population that has not been served before, and we need to be, taking into account their situation. So these are all the perhaps various types, and I can tell you a lot more in that area of development of resilience at higher education. I think from the faculty to students to staff to all kinds of things that we do on campus. But COVID was a different story. COVID took all of us off guard because it did come from various aspects of our life. So it wasn't just the workplace. that we experience hardship. We experience hardship in our lives, in our families, in our financial situations, in everything. We started isolating, and then we realized that as institution, we lacked a lot of infrastructure that we thought we were ready for. Overnight, our students went to their homes, and they did not have the home environment. They didn't. We faced with the connection issues. We faced with families that had only one room, and they had children in school. They had parents working. They have students in higher education, so they couldn't really handle that. We had so many issues with regard to supporting our students. So we ended up really trying to communicate with the community at large. So we couldn't really cope with this within the institution. And I'm not talking about the well-being of our students, because that's what it was mentioned before. So we had to deal with that as well. But what I can tell you from at least US institution, over time we learned to act quickly and then develop a lot of protective measures to deal with this type of issues. So for example, one of our protective measures during COVID, immediately we changed our policies. So we started task force, changed our policies, changed our grading policies, changed our completion policies. We provided students with tuition refund. We have them get incomplete. Faculty started making adjustment to student needs. So and then all the online support system that we developed, and then got all the technology in the hands of the student through their home environment, Wi-Fi, tons of different things that we acted just in like few months in COVID to be able to deal with that. I'm not talking about if I'm moving to online. So that's a different story. I don't want to be too long so that you can, post some other questions. So I can talk about this forever because it's been quite a journey.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Mahnas, for the insightful information. Somehow the changing of the policies attract me a lot, right? Not to say impromptu, the right away changes of the policy just to fit in the needs. Okay, all right, I'll get back to you in a bit, all right, with more questions. So now we are back to Dr. Rozaini. So again, referring back to the earlier issues that you mentioned about the freedom of choice in work, as well as meaning in work. All right, so I would want to, if you can deliberate more these two contexts, because the rat race now is demanding us to act in a certain ways, and especially the context of how do we insert the meaning in work so that it can contribute to us being more resilient with what we are doing. Okay, to you, Dr. Rozaini. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jusmawati. Basically, what I mean by those two points, perhaps I go for the first one, the freedom of choice. This, again, bear in mind, it's just an opinion. It's just an idea. But basically, from my readings, so based on evidence, especially in the sub-area of psychology called industrial and organizational psychology. Now, I'm not an IO psychologist, but lots of studies in this area study about happiness at work, high of course, we want an outcome with high productivity. When I say this, I may be biased. Probably I'm looking at myself as a lecturer, as a normal lecturer, not as an administrator or staff. But here I would like to point, it depends on the nature of the job. I think that's quite obvious. That's why I said if it's like a task oriented that you can do, and with all the technologies and all this, probably it doesn't matter where you can, as long as you get the outcome. But of course, with words of caution, depends on some tasks you can't do that. You need the facilities in a certain environment. That's in terms of the surrounding, the materials. But what I would like to point out is more of the work itself, as in the psychological feeling of being happy at work. And lots of studies have shown to be happy. No, we've always got it wrong. We always think, I must admit, I always think I want to work and to produce something of a high quality, high value, high everything, then I can be happy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's wrong. You have to be happy first. Then you can get these all excellent outcomes. So I'm sorry if I'm biased as a psychologist, but we're very much concerned about the happiness, the well-being. So coming back with this kind of choice, because people are just people. We're not the same. Each one of us is not the same. Some people would like an environment they can produce very, very good. Their performance can be very, very high in a setting that's like an office building, because that's how they are. In my area, as a cognitive psychologist, we call it as feel independent kind of cognitive style, that they can perform very high in a very nice setting, organized, with like a office setting. But some people are not, because some people have this cognitive style of feel dependent, which are more free, they can be more creative, they can produce even better in a surrounding that's more lively, with people around. That's just how we are as human beings, and that's just how people's brains work. Dr. Juice. Very quickly, because I want to give Manas a chance to talk too. The other one is about meaning of work. With this, in psychology, if some of you know, the audience, we talk about Big Five, right? Big Five personalities. I would like to focus on conscientiousness. Now, conscientiousness basically meaning when we do something, we value it. I mean, beyond of just doing things for the sake of doing it. We want to do because of passion, and the mere accomplishment of that particular task gives us pleasure psychologically. So that's the meaning of the job, not just to do, okay, I've done it, my boss is happy, and that's it. KPIs, right? KPIs. And another thing that I want to highlight here about meaning of work is the fact that there have been numerous studies to show if in anything that you do, if it's extrinsically motivated, it's not really good. The performance of workers are just mediocre. But if you do something intrinsically, that will definitely, and it has been proven that outcome will be much better, performance will be much better. Another thing that I want to point out is something that a person feels, at first doing something intrinsically, suddenly is changed into extrinsic factor. That also studies have found performance at the beginning is very high, it will go down. So think about it. Again, this is just opinion. And also I talk based on the research that have been done in psychology. Thank you so much, Dr. Juice.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Rozaini. We have two questions from the audiences. Okay, the first one, I'll read the first question. And it goes, academic resilience contextualizes the resilience construct and reflects an increased likelihood of educational success despite adversity. How does a leader show that he or she is resilient to set good example to the academic community? Right, so that is the context of the questions. So I'm opening up the floor to both of you, all right, for you to share your take on this question, the first one.
Well, I can start. I think as a leader, you can do a lot to basically help the individuals to bounce back and get to the original when they're facing hardship and adversity. I think for one, you can provide that protective support that individual needs. And we sometimes, I think Dr. Rosani said that there are different agencies involved in resiliency. It's not just the individual, because if we leave that to individual to take care of the hardship or the adversities that they're facing, then they may not be able to show enough of the forces to be able to bounce back to the original stage. But with the level of support that we provide, then that would be helpful. And providing support could be through peers. We know that as social human beings, we need peer support. So whether it's a faculty or a student or a staff, we need to develop that collaborative peer support environment. And then as a leader, you could facilitate that. You could facilitate that level of collaboration among faculty, among the students in the learning environment. We, for example, in our online learnings nowadays, we focus tremendously on social emotional aspects that relates to collaboration and peer support. So that's one factor that you could do. The services that you provide for the well-being of the individual. When you don't have any support psychologically, counseling, or even physical space to exercise, because you know that our sleep, or eating, or physical activities got impacted by COVID. But we learned that we needed to develop these online environment. You perhaps experienced that the same thing. We had meditation and mindfulness on Zoom. So as faculty, we got together and then practiced meditation. And we still do that, developing a spirituality and thinking that things could go wrong sometimes, and you could come back and be strong. So as a leader, I think, you have to think about it from at different angles, from the institutional, organizational angles, that you have to provide services that requires to make it available to your faculty, student, from the inside the individuals. You have to give them opportunity to see that there are lots of support available, and then they can seek out those supports when they need, so that they're not alone by themselves, and they can reach out to people. And as I said, collaborative environment, peer environment, support are critical. So you could do a lot as a leader.
All right, thank you. Prof. Mahnas on that. Dr. Rosaini, your quick take on the issue?
Yes, I promise to be very quick, because I absolutely agree with Prof. Mahnas. It's so true. As a leader, he or she can do so much to support. Yes, I agree that it takes, it doesn't, the self is very important, but the support. I just want to point out, when we talk about academic resilience, we are referring to students actually. I'm sure Prof. Mahnas agree with me. In the literature, they always say students, how they can become successful regardless of the adversities, right? The hardship that they are going through. Because bear in mind, the hardship is there. It's just how they deal with it. For lecturers or staff, it is more of work resilience. I'm not sure, Dr. Juice, you are an IO psychologist.
Yeah.
So it's Dr. Juice's, if you don't mind me to call Dr. Juice Mawati's area actually. So the expert is here. I'm not an expert in IO psychology, but a lot, right, in IO psychology talking about that. But let me just focus on a leader. If I can understand the question well, apart from what leaders can do with the support of its management, a leader itself, as a human being, as a person, how can be a good role model. Dr. Jusmawati, we are psychologists. The first thing that we always point out is self-awareness. So as a leader, you need to be self-aware of if you have got any issues, you have to resolve your own issues first. Because remember, you are a leader. What does a leader mean? Or leadership, really, the leadership, what does it mean? It means not only you manage people, but people, how many people will follow you? That's a leader. So by showing a good example, a good role model, I mentioned about EQ, you know, a little bit more understanding and being empathetic, okay, not just sympathetic, but also empathetic, that perhaps it can help as a leader. I know among the audience there are many leaders here, also young leaders. Probably you can find ways to support yourself to be a good leader in this context. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Can I add just one point? I think our faculty are leaders. I think they are leading our teaching learning environment. So that's, I think I completely agree with you. That's, you know, self-awareness is critical, but particularly during COVID and immediately going completely online, that not all faculty were ready for that. I think what happened was that faculty realized that students need a lot of emotional, social support. So they immediately responded to that. So that was their resiliency, because they wanted to create an environment that students benefit from it. And they recognized their hardship. They recognized that they were losing their family members. They recognized that they had extreme financial hardship. So they responded. And then that showed that as human, we have a lot of capacity to face and overcome challenges. And the same did our students, because they were also able to come back, many of them. Of course, we lost many as well because of the situation, but it's still, I think the environment that we created, we realized very quickly that the student could not live in isolation. So that's why it was 2 months after COVID that even if we had the WebEx, our faculty wanted to meet with the students on a better platform. So we adopted Zoom immediately. So as I said, we changed a lot of policies in our institution in 2-3 months to be able to develop that level of resiliency among the students, so that they don't give up and they don't cut their education because they were facing all these issues. So I think, yes, academic resiliency refers to students, I agree with you, but I think it refers to all levels of higher education. It refers to me as a leader, because I was experiencing hardship. My administrative team were experiencing hardship. Our staff couldn't do their work. So I think the level of resiliency was at all levels. And then it taught us a lot of lessons, that we cannot look at the issues from one angle. We have to look at the issue from many different aspects and be really collaborative. As I said, we need to collaborate with our community. We never had done that before. So we realized that we can't deal with the connection issue until we know the communities and how they can help us achieve that. We could not get a place for a student to go and sit in a room that they can talk until we talk with churches, with mosques, with places that they could help us with that. So it just goes way beyond what we had experienced before. So we learned a lot of lessons that we need to practice that now and then get ready for any catastrophe that is going to come to us sooner or later.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Prof. Mahnas. So I see the widening of the concept of collaboration between the university as well as the community, for example, the expansion of the context of self-awareness, for example. Okay, all right. I wish we can talk more on this, but I have to go to the second questions. All right, so it goes like this. Have you encountered a session with a fellow staff or students who is facing a setback, and how do you go about to assist the person? If there is a consulting example, so the audience would appreciate if both of you can share the experience.
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, yes, please.
I just had
Please
one
do.
student right today.
Yes, please do.
Right.
Enough listening to you.
Exactly. I think these issues are popping up all over the place. We have students who are coming to us. They have lots of different hardship that they're dealing with. So I had just a student today, and we talked about an hour to figure out what was going on in her life. She really didn't know what was going on in her life. She was just feeling emotionally distressed, and it seems like she had a hard time coping with her courses, and it's just like at the beginning of the semester for us, but it's still, she felt like she was overwhelmed. So I had to call our program directors, have them take a look at her situation. I had to refer her to our counseling service so that she could talk with someone. I had to find some of her peers that she worked with. She's a grad assistant as well. So, you know, you just have to be listening to them. I think I learned that listening to students is such a good source of figuring out what you can do for them. Because if you try to come up with the solution before knowing what is going on in their life, and as I said, sometimes they just don't even know what is going on, and they just feel like they're emotionally, socially stressed, and they don't know what is wrong with them. And then you just have to listen and talk and see what is going on, so that you can start finding ways that they can help each other and help themselves as well.
Yep. Okay, Prof. Mahnas, thank you so much on that. It's like getting to know what exactly the student is experiencing, and then we go on from there. All right. Okay. Now, Dr. Rosaini, can we go to the third question?
Sure.
So the audience is saying, I totally agree on the importance of academic resilience, especially during challenging situations. For example, this pandemic COVID-19. Could you comment on the relationship between the level of academic resilience and standard of academic quality?
Thank you. Lovely question indeed. Yes, probably I can talk from the perspective of a lecturer and my experience during the MCOs for the last, at least in the last 2 years, right? I say this because I actually tried to find some studies within Malaysia, if anybody has done not just a simple survey, just to see the level of resilience among students, among lecturers, pre and post pandemic. Guess what? I couldn't find. Maybe some students can share with me, because I really want to know. So what I did myself in a very short time. I did a simple survey using academic resilience scale, the short version, the items, and I see that both lecturers and students are okay. They're not too bad with their resilience level. That's like about around now. The situation is in Malaysia, although we're going into the kind of huge wave of Omicron right now from Mahnas, I think US is going down, right? So the peak has I mean, the graph has kind of flattened a little bit, but for us, we're just getting into it. So I did this quick survey and it shows the resilience are okay, but I can't generalize, of course, because just a few respondents and not all over Malaysia. But I think the before the pandemic, a lot of studies have been done before pandemic. So say in 2018, I found one paper. In 2018, it depends on the program of studies. For example, for the health sciences, I don't know why, don't ask me that, but their resilience are very high as compared to engineering students, for example. So I thought that's very interesting, the scenario in Malaysia. What I can share with my personal experience with my own students, as you know, we had to go on with our online classes, like the lectures went on as usual, and we had my course, we had assessments that's like a continuous assessment, some have exam online. When I look at the students' results, they are the same, as in, you know, we call it a normal curve, right? Some performed well, some performed not so well, and most are in the middle. So I don't know, I haven't done an empirical study on it, but from my own anecdotal, I suppose, experience, that the performance are not any different academically, at least with my students, psychology students. I'm not sure about other students. So that much I can answer that question, Dr. Ismawati. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So another question. Creating academic resilience for the future will transform in such a way that somebody will control the education and training without owning a single lecture room or probably a university. Any comments from the panel? This is another question from the audience, right? Creating academic resilience for the future will transform in such a way that somebody will control the education and training without owning a single lecture room or probably a university. Any comments from the panel? Quite extreme.
I'm actually trying to understand the question itself.
Yes, it's
maybe from
it's a little complex.
Yeah, very complex.
Well, I think in the future, we have to work quite a lot. I mean, we learned so much on our campus. We did studies on our students and their resiliencies. I think we found that the student female had the hardest time, and they showed more hardship, and they left their education, and their well-being was compromised as a result. And it was very much related to their profession and or the study, the program of study. For example, in our teacher education program, resiliency was very high. We didn't have any kind of problem, maybe because we do have them reflect a lot and work on the resiliencies quite a bit in the College of Ed. But then in other areas like computer science, engineering, as you mentioned, the level was lower. So it looks like that, you know, going forward, we need to pay a lot of attention to what we have not been able to do and what we should be able to do. I mean, I think we need to take advantage of technology. We're looking at that, I'm sure you are, with the learner analytics. We need to figure out who are the learners, what profile they bring in, what areas they are lacking or needing support, so that we can start adapting and personalizing our education. We learned that we absolutely need to be flexible. I think moving forward, our education system will be flexible. We're not going to have all classes face-to-face. We will have face-to-face classes, but we will have options for students who could not manage to come to face-to-face. So we are going to be flexible, and that's going to be our future. We have to be adaptable. We have to adapt to the learner's profile and learner's needs and issues, so that we can respond to them immediately. Which is, as I said, our policies are inadequate. We need to change our policies. We had like exam. We could not deal with exam during COVID because of, in our case, we don't have a homogeneous society. We have a very heterogeneous. We have students that English is their second language. We have immigrants. We have refugees. We have so many groups, particularly in our state, that we can't really have them follow the same kind of rules. And that's that just helped us see that we were lacking in a lot of areas, that we did not have appropriate, and that also for our faculty as well. I heard previously that, faculty are under a lot of stress. Yes, our junior faculty are burned out. We have the same issue in US with the rigor and then the publication and generating money through grants. But we also came back with some ways of supporting faculty. For example, we gave all of our junior faculty 1 year of extension for our tenure track so that they can extend their work and work on that. We created, accepted the year that they didn't have any publication due to COVID. So we make changes. I think those are critical things that we need to look at. We need to study. We definitely, in our case at US, we need to study our families, because we don't know the students and their home environment. We don't know what kind of childhood they had, what kind of control they had over their life. Could they problem solve in a young age, or they could not? So we need to study our families to be able to make prediction about that, because we have no clue what is going on in families that are different and coming from different culture, different backgrounds.
All right, Dr. Rosaini, any take on the same issue?
Yeah, if I can understand this question well, whatever it is, again, I absolutely agree with Prof. Manas, and Prof. Manas did mention about the collaboration. So I'm not sure whether I get this right, so apologies, but the fact that the question says somebody will control the education, I think I will go back to what Prof. Manas said earlier, that it can't work if it's just one entity, the self, for example. It can't work that way. I absolutely agree with you, Prof. Manas, that it needs a collaboration of different people, different aspects, institutions, the community. That idea, Prof. Manas, is absolutely excellent, that if we can get the community to be involved to build this academic resilience. And you are right also, Prof. Manas, that students come from all walks of life, and with my own experience at UKM, we have students from, we call it in Malaysia, we call it B40, the kind of underprivileged community. But you are right, same here in Malaysia, that not only the government but the higher institutions have been very flexible with the students. They've given, in fact, my own institution during the peak of the COVID pandemic, gave back some tuition fees, things like that, because we know students were facing financial hardship to continue their studies, and we didn't even consider that whole semester as one whole semester for our postgraduate students, because it's very important, right, for the PhD students to graduate on time. So you are right, same scenario in Malaysia, that a lot of flexibilities have been given to students, to staff, in order to support and to help them to become resilient. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, thank you so much, both panelists, for the answers, for addressing the concern and questions from the audiences. We have 2 more minutes, actually. I don't know whether we can have like one more questions. It's just like a question on the how do we inculcate soft skills during pandemic, especially during e-learning. It's about soft skills. Right? How do we inculcate the soft skills during pandemic, especially during e-learning? Okay, perhaps I can have you, Dr. Ruzaini, to say something on this.
Thank you, Dr. Jusmawati. I suppose in students, right? Well, I can't deny it's difficult from my own experience with my own students. It's difficult to inculcate or develop soft skills because we can't see, all we can see is just, you know, all these virtual faces on the screen. But we cannot give up on doing such an important thing to develop soft skills. So again, I think, again, Pramanas mentioned about the technologies and all that. Let's look at what we can actually take the advantage of using technology. So you have video call, you have, you know, online platforms that, say, for example, leadership among students, right? They can still do it. I see in my students when I gave them projects, for example, in a group. So some people have to lead, you know, as in the project has got to be done. And probably think about how to use the technology as an advantage, you know, considering that we cannot do things as before, i.e. face-to-face. So that's all, Dr. Yusuf.
Okay, thank you so much. We are at the end of our time for this session. I would like to record my appreciation to both panelists, Professor Mahnas from Maryland, United States of America, as well as Associate Professor Dr. Ruzaini Khairuddin from Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. So I hope the audiences can get the whole gist. There are lots of things actually that had been covered by both panelists. All right, so inshallah we will benefit from one another. All right, a very strong point forwarded by both panelists. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. So this is the end of the session. So I pass it back to the Madam Chairperson. All right, thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jusmawati. It is obviously a great session with another group of girls. Thank you again, Dr. Jus, from IIUM, who had come to the rescue due to the last technical issues. It is indeed a girl power this morning. Well, my take on this topic, if I may share it to everyone, first is adaptability. In order to make us happy, we need to adapt to our surroundings. Happiness will surely lead us to success. And another one is supportive. It should be a collaborative effort, so to ensure the well-being of our future generation. Yeah, and all this must start with us in the higher education institution. Well, thank you again, Dr. Jus, Dr. Mahnas, and Dr. Ruzaini. Well, we shall now have a 15-minute break, but before that, another reminder. Please take a look at the briefcase, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. There are digital books there, given to all of you as a way of us saying thank you for your participation. Yeah, the speaker resources are also in the agenda. Please also download them for your perusal and reference. So stay tuned. We'll meet again in 15 minutes time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is now 10:15 a.m. and the next speaker is already in the room. He will speak on the mother organization of all the higher learning institutions in Malaysia, the Ministry of Higher Education, MOHI. Datuk Sri Abdul Razak Jaafar, Secretary General of the Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia, MOHI, will present to us all on the MOHI Strategic Planning, KPT Prihatin. All right. Before I pass the platform to him, let me briefly read his biodata. Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Abdul Razak bin Jaafar, 59, is currently serving the government of Malaysia as a Secretary General of Ministry of Higher Education, MOHI. He is regarded as a fast and strategic decision maker, and thanks to his 30 years of ultra-wide experience in the public administration, spanning across all sectors that include policy making, finance, defense, local authorities, economy, arts and tourism, infrastructure development and advancement, as well as sport, to name a few. And ladies and gentlemen, Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri had also spent about 15 years serving the local government and authorities, which was Selangor State Secretary Office, as well as Petaling Jaya, Ampang Jaya, and Sepang Municipal Council and Kuala Langat District Council. After almost 15 years of the local government, he was then posted to the federal government and central agencies, namely Public Service Department JPA, JPM, Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Works. His roles and responsibilities became bigger and critical as he was tasked to deal with federal level and macro portfolios that include public service administration, public-private partnership ecosystem, defense, as well as infrastructure, policy making and development. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Abdul Razak bin Jaafar. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. The Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, the Honorable Datuk Professor Dr. Nasruddin Mohamad, Director Higher Education Leadership Academy, AKEPT, distinguished speakers, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you for inviting me to the AKEPT Higher Education Leadership Summit 2022, or known as AHILS 2022. A hearty congratulations to joint organizers, Higher Education Leadership Academy or AKEPT and International Islamic University of Malaysia for successfully hosting this auspicious event. I understand that this summit aims to enhance exchange of ideas, collaborations, and partnership in the higher education landscape by providing an engagement platform and opportunities with regional and global partners. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of 2021, we were tested with flood disasters that affected so many victims in several locations such as Selangor, Pahang, Negeri Sembilan, Johor, Melaka, Kelantan, Sabah, and several other states. In fact, a total of 8,570 Ministry of Higher Education families were victims of the floods, comprising 1,306 staff and 7,264 students nationwide. As a strategic response to the flood disaster, as early as 19 December 2021, Ministry of Higher Education mobilized the KPT Prihatin Family Mission to address flood victims. KPT Operation Room was activated immediately to coordinate the distribution of assistance, especially food and other basic necessities, to the affected people. With the spirit of Keluarga Malaysia in mind, the mission is able to extend its assistance not only to the Ministry of Higher Education and IPT staff involved, but to extend its scope to the surrounding community. Through the Malaysian Universities Volunteer Commission, or MASCOM, we have successfully mobilized 23,745 volunteers, comprising 4,610 volunteers from Ministry of Higher Education and agencies, as well as 19,135 volunteers from public university, as well as polytechnic and community colleges, especially to help out in post-flood cleaning works. In addition to carrying out cleaning and repair works on damaged equipment, Ministry of Higher Education also distribute donations in form of food items and equipment. A total of 43,806 contribution boxes with a value of almost 3.6 million ringgit and 364,903 ringgit cash were distributed. Besides that, we have provided 6 public universities, 2 polytechnics and 1 community college as a temporary evacuation centers to provide shelter for affected victims. Meanwhile, the district of Kuala Langat, Selangor and Temerloh, Pahang were made as adopted districts of Ministry of Higher Education to accelerate the post-flood cleaning activities. Hence, I would like to express my appreciation to all parties involved in this flood mission, regardless from government agencies, volunteers from Ministry of Higher Education and various higher learning institutions, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, as well as individuals. We have worked hard to help make this mission a success. The same goes for assistance and contributions from corporate and private sectors. Thank you and congratulations to all. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start with the basics. According to National Education Philosophy, education in Malaysia is an ongoing effort towards further developing the potential of individuals in a holistic and integrated manner, so as to produce individuals who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically balanced and harmonious, based on a firm belief in and devotion to God. Such an effort is designed to produce Malaysian citizens who are knowledgeable and competent, which possess high moral standards, and who are responsible and capable of achieving high level of personal well-being, as well as being able to contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family and the society and the nation at large. As for the higher education landscape in Malaysia, altogether we have 596 institutions under the purview of Ministry of Higher Education, comprises of 20 public universities, 36 polytechnics, 105 community colleges, and 435 private higher learning institutions, which can be further categorized into 90 universities or college universities, 10 international branch campuses, and 306 colleges. There are about 1.2 million students enrollment every year in our institution, with the capacity of 70,139 academic staff cut across all the institutions. Every year we have about 140,000 students graduating from our institution. In terms of guiding principle, we have the Malaysian Education Blueprint 2015-2025 Higher Education, which contain the strategies, policies, and guidelines that higher education institutions must follow in order to transform the higher education system and increase the basis for the knowledge economy. The blueprint is built on 5 system aspirations: access, quality, equity, unity, and efficiency, and 6 student aspirations: ethics and spirituality, leadership skill, national identity, language proficiency, thinking skills, and knowledge. To achieve this system and student aspirations, the blueprint outlines 10 shifts that will spur continued excellence in the higher education system. All 10 shifts address key performance issues in the system, particularly with regard to quality and efficiency, as well as global trends that are disrupting the higher education landscape. The first 4 shifts focus on outcomes for the key stakeholders in the higher education system, including students in academic and TVET pathways, the academic community, as well as all Malaysians participating in lifelong learning. The other 6 shifts focus on enablers for higher education ecosystem, covering critical components such as funding, governance, innovation, internationalization, online learning, and delivery. For fellow audiences, we are at the last wave of the blueprint. We have made significant progress in fulfilling the Ministry's core aspirations for higher education, most notably in broadening access and expanding overall system and institutional quality. Access to higher education has increased substantially, shown in the increase in total higher education enrollment. Research output and quality has expanded rapidly, exhibited through the increase in number of research articles published by Malaysian universities, number of citations, number of patents and revenues generated from research universities as solution provider to industries, agencies, and NGOs. In terms of global rankings, we stand strong in Asia with niche areas of excellence globally. In the QS Asia University Ranking 2022, 9 of Malaysia's universities currently rank among Asia's top 100 universities. There are Universiti Malaya, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Universiti Sains Malaysia, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Thales University, Universiti Teknologi Petronas UTP, UCSI University, and Universiti Utara Malaysia UUM. UM is included in the top 100 globally. Within specific disciplines, Malaysia's universities are already ranked in the top 200 globally. In 2021, for example, was ranked 54th in the QS World University Rankings in the broad subject area of engineering and technology, and UTP was ranked 23rd in the specific area of engineering petroleum. Nonetheless, the Ministry recognizes that the system will need to keep evolving to stay abreast with, if not ahead of, global trends. For example, disruptive technologies such as advanced robotics, the Internet of Things, and the automations of knowledge work are expected to dramatically reshape the business and social landscape from what it is today. Members of the floor, from our engagement with industries, employers report that graduates lack the critical thinking and communication skill and the language proficiency, especially in English, that are essential for success in the 21st century. There are also opportunities for more productive collaboration between academia and industry, particularly with regard to research, development, and commercialization. Additionally, budgetary constraints, together with rising costs of higher education, require improvements in productivity and efficiency of the higher education system, as well as of higher learning institutions, in order to enhance the overall financial sustainability of the system. Those are all the classic concerns that challenges in the higher education setting. Currently, 2 significant scenarios that are affecting the current setting of higher education, not only in Malaysia but also around the world, are the impact of COVID-19 and the evolution of occupation landscape due to the arrival of fourth industrial revolution technologies, which led to changes in the occupation scenario at a global scale. COVID-19 pandemic that has hit around the world has caused a dramatic change in the way of life of the global community. Most countries around the globe are forced to impose lockdowns to control the spread of the then unknown lethal virus, while the authorities and experts put their gloves on to decode this micro-enemy that has done so much damage to the world, economic losses, death tolls, companies out of business, as well as loss of incomes and jobs. Too much catastrophe presented by this pandemic. Everybody is compelled to stay at home to avoid risk of being infected. The closure of educational institutions and business outfits is the biggest impact by this disruptor. According to UNESCO, during the early stage of outbreak, as many as 166 countries went in lockdown mode, affecting nearly 1.5 billion students. Over the year, the occupation landscape has changed in responding to the global trends and time. The arrival of the fourth industrial revolution has further amplified that factors which led to changes in the occupation scenario at a global scale. In brief, the revolution has shifted the occupational itself as well as the skill involved. For example, fourth industrial revolution will impact on how the jobs are delivered, which will be automated or powered by cyber technology, as well as change the environment and location of work to remote working. As for types of skill required, the rise of automation and digital technologies will necessitate new breed of skill, which will result in industry facing challenges in finding high-skilled talents. According to Future of Job 2020 by World Economic Forum, WEF, the skills gap continues to be high as skill in all jobs change over the next 5 years. Without proactive efforts, inequalities risk being exacerbated by the double effect of technology and the pandemic recession. While comparing the impact of the 2008 global financial crisis on individuals with low level of education with the impact of the COVID-19 crisis, the impact is much greater today and is likely to worsen in its existing inequalities. However, the pandemic also granted us the opportunity to accelerate digital transformation. The public and the private sectors were forced to embrace technology and shift operation online in a matter of weeks. Virtual meetings like today's summit have become a new norm for us. We have realized the importance of having online distance learning, ODL, and hybrid learning in our education service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, when we were hit with the pandemic in 2020, we were at the transition from wave 2 to wave 3 as stated in the blueprint. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic, along with the booming of digital transformation, emergence of new technologies and globalization, and the mood switch to online teaching and learning, required us to realign the projection made in the blueprint to the current scenarios. Thus, Ministry of Higher Education is now at the final stage of preparing the Malaysia Higher Education Action Plan 2021-2025 that will specify actions to be taken and target readjustment for the remaining duration of the blueprint. Ministry of Higher Education also has developed program-based action plan, which implementation will be monitored closely. Examples are like the IPT Entrepreneurship Action Plan 2021-2025 and the Graduate Marketability Strategic Plan 2021 and 2025. On top of this, in the New Year address on 17 January 2022, YB Minister of Higher Education also has pointed out 7 strategies under blueprint for well-being of higher education, or known as Sejahtera IPT. It is the Ministry of Higher Education's medium-term plan to continue the momentum of higher education excellence affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The first strategy, strengthening a safe campus ecosystem, is to intensify the campus ecosystem strengthening program as a measure to create a conducive and safe environment. In this strategy, risk management aspects such as risk communication and crisis communication, infrastructure and facilities for the disabled, as well as policies and services related to mental health in the IPT will be strengthened. Through the second strategy of strengthening graduate marketability, the government will continue with National Employment Council NEC agenda for 2022 with a much higher target. In particular, the implementation of reskilling and upskilling programs under the Penjana KPT CAP and Penjana KPT PACE. Ministry of Higher Education will also strengthen the entrepreneurial agenda with more focused target groups. Under the third strategy of strengthening the digitalization agenda, Ministry of Higher Education is developing higher education digitalization plan, which is targeted to be launched by mid-year. Ministry of Higher Education will also continue the implementation of programs like Ministry of Higher Education Innovative Digital Educators, in short, MINDS, Ministry of Higher Education Micro-Credential Based Learning, M-Credible, Ministry of Higher Education Immersive Learning Spaces, MILES, and High-Flex Learning accordingly. Ministry of Higher Education will also initiate the development of a national digital learning platform that will provide space and opportunities for more individuals to gain access to learning while empowering lifelong learning. In the fourth strategy of strengthening strategic collaboration network, several key initiatives under the National TVET Council, MTVET, such as TVET Collaboration Hub, TCH, Government Industry TVET Coordination Body, GITC, and the National TVET Branding Plan will be implemented as planned. Through the fifth strategy of driven community well-being, YB Minister has introduced a program called Universiti for Society at Keluarga Malaysia, or Unity program. The concept is each IPT will develop local community based on their niche area of expertise or trust. In the sixth strategy, driving institutional excellence, the focus is on ensuring the sustainability of public university operation by empowering of public university holdings to be able to generate income to the university and to reduce university's dependency on government's funding. Ministry of Higher Education also will look into a new financing model of National Higher Education Fund Corporation, PTPTN, to ensure the sustainability of PTPTN in the future. We are also committed to the implementation of initiative under Pemudah IPTS, not only to ensure sustainability of private higher education institutions, but also to enable them to be more competitive as an industry contributing to the nation's economy. Finally, in the seventh strategy, encouraging the spirit of KPT Prihatin, YB Minister has initiated an idea such as First in Family and the First Generation College Student Programs implemented overseas. The Malaysian Family First Student Development Program, in short SULONG, will provide opportunities for the first generation in B40 families who do not have family members to pursue higher education. Ministry of Higher Education will help in terms of admission, financial assistance, and assistance in getting a job upon graduation. The hope is that they can change the family's fortunes and as a motivator for other family members. Emphasis also given for the well-being of our staff in terms of reviewing the scheme of service for schemes whose head of service is in Ministry of Higher Education to review outdated allowances, scholarships, and other facilities provided for the Ministry of Higher Education staff. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow leaders, in an interesting article titled 5 Leadership Trends to Embrace Now to Prepare for 2022, Kerry Higgins highlighted that if we want to be a leader at the forefront of change, the time is now to embrace a new way of leading. The leadership trends are creating a culture of well-being, investing in your employees' development, addressing inequality within your culture, building your technology infrastructure, and embracing an experimentalist mindset. All the strategies highlighted in the Sejahtera IPT, as I mentioned earlier, are in line with the trend addressed by Sigin. In terms of strategic planning, we have planned a good plan. We have worked hard also to realize the plan. In order for us to be the best education hub, not just in Asia, but worldwide, we must believe that we can be at the pinnacle and stay perched there, because maintaining is indeed much harder than attaining. The implementation of aspirations that we have planned, as I have heard, I admit, is not as easy as saying it. Surely we take a journey full of obstacles and challenges. However, I believe that if we are all united, willing to break down the wall of silos and embrace the commitment that is entrusted with full trust, we can intensify our strategy to build a new image of Ministry of Higher Education in boosting the momentum of excellence in higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the sharing of views and experiences as well as best practices throughout this conference will help chart the way forward for us in developing the higher education ecosystem, particularly in strengthening the talent excellence among the participants, particularly the higher education leaders and talents. Once again, my deepest gratitude to all involved and all present today. Your determination, dedication, and commitment has ensured the success of this summit. May all of you have a delightful discussion and deliberation during this conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Datuk Sri, on behalf of those directly and indirectly involved and affected with the natural disaster recently occurred here in Malaysia. We thank MOHI for the effort of helping and lending hand to the victims. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now take 5 minutes break for housekeeping. So stay tuned. We'll get back to you in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the next discussion. But before that, just do not forget to fill in the feedback form to help the organizer to improve the event or the summit or the program in the future. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next session really need to have our serious attention. The moderator and the speakers will talk on the future of the student success. And yes, this is all what we are all doing in the higher education institution. We serve the major stakeholder of the university, that are the students. So let us now welcome the moderator for this session, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya from AKEPT. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Zad. Ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, afternoon, or even evening, and a good day to everyone across the globe. Okay, now I would love to welcome the panelists who are here with me today, this morning. And we are definitely fortunate to have three speakers from Asia Business School, Universiti Malaya, and International Islamic University, Malaysia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this session is in a hybrid format, okay, where we will have slides presentation from two of the panelists, followed by the forum session with all three of them. So allow me to introduce and read the biography, a short one, of each panelist in this session. Now, Dr. Hadijah Muhammad is a senior lecturer and action learning faculty at Asia School of Business, a premier private business university established by Bank Negara and MIT Sloan. Professor Dr. Sabri Musa is currently the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs at Universiti Malaya. Mr. Darwish Roslan is currently completing his second degree of Sharia law in IIUM, and he is a certified mediator awarded by the Accord Group Australia. Now, before we start the presentation by the speakers, now just to set the pace, right? Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has far-reaching implications for the future of higher education, delivery models, and student success. With the abrupt shift to online and remote learning since 2020, higher education demonstrated that viable alternative exists to the model of 100% on-campus education. Now, suggesting ways that colleges and universities might proceed in thinking about the future of enrollment and student success. Well, some research work point out that there is relatively little trending, predicting, or futuristic thinking taking place in the field of student affairs and what constitutes student success. Now, as we all know, students have varying academic and personal qualities shaped by their families and cultures of origin and prior educational experiences. Now, in recent years, the mental and physical health of students enrolled with severe mental health issues, chronic illnesses, and other debilitating conditions, all which are obstacles to engagement, learning, and success. But yet, virtually all students want to succeed. So their family members has been led to expect that institutions will provide advanced services, specialized care, and individual support, and also for students to be employed upon graduation. However, in many instances, student needs and expectations are not being adequately looked into. There are issues pertaining to the decline of the humanities, the foundational skills gap, student debt, and many more. So what is it that the students are looking for? And what is the university providing what is needed by them? Okay, and what constitute for their future success? So partly this is what we're going to listen from the speakers, and also we're going to get the point of view from our young fellow here, Mr. Darwish, and of course to the participants who are out there, the students, we would love to hear your ideas, or what is it that you feel success should be like. All right, now, so I would like to call upon Dr. Hadijah. She will be the first presenter. She'll be speaking, showing her slides, and so over to you, Dr. Hadijah. All right.
Thank you, Professor Yazrina.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, please do. Over to you.
Assalamualaikum. Very pleased, honored, and humbled to be here, to be one of the speakers, to be speaking about the future of student success. So I echo what Professor Yazrina was mentioning earlier. The pandemic definitely has taken a toll in terms of course delivery, mental health, as well as normal day-to-day interaction. And at the moment that we have accustomed ourselves to the online delivery, we're back to the hybrid mode. So these past 2 years have been incredibly challenging. But of course, the focus of higher academic institution is to cater to the needs of the academic world, the students affairs, as well as the staff. So we continue to learn and innovate ideas and solutions in order to adapt to our ever-changing environment. So if I may position myself to speak about one of the models that have worked, at least from the point of view of my university, which is Asia School of Business. It is a premier business university here in KL, established in collaboration with Bank Negara Malaysia and MIT Sloan School of Management. So we offer masters in business administration as well as masters in central banking. But one of our signature programs would be action learning, as well as action learning practicum. So from the name itself, I believe that many of the audiences, the speakers, the panel could guess that it is very much related to active experiential learning and real life application to solve real world challenges. But of course, it got super tricky when the whole world changed to online delivery. But as a business school, very much into innovation and entrepreneurial mindset, we adapted ourselves, and we were in fact awarded with 2019 Roundtable for most impactful, innovative academia industry collaboration. So my angle today, the model that I would love to present is something that probably we can share and talk about further after this. Is on the collaboration of many important components. So we position ourselves in 5 components. So one of it will be academia. Second will be the instruments. Third would be the experts. Fourth would be the industrial partnership. And the last one would be on the network. So I will show you afterward, if we could go to the next slide, what do I mean by the collaboration of these 5 components? Right, so from the term itself, action and learning. So we have from the learning bit, we have all of the models, theories, frameworks, tools, approaches that we teach in school in the program MBA and MCB, Masters in Business Administration and Masters in Central Banking. But these need to be applied to real life. So we use one of these models. We have so many models in the literature, current and past research that show several different models for active experiential learning, but this one particularly resonates really well with what we do in ASP. So we would engage with a client or the host company from the industry, and then we would find what are their challenges, we will define their problems, and then we will match the student group to the project needs. And then they will have a lot of back and forth of ideation, discussing what are the needs of the industry, what are the needs of the unit and firm and organization, and the students will help co-create solutions and countermeasures. So literally the students are attached throughout the semester, and each term they will have different action learning project and different practicum that they can employ. So if we could go to the next slide. So far, we have had 181 host companies. This is up to date until December 2021. So right now we have additional 21 more projects. So in the past 7 years of our establishment, we have had engagement with 181 host companies. These are from different industries. We have pharmaceutical, healthcare, telco, banking, fintech, beauty, all sorts of industry. And so far 377 different projects, and to show the impact, 70% of the hosts are returning hosts. So they appreciate the value of the collaboration of the 5 components that I mentioned earlier, the academia, industry, expert, instrument, network. So we feel that these equations of the 5 components really do help not only the industry, not only the university, but of course the students to apply all of the tools,
all of the framework into real-life business challenges and societal challenges, social challenges. So if I could show you a very recent case study in the next slide, in an industry that is very much, for the lack of a better word, controversial, the talk of the town, which is the oil palm industry. So we went to Batu Pahat, Johor about a couple months ago with our students to help solve the issues and challenges faced by the most vulnerable group in the value chain, who are the independent smallholders. So we're talking about the village farmers, the peladang, pekebun, small owners that are not part of the big value chain. They're not part of these giant GLCs, MNCs who own the oil palm plantations. So their farms are really small, between 1 to 2 hectares, some of them a little bit smaller. So they are very much challenged by this whole sustainable movement, the MSPO, RSPO, and needs to compete to sell their product into the global market. So we came in and we faced 7 different projects, from collection of the fruit bunches up until livelihood improvement, on how to position themselves in the value chain and make themselves more financial aware, more aware of the needs of the industry. So all of these were, we were applying the tools and the framework and approaches that we learned in class into real life application. And we had a very deep collaboration with Procter & Gamble Malaysia, and majority of the approaches were really appreciated and are going to be taken into consideration by P&G and the industry in order to help co-create solution and improve the livelihood of the farmers. So if we could go to the next slide. So this is where I was talking about. We believe that we position ourselves, one of our ways to co-create the success of our students, the future of our student success would be these 5 components: the collaboration, the partnership between academia, and the academia has to be made up of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary faculty pool, instruments, of course, all the framework, the tools, the approaches, experts from the industry themselves, as well as to leverage on a lot of network, the government, the MNCs, the GLCs, the media. So we believe that this equation would be one of the model that we could take into consideration for the future of our student success. And next slide, please. And this is how we position ourselves to reflect our action learning practicum. With that, I thank you very much, and I look forward to Professor Sabri's angle and the questions which are going to follow after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hadija. Now, to the audience, right, or to the participants, we look at Asia School of Business. The way they define the student success is definitely how the students can actually help the industry, solving some issues and problems, at the same time helping the community as well. So in this way that they take, the students would have the soft skills, would have all the practical skills and what is required when they go out, for them to be ready. So they define that with academic plus instrument plus experts, industrial work, partnership, and of course to leverage on the networking. So that's the model used by Asia School of Business. Now, if I may invite Prof. Sabri and to see what Universiti Malaya has actually done to ensure on the student success. Over to you, Prof. Sabri.
All right, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Yasrina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for giving me opportunities to share a bit of my thoughts and experience of what we are doing back in Universiti Malaya to ensure that the student success. Yeah. I'm sure all the graduates that seek higher education is to qualify for jobs that give them a good futures, either as employees or as entrepreneur. Yeah. I'm sure this is what the aim or targets all the graduates when they enroll to any institutions. And again, university again should be able to produce future-ready graduates and future leaders as well, and those graduates should be marketable local and globally. That's what we want. I think everyone should agree with that, you know, or maybe can add more as what we have been reading through the journals or articles on the media. Even next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, we as a provider, university, we want the student beside excel in academic, whereby they should get a good grade and graduate, you know, and expected to get a better job and salary, good salary, what I mean, yeah, and becoming a successful person. It's not only academic. The other things that is very, very important is the student development, you know, programs that we provide to support the student well-being and success. And all those value added is really, really needed to be added to make sure that students are ready to go out there to explore the world and to be successful, yeah, to be successful. And again, under our Students Affairs Department, Student Development Program, we have a plan in such a way that we should encourage students to participate in the development of their own campus culture, work in collaboration with the professional staff, student leaders, and academic partners to ensure that all members of our communities not only feel welcome, but are fully integrated into university's life. Yeah? So we have health support and wellness, whereby our students will be we promote student health and wellness through education, prevention, and intervention. We create environment that promote the healthy lifestyle, which is linked to academic and professional success. And under engagement and leadership, Student Affairs develops leaderships and transferable skills for students to become culturally literate and contributors to society, create a sense of belonging to community, while also enhancing the university's ability to educate the next generations of leaders. And we have a Perdana Siswa complex and colleges as part of our campus, you know, whereby our Students Affairs sections facilitates a community that complements the university academics mission by providing space on campus for social, culture, and extracurricular activities, such as accommodation criteria, special needs help, everything that is needed that we thought students should be able to explore and fully utilize that. Yeah, and when we next slide, please. When we look at the graduate employability, treasure studies, and every public university got to report to higher MOHE, Ministry of Higher Education. The treasure study being done, and then we will shows that how is the percentage of successful of your graduates to be employed, you know. But when we look at the criteria for employed that was in the studies, is that employed for the studies, upskilling, or waiting for a job placement. Yeah. So our question is, let's say Universiti Malaya, our graduate employability for this year is 90%. Does it really reflect from that treasure studies? Does it really reflect the successful of the graduates? Because some of them is employed, but with the pay is maybe around 500 only or 1,000 per month. So we got to look into that details to ensure that our graduates employed accordingly and satisfied. Yeah, and we also create a program for unemployed graduates, even though they have been graduated, they graduated already. That we still create that graduates upskilling trainings, whereby we upskilling programs to accelerate graduates' marketability. We have Penjana KPT CAP, you know, place and train programs for graduates with undergo training before the job placement, and direct job matching is also been done, and a lot more in charge with whatever the Ministry of Higher Education did allocate or provided lots of programs directly under Students Affairs Department, whereby it's in charge with the Malaysian Education Blueprint 2015-2025 under higher education. So it's up to universities itself, to grab all the opportunities that being offered by the Ministry of Higher Education as well, and for the student again to grab the opportunities that's being offered. There's a lots of activity or training programs that we provide to the students, but again, it's up to the student to grab the opportunities that being provided by the universities. Let's go to the last slide, please. In my last slide, I would like to highlight that these are the student development programs that we designed to strengthen student soft skills, psychological capital, and marketability on UM side. For us, despite UM successful success in ranking, we still receive lots of feedbacks on student from lecturers, industry, employers, supervisors, and even UM confession through Facebook, that indicated that although UM students are ace academically, they still lack in soft skills, and worse, some are experiencing psychological issues. The rising cases of depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts among students are worrying. More so with the pandemic problem for the last 2 years, we have a lot of this sort of cases coming in. Again, for UM, we would like to produce future-ready graduates enriched with UM DNA, our own DNA. So we thought that the psychological capital such as resilience, adaptability, mindfulness, integrity, grit, and emotional intelligence need to be added, if not improved. It need to be added in order to prepare the student really before they go up there. And we did create the precision intervention programs. These programs is actually to develop UM student future, we developed the UM student future readiness inventory, whereby hoping that we can identify the gaps in employability readiness based on soft skill and psychological. And under this program, the initial stage of the precision intervention is to conduct psychometric tests to the upcoming student, the new fresh that coming in during week 2 and week 4 of the first semester of the academic year. The student will be assessed on their soft skills and psychological capital. And the findings from the psychometric test will be handed over to the student affairs divisions to organize suitable and relevant programs. And centrally, the graduate employability, entrepreneurships, and student development center will manage 4 soft skills programs, which is, I think all the university is doing that: communication, leadership, teamwork, and creativity, which offering tailored modules. Why the new added that we embark is the psychological capital programs to be led by the section of psychological management and counseling, looking into the resilience, adaptability, mindfulness, integrity, grit, and emotional intelligence of the student. And we find ways to improve on our students. And we will assess the outcome throughout the semester and maybe 1 year. And then we look at what's the improvement that student had, maybe another tracer study to look at. And then we again try to improve until end of final years, hoping that, we will provide the best outcome for our students before they are marketable, to be marketed outside there. And under precision intervention, we have a co-curricular courses, 2 credit hours, number 2 there. The student need to design their own projects and clubs, in clubs or societies, volunteering work, and the student development programs have been created. Sometimes we attach the student with PTJ within UM, so give opportunities to them for them to generate income, as well as again work experience and improving skills. And my career job matching with industries, series of talks, industry professional, on even to prepare the resume, interview, tips and vacancy. and career kit under our centers, taught on career development, prepare students for future works, industry collaborations, direct job placement, internship and industries as what being done by other universities as well. And again, entrepreneurships, facilitate and support the students. I give an example, we got a huge grant from Produa that can be distributed to the student, whereby they will be trained from since they are student until the end. If they're successful, they will absorb to work with Produa. And sometimes, more important for me is the student commitment, or how we going to engage the student to convince the student to enroll. Because to a certain extent, sometimes we have about 150 places. After convincing to all the PTJ or whatever, we can get only maybe 50 out of 150 commitment from the student. And this is the areas that we got to look at. Other than that, I'm sure what being presented by Prof. Hadijah earlier on, that everything is provided by the university to the student, but again, the commitment. But one more thing that is needed in certain area is the financial, we need lots of financial support as well in order to make our program successful for the student. I think I leave it as it is because we have limited time to discuss. I just highlighted whatever that I think I need to highlight it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sabri. Now, to Darwish, okay? Now, basically, you've listened to both speakers who are actually academics and also the leader in an institution in which, they define what is a student success. So if you look, like I said just now, Asia Business School, they have all these programs where they embark with networks and industry. UIAM, on the other hand, Universiti Malaya, they look at profiling the students beforehand, trying to understand the students. So at the end of the day, when you graduate, you would have a certain skills, you would have that stability. And of course, the issue is that both of them has already mentioned that it is up to the students to be committed, okay? Now you, as the young ones here, okay, representing the students, right? How do you define student success? And what do you have to say when, it's like putting back the word to the mouth of the students. Hey, look, we have provide you all this platform. You need to grab all that. So how do you see this? And what do you and your fellow friends, what is success to you? If I may get that from you.
Thank you very much, respected moderator, Dr. Yazrina. And I believe I want to take this opportunity to give utmost appreciation to organizer as well for giving me this opportunity to be in line with utmost respected experts of my field and the people of whom I seek knowledge and advice. And I believe with a very limited experience and knowledge of mine, allow me to share a little bit of response and a little bit of my thought about our topic of discussion today. And I believe my presence here today more to seek knowledge and advice and response on what the thought of students being that will be shared in our session today from respected panelists and also moderator. Ma'am moderator, I believe this question is somehow cliche. Everyone question what is success. Everyone questions their direction in their on daily basis. But that is the nature of a cliche. Cliche means it's significant on a daily basis. Cliche means it's significant every time. And I believe it's also a very subjective question because everyone will define success differently. Me as a student of UIAM, I have my own definition of my own success. And I did a random survey among asking people of different backgrounds what success really means to you. And some of them define success is when you manage to reach goals. Some of my friends define success as happiness, despite the struggles, despite all the hardships that we are facing in this pressing situation today. As long as you are happy to survive, as long as you are happy to be able to keep going, that is they feel that as a success. And one of my Arabic friend even he gave an Arabic definition of success to him. He said, "Ya Darwish, for me, success is musariful ilm, the source of knowledge. When after all the years they have contributed and committed to study, and when people started to consider themselves as source of reference for any problems, for any solution, they see that kind of situation as success. He considered himself succeed when they can be a living library, when they can start to contribute into other people's compared to only themselves. And I believe that's mean different people have different approach on understanding life and even understanding success in nature. But specifically today, I think it's a very good opportunity for me to give my personal view. But before that, allow me to relate it, this discussion into a bigger context a bit before I go back to my opinion specifically on the definition of student success, especially in higher education institution.
Yep, please do, Darwish.
Yes, Madam, thank you so much. Into a bigger context, success. What I have mentioned in the earlier session, I believe every single souls, every human beings, me, the other panelists, my moderator, the audiences, all of us must understand what success really means to us, and then only can we work our best to the fullest potential in reaching. Moving forward in our daily life. And I believe a real success for Muslim is when we achieve Jannah, when we achieve heaven. And that's the nature of success. We never know whether we can achieve it or not. We have no control of it. We have no power to decide, I will enter Jannah. It's not our control. That's why ulama say, academicians say, our respected prophets say, to be in Jannah, it's not our taklif, it's not our responsibility. Our responsibility, our taklif is to fulfill the qualification of those who qualified for Jannah. That's been doing good deeds, get Allah blessing, relationship with creators, relationship with human, with environment. And from all of this qualification, we can understand that a qualification to be successful, to reach your ultimate goal, it's never work in silo. It's never concern only yourself. My success will never concern only myself, my behalf. And I see this big context of success in human life can be applied to student success in our arena of higher education institution. I see student success not as a mere destination and point of destination, but it's more to a direction of an endless goal, endless journey. To be successful is not imagining about how beautiful our life if we secure our employability. To be successful is not only about imagining about how much we have in our account after we graduated. And I believe to be successful is when our imagination is full of thoughts on how can I work towards a better me, how to fulfill the qualification towards a better version of me, a better version of my community, a better version of world, and that's really in concern back to the qualification of how we seek our ultimate goal, which is Jannah. And therefore, I believe to be a successful student, it's not only about the academics excellence, but an excellence academic or excellence exams result must be part of the main important element in that endless journey and direction. It's not only also about character build, but to have an excellent personality, to have a very beautiful moral ethic, to be very resilient, to be a very beautiful version of human being must be a very important element that being put into part of that direction. And community engagement can be the only answer for student success in university, but it's a very significant part of it as well. And that's why I believe, because after all, university, or let's say higher education institution, be it private sector, be it government sector, all of higher education institution, this institution should be the factory of nation's human asset. All people in this institution, millions of us, should be part of the main contributor of developing our own self, developing our own people, our nation, and even the world to a better good. And it's not only about quality, it's not only about quantity, it's about both. We need more, we need quality and we need quantity for us to reach our direction in a very, very beautiful manner. And I believe, again, student success is not an endpoint of goal. Instead, it's the direction of an endless journey with full of flagships, with full of elements of direction towards a very, very way forward. And today in IIM, we talk about sejahtera. I think it's quite hard to say that every student here understand what is sejahtera really means. It's very hard. And same goes to success. That's why our direction should be never a thing that can be defined as a destination. Make sure our direction to be as far as we can, our ultimate goals. And I think we talk about sejahtera, that is the kind of thing that we want. And again, it's a direction and endless journey. So to try and error, I think it's okay to have a challenge on understanding our direction, as long as that direction is bringing us towards a better good. And Dr. Hadijah mentioned just now about multidisciplinary approach. I believe that kind of thing is also something that people can really understand when we talk verbally without a clear, detailed dissection of discussion on what we can do about multidisciplinary approach. But that is very needed in order to ensure our integration of doing things, contribution from our integration of knowledge from despite of different faculties. And Prof. Sabri also lists down about what UIAM had laid down as strategies to approach the success students in UIAM. I think we have the plan, we have strategies. Even our Ministry of Education, we have Falsafah Pendidikan since 1996. We have higher education blueprint until 2025, and now we are in 2022. And some of us even might not even understand what we are doing right now. And even students are, how many of the students really aware of that blueprint of higher education? How many stakeholders of higher education institutions are not aware of what strategies that we are going to, what direction that we are moving towards to? And I believe we can never get close to it unless every single player in this arena understand and work on it together. And work in silo is not a solution anymore, I believe, especially post-pandemic COVID-19. We need to have this mindset. Working in silo is never a solution. And it's time for all stakeholders of higher education institutions, stop the competition to be the best of your own. Give our best and fullest commitment to work on being better together. I believe in giving access of education, in providing quality education, and also integration. I believe that is my personal view on what student success is. Inshallah.
Thank you, Darwish. Now we see, look, the audience, you can relatively see how different it is. You know, when we've got a very young chap who's the students, how they view successes. So it's a more holistic where they see their journey. Whereas we as the educator, when we are in the higher education, we see that success is marked by results. Success is marked by you get your job, good jobs, graduate employability, you're employed by multinational, or you become the entrepreneur. All right, so there is a slight difference there. And of course, like Darwish said, every one of us has a different view of what success means. Okay, but relatively at the end of the day, of course, I think everyone wants to be good. Now, Darwish, okay, so hold on, Prof. Hadijah, Dr. Hadijah, and also Prof. Sabri. Okay, I'm going to get back to you. Now, Darwish, you've listened to Dr. Hadijah. You've mentioned a little bit just now about the multidisciplinary approach and what UIAM has been doing and your experience at RUM and with your experience with your professors at the university. Do you think what the university is providing is good enough? Or are there areas of improvement? Okay, that's for Darwish to ponder. Just hold on. Okay, but for Dr. Hadijah and Prof. Sabri, you've listened to Darwish, okay, his views and his fellow friends' views based on his survey. All right, do you think what are the other things or things that they have mentioned? How is it being included into your curriculum or into your programs? Okay, so I'm going back to Darwish for you to give your opinion, and then I'll go back to Dr. Hadijah and Prof. Sabri to see how we go about it. Okay, Darwish.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Moderator. I believe that's a tough question, tough one, but I appreciate
your opinion. Okay, it's your opinion. Nothing
Inshallah.
wrong, because it's good for us to listen. Your parents or elderly should listen to the young ones, see what are your needs. All right. So do you think is enough what we have at the university, or are there areas of improvements that needs to be done?
Okay, thank you so much, my moderator, and respected panelists. Allow me to gain my little experience and knowledge about what we have been doing up until today, and I might only discuss more concerning to IUM, because I am here. I feel the execution. I'm part of their operation and coordination, but somehow perhaps I think some experience of mine working with MPPK, working with MPP from different university, we also give some sort of discussion in terms of issues in each universities together. So let me give my opinion into 3 points. Firstly, on how IUMs have been doing, and what I can see the efforts and commitments in providing innovative strategies post-normal times. Okay. And second one, I think perhaps on the areas that we can give our opinion that can improve the efficiency of execution. And last but not least, I think perhaps a conclusion a bit from those 2 points. Firstly, on the first point, how I see IUM as higher educational institution, which is specifically established as international higher education institution that concern not only on local students, but we also concern of I think 30% of our students are among international students coming from different backgrounds. So the approach that I have seen in IUM is very much different in nature from one administration tenureship into one administration tenureship. You understand, right? One the university administration keep changing, but from the latest one,
leaderships, I think,
from the Prof. Emeritus Chancellor Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak, our rector, and also our I think the overall office and higher up of administration in IUM, they had actually provided us with one guideline, which is Sejahtera Academic Framework. Sejahtera Academic Framework, I think that is the part that I've been mentioning in the earlier session, whereby they try to provide strategies and they try to provide a direction on how students can work our best to fulfill every qualification that they have in that Sejahtera Academic Framework. And that is the good thing that I can see about to have a very clear direction of success. And this direction of success that being established by IUM, I think it's somehow different approach from what I can see in different institutions. For example, now we have the subject of Usrah in action, in which when we talk about multidisciplinary, for example, I believe our rector have been mentioning and have been sharing a lot of his knowledge about future of higher education. And perhaps one of the things that I remember he said about multidisciplinary in higher education institution is that we need to ensure this regardless of different kuliah or different faculty. For example, me, I read law. My friends, he study economics, and some majority of us study Islamic revealed knowledge, which is Quran Sunnah, Usuluddin, Usul Fiqh, and etc. So regardless of these different kuliah, there must be platform and source of gathering to ensure that we can do things together. And higher education institutions should not compartmentalize students based on their background of studies. And I think that is a good thing that IUM have tried to offer to us students. I believe, of course, to abolish kuliah system is quite difficult. to ensure integration as an overall. But that small approach, I believe, will be a good starter for us students to understand. We seek knowledge for our responsibility will not stop in class, but our responsibility will start at class. We learn to understand the needs, we learn to give and contribute. I think that is the main point for the first point that I laid down just now. For the second part of thing is the thing that I think I can give my honest and humble opinion, not only to IIUM, but I believe to every institution that have strategies in your hand, to ensure that your strategies will be executed well. Don't put the responsibilities to ensure students get to your destination in rush. Make sure we must have a very significant amount of investment in ensuring not only students, but staff, lecturers, the overall community of that institution understand first what direction that we are talking about. We have our Sejahtera academic framework, but some of us are yet to understand what direction is this. Is this the same as what we have before, just the changes of term, just changes of name of guideline? And I believe, again, this is direction. It's okay for us to not have the total population to understand the framework for the first year of practice, and make sure we are giving our big and significant amount of investment in making sure that that direction is not instruction. Direction means we bring the overall population of community, understand, engage with them, understand together, and bring them together. I believe that is the point. On working on student success, it's not an instruction. It's a mere collaborative effort in doing things together as a family in nature. And last but not least, as a conclusion, perhaps I want to reiterate again what I have mentioned in my earlier session of explanation about what I understand by student success. And I believe a student can be success on their own, but students will be best success if the overall community of that stakeholder is also success. To have a successful higher education institution doesn't really mean to have student success only. We need to have administrative successfulness. We need to have operational administrative staff successfulness and excellence, and even lecturers' ways of teaching and learning successfulness. I believe that will be part of my explanation. I think we are moving towards that direction, but the effort should be more in terms of integration, not only IIUM, but the direction towards a better good of our nation should be together, regardless of different universities and different institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Darwish. Now, Dr. Hadija, all right, you just now I was asking, if I may recall back, right? You heard what Darwish, our young fellow student here says. One thing is about multidisciplinary, okay, and one thing being good. I mean, the platform. I saw the your business school provided, but that is more on the surface where students will get skills. Is there? How do you see? You know, how can you adopt in that particular model of yours? All right, this goes in line as well with the question, how do you navigate into the multidisciplinary? Because often you've got students in your courses, all right? But what Darwish was mentioning is actually from different kuliah, from different courses to get together to solve a certain problem. So Dr. Hadija, if I may get your opinion on that.
Thank you, Professor. I just wanted to applaud Darwish, very high-spirited. I'm actually proud by association. I'm a full product of UIA myself, foundation, bachelor, master, PhD, all from UIA. So I'm very, very, very proud to see a very high-spirited, motivated young man like yourself, very visionary. I hope to see you being one of the leaders of Malaysia one day. Thank you so much for sharing your absolutely wonderful thoughts. Like Professor Yazrina was mentioning, like there could be some sort of diverging thoughts, right? Because we are so much into our creating our vision of academic world, how our students should be. But like you said, Darwish, it can be a little bit instructive and directive. Therefore, what you said that is something that is super, super important is that it shouldn't be in silo. So I believe that even us in ASB, because we're so much performance-based, action-based, we need to rely on other components as well. So we believe that that equation was really, really helpful. In fact, a month ago, I was sitting together with Professor Hamdi, Prof. Sabri, the VC of UIAM. So we were together in one room speaking about nation building, with the flooding in December as our main concern on how we actually get help, because everyone is an expert in silo. So in that room, we had UIAM, ASB, we had the high-tech people who was from Aerodynes, who was creating this whole drone system. But then the policies don't allow drones to be flying about to save people, right? So we need academia to support the research and the literature to show that we need this. But then we also need other components who's going to push everything into action. So we got EPU in the room, we got UIAM in the room, we got the people representative from the Ministry of Higher Education in the room. So I believe what you mentioned, which is super, super important. People cannot work in silo. Each one of us has our own vision, whether it's our individual vision or our organizational vision. We all have our values. What you mentioned was exceptional when you talk about this self-awareness, never to work in silo, along the way of principle and transformative leadership. So I believe that every single one of us have that, but we have just been so much focused in our own trajectory within our own organization. Therefore, as a representative of ASB and as a multidisciplinary academic myself, my bachelor was in biomedical science from UIAM, my master and PhD in history and civilization. I believe that it's super, super valuable to bring different experts together, different knowledge together to solve problems, to co-create ideas and solutions and face all of these challenges. So if I may address the question here, so it says, curious on how to navigate multidisciplinary courses, right? So if I could remind you of the one slide that I was showing, the faces of all the faculty from my school. Yeah, so you have myself, a historian, you have somebody who's an expert in operational management, another one in organizational behavior, we have the guru of marketing, we have the guru of political economy, energy, sustainability, financial risk, as well as a few other ethics, like you say, Darwish. So all of these have to come together. It cannot just be about employability, it cannot just be about commercialization, but also on the principles, on the transformation that the students could do into the nation building as well as into the future of the students. And also, if I could tie back to what Professor Sabri was mentioning of the model that UIAM poses, because I remember Professor Hamdi mentioned that to me a month ago. You have the psychometric tests. So here in ASB, we also very much appreciate that, because that's a very, very important component. Communication skills, listening, humility, cognitive readiness, all of this that the whole world recognize as soft skill, but we brand in our school, in Asia School of Business, the brainchild of our CEO and our senior associate dean, we brand it as smart skills instead of soft skill, because the word soft and hard have like this contradictory connotation. If you are soft, you cannot be hard. If you are hard, you cannot be soft. But the smart and sharp can come together. So it is one of our branding. So we also appreciate very much on the psychometric tests. And each time we have our students learning about all of these framework tools, which are all very business-like, but at the same time, the values, the cultural appreciation, their smart skills, knowing when to be humble, when to be confident, when to listen, when to speak up, all of these are important. So I thought that to sit together with UIAM and to understand that another institute and like a very high esteemed institute in Malaysia, the best university in fact, is doing that. So these collaborations need to come together, because we bring we have similar values, but in a way, different offerings in that sense, different tools of leading towards the same values. So I just wanted to validate what Darwish, Professor Yasrina, Professor Sabri was mentioning, is that commitment towards converging together and never to work in silo, and to understand that it's beyond the academia world, beyond the academic world. It has to involve everybody else. One, to get expertise. Second, to get exposure, because nothing gets moved if there is no communication, there is no exposure. So I will stop there for any other comments.
Thank you, Dr. Hadija. Now I'm going to go back to Prof. Sabri. Prof. Sabri, you are the DVC of Student Affairs. Now, if you look at what Darwish and Dr. Hadija is mentioning, okay, you need that multidisciplinary platform where people from various faculties come over, talk to each other. So we see that, if I may, from my point of view, is in a way that co-curricular activities, because that's one of the platform, because where you are in your courses, you're bounded by your team members, your classmates, basically, right? Because the curriculum is not as such as multidisciplinary, where it allows you to jump unless you take certain subjects from other schools. So when you need academic excellence, one on the other hand, we should go to the classes. Now, Darwish said, as a student success, it's not just on academic excellence, it's about being good, being holy, being a good person at the end of the day, to be able to contribute to the community. Now that falls usually in our model, our normal cliche model would be on co-curricular activities. So Prof. Sabri, now, how do you see that as the DVC of Student Affairs? Because students need to achieve academic excellence, students need to do co-curricular activities, that will put so much on them. So is there any way that we can, because early in the morning we talk about well-being of the students, and you yourself said there's a lot of issues where the young students are so stressed out, where young students are having breakdowns and whatnot because of all these things. There's too much for them to digest. How do you think that we should go about on this?
Thank you, Dr. Yasrina. Yes, Darwish, as a Muslim, I totally agree of what you have said, the definition of the success itself, as a Muslim, to be happy, to our target is Jannah, and I totally agree. I think it should be everyone's target as a whole, generally. Yeah, but when we're talking about in perspective of higher education providers, so we got to look at by any means the venue to prepare our students, to make sure that students are ready, complete package. As I said, academic, not only academic, as you say as well, not only academic, soft skills. Yes, Hadija didn't really agree with soft skill. So smart skills. So everyone, any institution also did agree. I think not only soft skill, there's other things that come in all along. Like spiritual matters, and part of psycho-spiritual matters that I highlighted is part of the spiritual as well, which is very, very important for us to prepare our students. So in any other university, as well, not only in UIAM, we have a co-curriculum section, and courses, extra co-curriculum, not only direct to academic area from every faculties or PTJs. So that can be taken by all the students, no matter where they're from, their specialty. It's compulsory for them to take the extra curriculum program or courses, whereby it's easily available, it's guided, we have centers that we call the Graduate Employability, Entrepreneurship and Student Development Center that can guide our students of what their needs, if they are lacking a certain area throughout the 3 or 4 years maybe, and even 5 years, because Universiti Malaya got a very broad area of courses, clinical, non-clinical, science, non-science, which they still can. Non-science student can even take some of the extracurricular courses that conducted by the science or clinical faculty, to add on their knowledge and to let them interact with each other, which is very, very important. When we're talking about multidisciplinary, yes, we do encourage even the researchers and the student to work multidisciplinary. That is very, very important. Even I've been a dentist, pig dentist, working with the Islamic Academy centers to look into students' child dental-atitis care, and we embark the Islamic psycho-spiritual scale as well to look at what's the best holistic approach to engage to the parents and the patients with the with cancer. Yeah, so we do multiple disciplinary approach, which is needed, and that's one example, small example that I give what's being embarked, yeah, by the universities. Yeah, and again, the student itself has been elected. They need to go and look whatever extra rather than academic that is provided by the university. Not only that, as mentioned, should be a directive or instructive. It should be clear from the top management to the student what is needed to make sure that they engage 100% of whatever that is needed to make them really, really marketable out there. Yeah, I give an example. We, as I said, the Produa, even, and we do the psychometric test, you know, under precision intervention. So we identify, let's say this 100 students is lacking in this area. So we provide the courses. When we invite the student to come, because it costs money as well, to provide the courses for maybe 60 students that we cater to overcome certain area of they are lacking, it needs about maybe 60K. Yeah. So even though we need only 60 students out of 100, we keep contacting them, you know, asking them to come. Not all want to take, you know, even though they knew that they are lacking in certain area. And we provide the avenue. And our staff keep hunting, calling each of them, you know, invite them to come. But still, some of them didn't bother to come. But again, it depends on the student themselves as well. But again, we are not to say that we are ignoring those who didn't really want to contribute, because at the end, we are responsible to provide whatever that to make sure that they are marketable. So lots of efforts to be done. And as I said, information by any means, media, normal communication with all the PTJs from our center should be done. And a lot more things to be done actually to make sure the students are aware and you know, of what's happening, what they can get from our centers. Yeah.
Okay, just a quick one. Thank you, Prof. Sabri. Now you see, Darwish, Dr. Hadijah has given her thoughts, and also Prof. Sabri, a lot of what I would say platforms are being given. Okay, like Prof. Sabri is mentioning that we've already told, we've done our best, but the students are not picking up. Right? On the other hand, the students are saying, no, we do not want to be instructed. There is a mismatch there somehow, all right? But perhaps we don't see it from your window or from your view, because sometimes, even like myself, I have a son who is about your age probably. Your thinking is different than mine, all right? So how is it that you will be able, because this will be my final question, all right, later, because we've got like about 8 minutes left, all right? But to Darwish first, you know, how do you see if when opportunities are given, all right, whatever that is being done that you think is, the university thing is good for the students, but they're not picking up, are they doing it wrong? Or are there certain things, I mean, based just on your views as a young one, so that these two, the people, the adults out there will be able to hear your views, to see how the young ones are actually feeling, basically.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moderator Dr. Yasrina, and also thank you, Dr. Hadijah and Prof. Sabri for the talks. Just now, I think I believe I really learned a lot today in this discussion, and perhaps just a brief one to share my thought on the latest questions. Dr. said how I see the situation of having our strategies in our hand, and also having our stakeholders that we wait for them to be diverse into our approach of doing things together. And between these 2 points, there's a lot of barriers, and different institutions, different environment have different sort of barriers and complications happen in between. And perhaps I think this is also beyond one's control to ensure that these barriers being uplifted in total. So what approach that I think as a students that we can suggest is first to ensure the sense of belongings to our institution is instilled in a very complete manner, to ensure that this population that we are talking about also being feel the sense of belonging is not only being felt by one party, but that sense of belonging needs to be felt by the overall party. And how to instill that sense of belonging is the challenge. And I believe that there must be various ways on how to do things. And secondly, after we have that sense of belonging, we also have to establish a working culture. I mean, like a family in general, we different family have different way of doing things in their daily life, and different families have different styles and opportunities and spaces and resources. So it's depend on that specific family on how they create their culture of having everyday life. And I believe this is also important for university to establish our living culture in university. We establish that university is a university of life instead of university of education only. So how university of life should provide an environment, a culture whereby everyone can get along without being left behind. For example, in UIAM, the important approach here, I believe, is language. Language is the key for integration, because we have not only locals, we have our international friends, we have our overall stakeholders that come from very, very different backgrounds. So language is the key, and that key must be established first as a culture of doing things together. And last but not least, I believe on behalf of students, especially I'm currently the president of UIAM Student Union. I believe this is the opportunity for me to tell the truth and my honest view on how significant a union can be for our nation. When we talk about a population that have different mindset, different approach, and different people all together, and IUM only we have 20,000, for example, students. So how IUM can really approach and engage 20,000 of these students? Do rector need to go to each room by room, 20,000 rooms? I believe it's quite difficult, it's quite impossible. And the approach that we are trying to do here is that a union from students also is working as the total voices of students in overall. And this kind of unionship from students can really assist the university in terms of getting a significant approach in moving towards the direction of the university. University also should have the unionship. Office by office should have the clear mindset of common goal in doing things. And when unions become unions, and I believe even if student union can be established in the overall nations, student unions of national students, I believe it's become an easier approach on doing things from the perspective of from administration of Ministry of Higher Education into students at large, because the bureaucracy is too long as of now.
Too high, so exactly.
I believe we must limit it. We must give freedom and autonomy, and it's not something that bad. I believe this unionship is very much important on the way forward.
Thank you, Darwish. Now, the secretary is reminding me there's only like about 2 minutes left. I got just one important question, because last one before we close off. I'm so sorry for all the questions that comes out on that I'm supposed to give, but it's very interesting discussion, right? Now, Prof. Sabri and Dr. Hajar, just one quick one. Which platform do you give to the students to actually let you guys know? Do you have any kind of platform so that they'll be heard like this one, you hear Darwish said that is importance of union. When union has opinions, at which platform does, you know, the universities or the faculty, do they provide such platform in which to manage the students' proactiveness, basically? Is there such thing?
Right. Shall I answer? Because
yeah. Yes, Prof, please.
Yeah, we give all the platform to our students. Students are welcome, not welcome, invited in our Senate meetings, even Jatakuasa Yuran university meetings, and all other meetings, which HSP also we invite students to come, and any other meetings that especially related to the COVID. You know, student is part of the representative from student union, but I still felt that more engagement should be done with the student, as what being pointed out by Darwish. Yeah? And again, I shall end this from education, Malaysian Education Blueprint 2015-2025. So I read since the beginning, you know, the early years of my career. And there's all study by McKinsey on education to employment. Yeah? That shows that over 70% universities believe that they have adequately prepared students for the workplace. But in contrast, only 40% of employee and graduates believe students are adequately prepared for the workplace. And I think it's a reality. And then I think we should work towards that. A lot more things to be done to make sure that we produce the more success students.
Yeah, perhaps this is when you need, you know, students like Darwish or the representative of the students to be on board in order to look what is it that they want, you know. And Dr. Khadija, does Asia Business School has that kind of platform? A very quick one, because we really have to end this.
Yes, so I agree completely with Professor Sabri. We do have that student representatives. They come to even planning meetings. But of course, I'm speaking about something of a smaller scale. We don't have 20,000 students. So I would say two things. First, representative, a democratic leadership from the students, in which we hear the voices of the leaders of the students, but at the same time, the minorities' voices as well. So there is a lot of meeting style. So we try to listen from every angle, but I have to mention, this is a smaller school and we are able to do that. I'm sure there are different approaches for bigger universities like the UM and UIA. Second one would be get them in action. Get them projects, accountability, like Professor Sabri mentioned. We don't get commitment from the students because they're not attached to any currency. So it can be their co-curricular, they can be co-curricular, but they are somewhat given some sort of value or currency or grade, for lack of a better word. Give them that kind of commitment and accountability that they can answer back to us. Then they get into action. Then they are responsible for whatever performance and delivery that they would do. At least that's the model that has been working for us.
Thank you, Dr. Khadija. Now, I think the key word here, like Darwish was mentioning, sorry, Darwish, I have to use your word, which is language. The academics have to talk the same language as the students in order to ensure the student success. And of course, the language comes in your communication, it comes in the understanding. So we need to have that common language that is inclusive of not only the local students, but also the international students. So I have to thank you to all my fellow panelists. You guys have been great. All right. So I shall pass this back to the Madam Sharizat. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Yash, Dr. Khadija, Prof. Sabri, and Brother Darwish. To me, this is such an enlightening session, vibrant presentation from all the panelists. My take from the discussion is very simple. It's all about self-reliance, about one's own resources and willpower. You have to go parallel with the effort and endeavor done or given by the higher education institution to ensure success of the students. And of course, we have to talk in their language. We have to talk like how they talk to each other. Then only success will come forward. Yeah. All right. So thank you very much once again. Very, very interesting topic and discussion just now we have had. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our last AM session. Yeah. Associate Professor Dr. Eugene T. From the Department of Psychology, Health University, will talk to all of us on emotionally intelligent leadership that empowers, moves culture, and creates engagement. But before I pass the platform to Dr. T, let me read through his brief biodata. So Associate Professor Dr. Eugene T is an Associate Professor and Research Coordinator at the Department of Psychology, Health University. He teaches and conducts research in the field of emotions. His research work has been featured in academic books and journals, including the Leadership Quarterly, Asian Journal of Social Psychology, and International Journal of Psychology. Dr. T has presented his work both locally and internationally in scientific conferences on topics related to emotions, emotional intelligence, and positive psychology. He also has been featured on BFM's The Big Picture, Daily Digest, and Enterprise Biz Bites, and appeared in print media such as New Six Times, The Edge, The Star, Sinchi Daily, and Malaysia Tatler. Dr. T has conducted emotion training for numerous organizations, including JP Morgan, the New Zealand High Commission, B-Bron, Lazada, YTL Group, Great Eastern Life, Petronas, MSIG, PPB Group, and World Vision. He is a member of the International Society for Research on Emotion, Asian Association for Social Psychology, Academy of Management, and the International Positive Psychology Association. Dr. T is the founder of Emotivity, pardon me, a web portal featuring research on emotions and resources on developing emotional intelligence. He is the author of 3 books, the latest being The Science of Feelings. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Eugene T. Over to you.
And Shahrizad, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. And this is the final AM session, as I was told by the MC. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you to the Ministry of Higher Education. Thank you to the International Islamic University of Malaysia, AKEPT, for organizing what proves to be so far a really fruitful and meaningful event. So what I'm going to do today is essentially, within the next 45 minutes or so, introduce concepts of emotional intelligence. And it's a form of leadership, I firmly believe. And it's not just the scientific evidence, but my own personal experiences as well. It tells me that when done right, when implemented properly and effectively, emotional intelligence and emotionally intelligent leaders can indeed empower minds, change hearts, moves culture towards a more proactive, inclusive, safe environment for work, for engagement between lecturers, students, all levels of a higher education institution. And of course, what we mean by emotionally intelligent leadership is that it also engages, and it's not just an engagement, I believe, between the university staff with the students, but also between higher education with broader societal concerns. I think there's no better time than the present to actually stress the importance of academia and what academics can do, what higher education institutions can do to foster the change that we want to see in our society. If the past 2 years have taught us anything, is that we are dearly, dearly in need of more emotionally intelligent leadership. So with that on the note, let's proceed to the next slide. And I'll give you an overview of what we'll be covering today. I promise to make it short. I promise to make it snappy. I know the human mind works at a point where if you summarize it by saying, here are 5 things you need to highlight, here's a couple of key points about this particular topic, it tends to sit better in your heads and in your memories, at least for the short term. I'll start off first by talking to you about emotional intelligence and why there is good science behind it, the state of the evidence of this skill, of this character concept that we call emotional intelligence. I'm also going to just very quickly within the next 2 minutes after that, tell you why emotional intelligence is more necessary than ever. And this is in the context of the changing environments that we are in. Again, the past 2 years have really called for, have really highlighted exemplars of the kinds of leaders that we want, both in society and also in institutions of higher learning. The bulk of the session, this last AM session for this afternoon, right, just past the morning, just past noon, will be on the talking points that I think many of you would have access to on your brochures, the talking points on, how do we implement, how do we incorporate emotionally intelligent leadership? How do we train? How do we measure? How do we assess the effectiveness of emotional intelligence training for the benefit of higher educational institutions. I'll wrap up, I'll summarize, and I'll give you some talking points, right? Additional talking points, right? This would be your homework, maybe food for thought. It's the best description for the 5 tips for how you might want to apply emotional intelligence for these really interesting times. Next slide, please. So we'll start off first with the state of the evidence, and some of you might be still skeptical. You might have heard of, debates, discussions, or maybe even controversies surrounding this term emotional intelligence. So let's start off first with pinning down what we mean when we say emotional intelligence. It is an ability. I stress the word ability here because there's some misconceptions that tell us that you're either born with or you're born without emotional intelligence. I would say that it is an ability. The evidence tells us that it is an ability that can be developed. Specifically, the ability to be self-aware, to be able to monitor, understand one's emotions, to be able to distinguish between whether I'm feeling frightened or anxious, whether I'm feeling frustrated or angry. I know we're talking about linguistic differences here, but the emotionally aware individual can tell the difference between them. But it's not just about you. Emotional intelligence is not going to be an effective skill unless we make it work for us to enhance our relationships, to better empathize with others, to be a better instructor, be a better parent, be a better friend, be a better spouse. All that is also shaped by emotional intelligence abilities. And what do we do with that information? What do we do with that skill? We make it for emotionally intelligent leadership. We use it towards prompting beneficial, productive, proactive, positive change in our institutions and to our society. And on the next point there, if you could just click on that. There we go. Thank you. Arguably, I think the most important for this session here today is the understanding that there is proof. There is sufficient proof. There is enough scientific evidence from meta-analyses. And meta-analysis is simply, in my view, a fancier term for let's compile all the studies that have done, examinations of emotional intelligence and all these outcomes. And what do we find? There is strong, consistent support for emotional intelligence benefiting job performance, transformational styles of leadership that really provokes, incites, causes the positive changes that we want to see in our environments. Emotionally intelligent leadership also enhances job satisfaction and empowers employees, staff of all levels in the organization so that they also feel a lot more engaged and committed to their work. And I think the more interesting, if you really get down to the details, the benefits of emotional intelligence also show up when we use health markers, physical, mental, psychosomatic cues of our health. They also benefit when we develop this ability to better understand and manage our emotions. The final point for the slide here essentially tells us, if I could get the final point on the screen, please. Thank you. And the final point really on the slide is to tell us that it is a skill. It is a skill that can be developed, but rather than distinguish it as, hard skill, soft skill, maybe you're thinking of this more of a soft skill. I would think that emotional intelligence is a cognitive ability that builds character. Some recent evidence tells us that it's also important for leadership of higher educational institution. Thank you. Next slide, please. It almost sounds like I'm going to be preaching to the choir, right, when I'm presenting this slide, but let's make no doubt about it. There is no doubt that emotional intelligence is important, but if you do a search for some of the more recent reports, and the first point that I want to present to you on screen there is essentially reports saying that, well, as we're moving into an automation-heavy world, we're looking into smart machines, machine learning, artificial intelligence, then we also need to understand the language of machines. So over here at Help University, for instance, we do incorporate big data, analytics for psychology into our module. This was part of a course revamp, a curriculum review exercise that we had within the past 3 or 4 years. And it's being in the phase of being rolled out right now. So no surprises. I'm not here to discount the importance that we still need to train our students to help them cultivate analytical thinking, innovation, active learning, being proactive, being excellent problem solvers. And in a world, you've heard this 4-letter acronym so many times, VUCA, right? Complex problem solving is another ability that we would like. But that's not all there is to it, because if you look at the next couple of points on the slides here, essentially telling us that EI is essential. And you're looking at the screen right now and you're thinking, but it's only the 11th most important skill. So why keep going on about the importance of EI? Well, I'll tell you why, ladies and gentlemen, because you will find that there are links between emotional intelligence with creativity and originality, leadership, which we'll be focusing on today, and social influence. Emotionally intelligent individual weather the storms of their life a lot better. They have greater stress tolerance. They're more flexible. They're more adaptive. They make better use of skills to help them navigate the treacherous crisis that we have so often experienced and observed over the past 2 years. There are also links between emotionally intelligent leaders and their ability to persuade, to negotiate. And now, if you think about it, leadership is a process of change. And you're not going to change individuals just by convincing or appealing just simply to their logic. You need to appeal to their hearts as well. The emotionally intelligent leader is someone who characterizes all these abilities. They're able to be flexible depending on what the situation calls for them. They can understand, they can empathize, and the route towards influencing others is not just through logic, data, hard, cold facts, but also through their feelings. The final point I just want to wrap up here is to say that we don't have to distinguish. We don't have to say you either learn the hard skills or you learn the soft skills. The final point, please, on the slide, essentially tells us that you can incorporate the use of artificial intelligence to help yourself, your team, your higher education institution enhance their emotional intelligence. I like this quote often attributed to Jack Ma. We're not supposed to, we should not rather, just train our children, our students, our undergraduates, postgraduates to be more like machines. In fact, the way technology is progressing, we're teaching our machines, our intelligence systems, to be more human-like. They've not quite been able to grasp or replicate what it means to be genuinely empathetic. And I think that's one keyword that I want to highlight as we move on in the remainder of the session. Thank you. Onward to the next slide. And here are really the key talking points that I want to address. I want to address each in fairly enough detail. Maybe this will give you enough time to maybe reflect on your current practices in organizations, in your higher education institution. I'll be sharing some of my experiences as well, not on a more critical note, but my observations of what has happened, what has transpired given the lockdown, given the COVID-19 crisis over the past, was it 2? I can't remember. I think it's close to about 3 years right now. So the first question that I was really presented and needed to address is, what is meant by emotionally intelligent leadership? Because you were introduced to what emotional intelligence actually is. And I think part of the answer is already presented as part of the session's title, right? It's leadership that empowers, moves culture, creates engagement. So I think that at its most fundamental level, leadership is about prompting social collective change, hopefully for the positive. We know of leadership, even emotionally intelligent leadership, that has led to disastrous outcomes, maybe even unethical outcomes. So I'd say an emotionally intelligent leader would be able to invoke such change across, and this is important, across different levels of the organization. So this includes individual level motivation, engaging with workers, listening to them, empathizing with them. So this results in them shaping job attitudes, satisfaction, commitment, engagement, even passion and meaning for their work, inspiring proactivity. But you want to move beyond just the individual level, because emotionally intelligent leaders also at the group, organizational, cultural level, what they can do is to enact, create cultures that are not just safe, but they're really, really growth oriented. And onward to the next question, I think it's a question about how do we get someone to be emotionally intelligent? Like I said, it's not a be all and end all. It's not that you're born with or without it as an emotional intelligence. And I'm going to fall back here a little bit on the academic research on the past 3 decades or so. And the initial stages of emotional intelligence research has been a little bit sketchy, met with mixed results. The term was popularized so much more before the evidence caught up to it. And really, it's only been within the past couple of decades or so. In fact, recently, a couple of publications in about 2 or 3 years ago, that the practice has caught up with, sorry, the evidence rather has caught up with the practice on how to train an individual to be higher on this ability. So with that in mind, one approach would simply be to formal organizational interventions. Tends to be applied towards individuals who raise their hand to the management, senior management of the universities and say, I'm stressed, I'm looking for ways to improve my resilience, manage stress, to prevent or buffer against the effects of burnout. But I would like to say that recently, and rather optimistically, the training has also expanded not just to individuals who are in what we call high emotional labor jobs. So these are nurses, front care workers, frontline workers, policemen, right? But also to academic staff. Not to say that academic staff are less stressed, but you get my drift, isn't it? They're on the front lines, but if you compare between the kinds of emotion work that are required of nurses, policemen, emergency service workers, they're in different category altogether. So what the recent evidence tells us is that these formal organization interventions do work, right? But you just have to be careful because the story does not quite end there. You want emotional intelligence training that captures all the 4 main branches of what it means to be emotionally intelligent. I'll cover this in a bit more detail, but essentially it's being aware of your emotions, being aware of other emotions, knowing how to manage your emotions, and knowing how to use emotions to benefit yourself and your relationship. So any training that only focuses on one is really just giving you just 1 out of 4 characteristics of what it means to be holistically or emotionally intelligent. And just to pique your curiosity as well, there are some studies that tell us that even indirect ways of cultivating emotional intelligence, they do work. So I'm talking about musical or even art training. I go back to one study that tells us that if you train individuals to just pay attention to the emotional tone of music, or you get them to build on their emotional vocabulary when they're describing a work of art, that is also shown to actually be beneficial in cultivating at least one of the sub-skills of emotional intelligence. That's the identification. I now have a broader vocabulary or category for what I mean when I say that I'm feeling this emotion, right? We can move on to the third question. I think it's a question on, yeah, there we go. So it's a question on what higher education institutions can do to have more emotionally intelligent academics and students. And I think really, and some of the points I'm going to share here might be a little bit controversial. Maybe you might dispute or maybe debate this with me, but I think we need to start with a recognition of the core values of what academia actually is, what higher education institutions, their role in society, the broader societal impact that it has, institutions of higher education, right? I think for the past, again, going back to 2.5, 3 years right now under lockdown, we see the need for clear, succinct science communication. We need advocates to voice up against misinformation, false cures, pseudoscience, right? In the area of, in my domain of psychology as well, I've had countless, students send me emails saying that, look, is this an approach or is this a therapy that I should sign up for that's going to be beneficial against, in helping me with my mental health concerns right now? And so many false cures out there, so many misinformed individuals, not through any of the fault of their own. So I've been in academia for the entirety of my still fairly early career, about 12 years or so, but I can say from experience and from my observation that there's always this immense focus on results, test results, if you're a student, right? In the case amongst academics like yourself, myself, right? A push for publications. We're chasing not that high distinction grade, right? That the students are chasing, but we're chasing higher, say, H indexes, or maybe for our institutions, a high QS, ranking. So if I can be so bold as to propose a shift almost, and maybe this is incorporated in part of many of your institutions as well, a shift in academia's ideals as an institution that really aims to build men and women of character. Emotional intelligence has a more old-fashioned word, Daniel Goleman used to say, and the more old-fashioned word for emotional intelligence is simply character. So I think it's really, in the largest scheme of things, right, to create a fairer, more tolerant, inclusive, progressive society. And all that comes from, because we are so much swayed by our emotions, right? To understand what it is that each or one of us are feeling, why are we feeling that way? What is this emotion prompting us to do? How can we use emotion to spur or to encourage positive societal change, how do we build a more tolerant society? So all these skills are housed under, we talked about it just as previous slide, right? Ways in which we can learn to empathize, ways in which we can learn to accept a different point of view. You may completely disagree with what I'm saying here, but you would still hold true to the fact that I would defend to the end what you have to say and your right to say it. So going back to French philosopher Voltaire, for instance. So I think it's really that role that academia needs to play, right? To bridge that boundary almost between theory and practice, between academia and industry. And I like to maybe think that I coined this term, maybe I didn't, but really to look beyond the ivory tower and to see, and maybe even right down to say publishing, right? Publishing work that maybe not necessarily what the journals want, but what society needs. So publish what and conduct research, which is beneficial for the advancement and the betterment of society rather than the one that's really extrinsically driven to add to your publication record. I'm not saying that you should not publish. I'm saying that we might want to think about a shift given the changes that we've experienced within the past couple of years, right? I'll end here. I think this is a fascinating topic which we could spend an entire hour talking, but really think about, role modeling, academics, administrative staff, the institution. What kind of environment do you want to create? What kind of emotionally intelligent, safe, productive, efficient, caring, inclusive society? There's no one simple answer to that, but hopefully I've gotten you to think a little bit more about using and applying emotional intelligence for your institution. Okay, I think we can move on to the next question. I spent quite a fair bit of time in that first one. I think I heard from the previous session a question about testing any tool, excuse me, to evaluate leaders to see how emotionally intelligent they are. Indeed, there are several tools for assessing EI and certain psychometric instruments as well. But most EI measures, very broadly speaking, you're either capturing EI as on the basis of self-report or more so-called objective tests, right? So there are right or wrong answers to that. At least one review also tells us though, and this is, buyer beware, caveat emptor. If you're gonna be using a lot of self-report measures, then you also have to account for the fact that people tend to inflate their scores on emotional intelligence. I'll share with you a personal experience as well, that one of the red flags that go up whenever people say that their emotional intelligence is essentially the statement that I'm a highly emotionally intelligent individual. Statistics reports, there's even one study I can point you to that tells us that the individuals who claim themselves to be most emotionally intelligent are oftentimes overestimating. And not to say that they're completely devoid from of emotional intelligence as an ability, but they tend to overstate that. So just bear in mind that self-reports do have this concern about them. So there are also self-reports, ability-based measures that tend to be a little bit more objective, right? So I can think of the Myers-Solovey-Caruso, and that's a paid test, so you'll need to invest a little bit if you're going to make use of that test. The short for it is MESCEIT, M-S-C, it almost sounds like mosquito, M-S-C-E-I-T. And another one that's been developed by researchers in Hong Kong is called the Wong and Law Emotional Intelligence Scale, WLEIS. But again, note of caution, we tend to find inflated scores on self-reports because, simply put, no one likes to be labeled as emotionally unintelligent. So in fact, like I said, there is this, what we call the Dunning-Kruger effect. The more uninformed, the more unskilled you are, the more you think that you are skilled and informed. I would say, as to, just to wrap up this section here, that you should also consider, if you're going to use self-reports, then to balance that up as well in your organization with 360-degree evaluations, right? It's a fun little start activity that I run sometimes for my training, get people to report their own emotional intelligence. And then I say, okay, now you're going to do the same for the friend of yours, pair up working groups, right? And many times people are a little bit sheepish because they know, right? They start to realize that maybe I'm not quite as emotionally intelligent as I make myself out to be. I see a couple of questions coming in already. I would like to set aside enough time to address as many questions as possible. So if we could move on to the next question, the actual, I think it's, the effects. So I think while making this response very quick, right? The field initially returned mixed results. There are overstated claims, inflated scores of emotional intelligence, but there is now, thankfully, enough evidence to suggest and to show scientifically that EI as an ability is a factor that does lead to desirable organizational outcomes. I think it was on the previous slides that I mentioned a whole range of positive outcomes, desirable outcomes that are associated with an elevated level of EI. Now, of course, I'm also going to qualify that by saying that we need to consider other factors. We need to balance that in light of, say, the industry people are in, the extent to which management is supportive or exemplifies themselves, emotionally intelligent leadership. So I'm not here to say that only EI matters and only emotional intelligence is the X factor in organizations, but I'll just sum up by saying that we have reason to be confident and optimistic, at least, that it plays a consistently important role in higher education and, more generally, organizations' effectiveness. Okay, we'll move on to the next question. I think we're making good for time. Now, I was actually asked this, and when I looked at the hashtag, Kementerian Pekerjaan Tinggi Prihatin, right? When I think about Prihatin, Google Translate does a terrible job of translating Prihatin because it simply means concern. I don't think that's all there is to it. So I'm going to spend a bit more time here, and I hope you're just following through alongside with what I'm going to share with you, because I was asked, can emotional intelligence be embedded into a strategic plan? And then we have hashtags, so beyond just saying, engaging corporately, corporate social responsibility, during the pandemic, during the flood, being, attentive, empathetic, right? During the flood, during a catastrophe, what else can we do? So I had a thought about this as well, and I'll say that, first of all, given the weight of the evidence, of the importance of EI, and its applicability, importantly, I would say applicability across organization contexts, that it is important. I think it will be useful to embed this ability in some shape or form. And I'd also like to stress that, because EI has been shown to be important in creating effective transformational leadership behaviors, there's really no time like the present, right? Strike while the iron is hot. The novelty, the change, the upheaval experience in our industry and beyond that as well in the past couple of years really does call out for it. It's a call, almost a cry for help, I would say, for emotionally intelligent leaders. One way to do this is really, I would say, just to get into the roots of it all. Exemplary leadership role modeling. What do you mean? What do you want out of your leaders in terms of emotionally intelligent leadership? Is it the creation of a safe work environment? Is it an environment which really allows for autonomy, flexibility, kindness, compassion? What kinds of values do you want to embody? Do you want to see embodied by your leaders? So establishing norms and conducts of behaviors, this might even go back into codes of conduct. It could be part of higher education institutions, learning outcomes. I'll share with you as well, as part of the curriculum revamp, we wanted not just our students to be informed. We didn't want at Help University our students just to be knowledgeable about the area, but we wanted them to be men and women of character. Right, to go beyond emotional intelligence, right? The root of it all, you would realize, is emotional intelligence. But what can we do then to foster or to cultivate the growth of individuals, right? So that their understanding of theirs and others' emotions, their management of theirs and others' emotions really does provide a societal benefit. And for that, really, we introduce them to skills that are related to emotional intelligence. We talked about grit, we talked about resilience, we talked about creativity, we talked about learning how to be optimistic, tempering, all the catastrophic news that people have actually heard over the past couple of years, right? With news of why, with a reinterpretation of the reality that we're in. We're not deluding ourselves, but is there a silver lining to this? We cultivated that, right? We cultivated those skills in our students to tell them that there's a hopeful, more optimistic way of encouraging this, right? And in the leadership department, in terms of leadership as well, we made suggestions, right? Here's what leaders should do. We studied exemplars of emotionally intelligent leadership. Jacinda Ardern comes up quite a fair bit, right, in our discussions. But we also see other corporate leaders. We've seen examples of good leadership versus bad leadership, emotionally intelligent versus emotionally unintelligent leadership, using case studies as part of our curriculum. We've also shared that with members of management as well, right? We've created open environments enough for us to actually voice our concerns. Not all of them, of course, were heard or taken in all seriousness, but that's just the state of how things are actually, given that everyone is in survival mode at the moment. We've also rolled out support systems and services, right? counseling and clinical psychology unit has been providing all of this, right? So you want to see those changes take place from the top to trickle down to say, and for everyone who's affected by those changes to actually know that this is an organization that is aware of our concerns, is truly well and truly aware of our plights. They've heard us, they've listened to us, and they've responded accordingly. Right. So you mentioned care, and I wanted to just bring up this tagline over here, KPT Prihatin, right? And I think this is really, spot on. One of the main areas of emotional intelligence that deserves mention, and that is one of empathy. Now, empathy is not the same as sympathy. I really strongly believe that people know the difference when they are genuinely concerned for you or when you are really faking it. I've observed and heard also reports of organizations, right, that try to force upon, right, feigned empathy, forced empathy. And the worst way, the worst way to actually do this is to tell others how they should feel. You should not feel bad that you have to work longer hours. We all have to suffer during this time. You should be, this is the worst one I've heard, you should be grateful that you still have a job. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot empathize genuinely with someone by telling them how they should feel. This is why we've seen over the past 2 years a disconnect at times when it comes to leadership. When leaders try to reach out, when they try to connect with their followers, the followers are just essentially saying they can't put it down to academic terms or scientific language. Why should they? But they're just simply, I think the words they use, the phrases that they use are quite telling. The leader just doesn't get it. The leaders just simply are out of touch. A lack of an empathic connection and lack of an empathic concern between the people that you're referring to also tells me, and it's a very, very strong red flag here almost, right, that this person is not connecting emotionally with the other person. Bluntly speaking, I think talk without action is cheap. So action mode time, right? I think to really connect emotionally, genuinely, empathically with another, right? In institutions, be it private or public, we need to fully understand those that we are intending to assist. I get it, right? No act of altruism, no act of selflessness is, strictly speaking, purely selfless, but we would be better moved by empathic leadership and acts of, I would say, once you've felt what the other individual is actually feeling, what the people who are suffering are feeling, that moves you towards an act of compassion. They do two things: address the root of the concerns, and they're not, and this is the harder bit to do, right? Not personally, institutionally, or politically motivated. One prime example from my observation is a series of town halls that were actually run by different institutions. And the reason why those town halls often fail, if you notice from the conversation, when staff are raising their hands, they're raising up their concerns. Yes, but it's difficult. We're lacking time. We're lacking infrastructure. Just because we're at home, many of us are discussing, move back to work policies recently. But during that time, it was a concern between balancing what the demands hold for me at home versus my professional obligations as I'm running classes, say, through the screen. Now, in town halls, in conversations with management that don't work out well, you find one common theme, you can find one common thread, and that's essentially that the people that are listening, they are listening not to understand, but to respond. So have a think about when you're trying to genuinely empathize with the other, whether you're just ready to pounce back, to reply, to respond to what it is that's being said to you, or whether you're genuinely listening with the interest of, with the want to, with the will to, right? And many of us think about, what the other person is saying, and we think about a snappy response immediately. But to bite that tongue and to listen in the interest of understanding, only then can you then proceed towards a genuine empathetic connection with the other individual. Easier said than done, but of course, there's certain training, there's certain even empathy, communication skills training that can be taken up in order to build this skill. I think just to add on one final point here, it just crossed my mind that maybe those of you who are in positions of authority, this ongoing discussion, and certainly one that we're also having here at our institution, is a move back to the office, right? So all the discussion about hybrid work, all the discussion about allowing autonomy, but also balancing autonomy with accountability. That's a major, major talking point with a lot of institutions at the moment. So I would say if you were to apply emotional intelligence to this, right, as a form of effective leadership, you want to hear the concerns, the genuine concerns that people actually have. Do you then allow for, flexibility depending on demographics, depending on the worker's background, depending on their teaching load? A lot of factors. There's no one size fits all response to this. And I would suspect that any one size fits all solution, or you assume that one size fits all, is going to come across as not only ineffective, but also not empathic, not empathetic enough to your stakeholders or the people who are going to be affected by those new, hybrid or lack of hybrid, fully back to the office policies that you introduce. We'll finish up here. I think that's a good another 5 minutes for me to cap off with the 5 tips. So if we could have the last question, I think it's also a question that was in the chat. I think I spied it just a while ago. What kinds of trainings? Well, there are numerous emotional intelligence trainings available on the market, but if you go shopping for one, my recommendation is you find the best, the most effective is going to be the ones that address all the 4 sub-skills of emotional intelligence. And once again, for clarity and for your interest, we have 4 facets. That's self-awareness, that's number 1. Number 2, that's self-management, right? So again, aware of yourself, but also, right, being able to manage those emotions. The third branch is social awareness. And this is where empathy comes in, right? This is where you meaningfully connect emotionally. You're not just hearing the words, you're hearing the feelings behind the words. And relationship management being the 4th and last one. And this is the 4 skills, once again, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. The last branch there relates to how you use emotional intelligence for being an effective influence, being a better coach, being a better mentor. So look for training that encourages individuals as a whole across all these 4 to be more mindful, more reflective, more self-aware of the emotions, encourages them to be able to, use the right approaches, right tools to cultivate their resilience and their ability to weather the storms of life. The training should also foster awareness and empathy for others' emotions. So easy to say that I would not feel the way you do. What gives you the right to actually say that? Those emotions are not yours, right? So fostering awareness and empathy for another person's emotions, it really goes beyond. I understand where you're coming from. And from that point to, I understand to the best of my ability what you feel when you're telling me about this, right? And last but not least, that relationship management component there allows, say, if you're in business of training, developing a staff, you're seen as a mentor, you're seen as an influence, or you want to be that positive influence, then emotional intelligence can certainly help you be that better mentor or that better coach. I think time is ticking down. I think this is a great time for us to just move to the 5 tips, 5 practical tips, right? And hopefully this addresses some of the questions that you may have. If we could have the overview on the next slide, please. Spent quite a fair bit of time on the slides. And so 5 tips for applying emotional intelligence for interesting times. And magic wand, just the 5 tips on screen right now. Well, that's an overview. First, set the tone for what you mean by emotionally intelligent leadership. I think it's good. We can actually move on to the next slide. Thank you. Right, so it's an overview. You all have a copy of the slides. Considerable evidence tells us that you're not affecting just one individual. If you want to be that positive, emotionally intelligent influence, think about the repercussions of your leadership across multiple levels. How you manage someone, coach someone, it's going to be very different from how you manage the emotional climate of your team, for instance, when there are many competing interests. And so another major task for those of you who want to influence or to invoke change across different levels is to find ways to craft a culture. What do you want to see in a culture? Is it inclusivity that's going to make the most? Is it trustworthiness that's going to be the standout feature of your culture? All that can be traced back to emotionally intelligent leadership and approaches, right, that are based on the skills that I covered. And there's a couple of points there just to get you thinking a little bit more. And there's evidence to tell us that you as a leader set the tone. You know what it is that you want to see, be the change you want to incite for your organizations. Appropriate emotions, as we've seen on research on emotional dynamicism, right? Flexible leaders, adaptive leaders, leaders who resonate that sense of change, who don't just kick back, right? arms crossed on their comfy chairs, legs up on the desk, saying that, here's what I've told you to do, go ahead and do it. The leader moves along with, feels along with, effectively role models the changes they want to see in those that they influence. So do you role model the right kinds of emotions? These emotions can help you resonate, connect better, empathize better with individuals who are going to be affected by that change. Next point, point number 2, on the next slide, is essentially to just also know that as a leader, you are judged in terms of your authenticity. I know what some of you might be thinking, well, if I, just resonate with, if I just show the emotions that are expected of me, that's going to be fine. But people can tell the difference between authentic, sincere, appropriate emotions than others. Use that to your benefit. We have seen that there's no disentangling, the effects of transformational leadership. Change only moves forward from leaders when they convey emotionally in an emotionally intelligent manner, emotions such as compassion, gratitude, inspiration, or we talk so much about the negative emotions. We talk about the domineering boss. We talk about the boss that says that if you don't do this, I'll threaten you. Right? Very compliance-oriented bosses, but to prompt change, emotions are needed. And these positive, pleasant emotions are the bedrock of what we call transformational leadership. Now, just a word of caution, right? Buyer beware again. Look out for the dark side of charisma. I'm not sure if charismatic leadership is something that is a main issue, main talking point for all the transformative efforts that you're engaging in. But there is enough evidence to tell us that there is, might be very strange for you to hear, there is a dark side to charisma. There is also a dark side to emotional intelligence, right? Do you make time? My question to you is, do you make time to be genuinely compassionate to others' development? Do you walk the talk? And it really builds on to the next point here when we think about emotions, right? So on the next slide, and tip number 3 is essentially, does your environment create does your leadership rather create that environment that embodies feelings of trust, safety, growth, change, a positive pivot, if you will, right? As one of my managers likes to use, positive pivot towards this new normal. Where does that come from? Well, it comes from engendered feelings of trust and safety. Trust, if you think about it, it's not an emotion. Some people think it's an emotion, but one component of trust, right, is a very emotional component. You trust someone because they are competent. No problem there. You have many leaders of higher education institutions who are there by virtue of their expertise, their talents, and they're also there because by virtue of their consistency, consistent performer. You know who they are, right? You know what they stand for, the values that they embody, but do they really care to be there? It might be a harsh question, but I'm going to stress this simply because trust is really shaped by how compassionate you feel the other person is towards your wants, your needs. Trust, right, comprises these 3 components, but of the 3, it is the compassion pillar that we find to be the most important. Do your followers trust your compassion? Do they think that you have their best interest in mind? Do they want to be led by you? Are you seen to be doing it more for yourself than for others? It might seem that as a leader, you're in the apex, if you will, right, the top of the organizational hierarchy, but because leadership entails within itself, right, as part of the definition, change, positive societal change, you are also there to serve, hopefully, I keep my fingers crossed for you, a greater societal institutional good. Short-term threats can be great, right? I'm not saying that you should not call on the staff to toe the line at times, right? Sometimes you need that forcefulness in their leadership. But if you want long-term change, long-term embodied, committed change, that comes from a different place and comes from a different environment, a trustworthy, growth-oriented, safe climate. Let's move on to the second to last point. Tip number 4, I know what you're saying, right? And this really just builds on the previous point there. I think we can move on. We can just release all the points there. One common misconception, I want you to get you to think about this, is that emotional intelligence is about being nice all the time. No, it's not, right? It might sound really stern for me to say this, but I'm actually quite adamant, right? When people say, yeah, if I become an emotionally intelligent leader, I am nicer. But you don't want to discount the value that unpleasant emotions actually has. Case study, right? I've had leaders come up during moments of crisis. They express concern. They express empathy. They say that I'm worried, I'm fearful, I have elderly aged parents at home. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out, but I would seek out your input, your insights, your expertise to actually help us move along. Does that symbolize weakness? Does that tell me that the leader is incapable? No, that tells me the leader is human. So look through all the negative emotions that you might have thought about as negative. When we label something as negative, we think that that's not useful. It's something, as a leader, I have to keep a stiff upper lip, for instance. I cannot be shown to be displaying weakness. But you know what? The emotionally intelligent leader uses both positive and so-called negative emotions. I put them in quote marks there quite simply because it's in no way a value of the emotion. It's more that it is pleasant versus unpleasant. But negative emotions, what you call negative emotions, what I call unpleasant emotions, they can be beneficial in prompting change as well. It can be beneficial in the context of, say, crisis, that you express concern, that you are resonating the same emotions with that of the individuals that you attempt to influence. You think about anger, that's very disruptive. We don't want an angry workplace, but that is also an emotion that signals assertion, conviction. I've shared with you the leader who shared, news about when we were first moving into lockdown, right? That also is an expression of his foreseeable risk and danger, really concern, maybe not just for itself, but later when we thought about it, this is actually a concern for us as well, because it means that the shift towards an online learning mode is going to mean a lot more work for the staff, right? Sadness is also another seemingly negative emotion. We don't want to be sad all the time, but tell you what, if you hear someone tells you that emotional intelligence is about being nice and happy all the time, please encourage this person to get in touch with me, because then we'll have a really, really interesting conversation, I would say. But sadness, in the sense, acknowledges pain and suffering. You also want to know that the leader feels alongside what you feel. Emotionally intelligent leader is also emotionally agile, knows how to make use of a full range of emotions, not just the positive, not just, of course, the negative. And our final point as we close for today, I think we have a good 10 minutes before we finish up. And speaking with Dr. Yasrina just a while ago, in fact, yesterday, in fact, I think that might be a reminder that lunch is on the way, but also that my time is almost up. I'm just going to end on a note to get you to think, right? Are you providing the necessary pathways, opportunities for women to excel, to be a positive influence in your organization? I know, whoa, stop you there right now. What's wrong with the leadership that we have right now? Well, I'll tell you what, the evidence tells us that I think we undervalue, or we don't acknowledge enough the contributions that women can actually have in leadership positions. As this, maybe it's a Western thing, I don't know, but when you say, think of a leader image, as a picture in your mind, someone who's a leader. And ladies and gentlemen, you can think about it right now. Maybe the image that you have is of a strong male type leader. Nothing wrong with that, but this is a cognitive tendency that many of us have, and it's called the think leader, think male, right? Tendency, right? But meta-analysis, really remarkably, over the past couple of years, it tells us that it might be women who have that edge when it comes to transforming hearts, in addition to transforming minds, because women do tend to display, and if you actually coach them and to make use of their innate tendencies to show individualized consideration, care, concern, empathy, these are all areas and domains that women tend to have that edge in. Not to say that men don't have it. We know of empathetic, caring, kind, compassionate male leaders as well, but it would seem that on the basis of the evidence that we have, that women, this attribute to their leadership effectiveness, it comes a little bit more naturally to them. Of course, it all boils down to the motivation that the leaders have, right? Be it men or women, female leaders, if you coach them in enhancing the empathic ability, empathetic skills, listening skills, communication skills, you'll find that it also boils down to their motivation. Do they want to improve in that regard? All I'm saying is that if you provide enough opportunities, if you not have enough, I would say just a shout out to the leadership of my own department as well, led by women, and we've weathered most of the storms in and across the pandemic, right, really well, to the best of everyone's ability, right? It was a difficult time, but I'm fully appreciative of the leadership shown by the head of department and senior manager, right, of my department of psychology at HELP. So, tip of the hat to them. first-hand experience, first-hand accounts. So I'll leave you with that final thought over that. Enough opportunities, enough pathways. Are we coaching women in our organization to take on leadership positions? Let's finish up for today. I think we have 7 minutes to go. I'd like to keep some time for questions and answers. I think the next slide is essentially, if you could just move to, yeah, there we go. It's the thank you slide. So I wish you all the absolute best. I hope what I've shared with you today gives you enough food for thought to be able to use emotional intelligence to be a positive influence for those around you, for yourself, first of all, yes, but also for those around you, seeing as to how we are in these still uncertain yet really exciting times, both for education and in society in general. Thank you very much once again for your attention. So I think that might be my cue to actually address some of the questions and see if I can do some quick fire responses. Think on your feet, right? So if I'm okay to do that, right? No one's going to stop me, but if I am, just let me know, right? So first question, are there any tools that leaders and academics can use to be more emotionally intelligent? I would certainly say start with some of these self-assessments. You can just do a search for one. I tend to like the ones featured on the Harvard Business Review because they're linked with good science. So work by Daniel Goleman, for instance, work by the good folks at Yale University. So you could actually use that as a gauge, free to access learning materials, right? That can start the conversation on cultivating emotional intelligence for your team, for your organization. Any real life situation that you can describe that involves issues on empathy and how the leaders practice their emotional intelligence. So I think I shared a little bit about this. So at the onset of the pandemic, right, expressions of concern, expressions of worry, right? But there was a platform in this case, an environment and venue that was booked out for all staff to actually come together and raise any of the concerns that they would have in the move to the fully online mode. And we had this shared collective environment, right, where social distancing, obviously, right, where people were able to learn from, share from one another. They were also able to form alliances. So tightly knit groups, right? We have this good sense of collegiality at the Department of Psychology, but paired up with individuals that we are a lot more familiar with in terms of working style, and to say, okay, what are some of the main concerns that you would have in this particular subject on the running of tutorials, in the administration of quizzes, for the lab components, right, for this subject? What can we do to make the learning environment safe, even if we move that online? If it means even postponing the delivery of the lab session or of the tutorial, what can we do to make sure that people still feel connected to as part of the studies and in the delivery of the education, the education experience? Right, so just some. I think if you look through as well, you can see examples, even on video clips of leaders around the world. You can tell whether they're really genuinely empathetic or whether they can really connect with the grassroots, if you will, concerns of the people that they lead. Is there a generation gap between baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, alphas? Most management are from baby boomers and Gen X. How can one? This is a great question. I would say that this is a multifaceted question. It's got me thinking a fair bit because there's some evidence that tells us that the older you get, and just by virtue of accumulation of life experiences, you do become a lot more emotionally intelligent. But when you think about positions of power, when you think about positions where individuals have the capacity to influence, they're not necessarily at the grassroots level. They're not, at the ground floor, attending to the shop, right, or running the classes in academia, right? You'll find that with power, increases in power leads to, some studies tell us there's a diminishment in emotional intelligence. It's harder then for leaders, managers, right, in senior upper echelons of management to actually meaningfully, genuinely empathize with what it is that maybe the younger generation or those in the subordinates, their employees, their members of staff, what it is that they're actually experiencing. What skills are needed? I would just simplify that by saying that it is, that empathic concern, that empathic connection needs to be fostered, right? And I don't think there's any way better to actually do that than to, involve directly, if it's at all possible, right, senior members of management, however senior they may be, with the realities of what it means to run a classroom, to manage an academic department, to get them really to pay attention to and to listen first before offering judgment or offering suggestions. Question from the live chat: emotional intelligence is influenced by culture and family upbringing. How is it possible to change the leader? That's another great question. And this might be a question that is better suited for a developmental psychologist. I'm in industrial organizational psychology. My qualifications are in business management, right? But I would think, a recent article that was quite interested in was one on fighting, if that's the term, right? Identifying and fighting the ghosts, right? So because the roles that you play in family, whether you're the brain, right, or whether you're the joker of the family, or whether you're the mediator in between your parents, that all shapes, the extent to which you take to emotional intelligence. So I would say in some of the more interesting, I don't know of anything of the sort here in Malaysia, but at least in the US, there are actually executive coaching exercises, right, that get clients to be aware of the positions that they played, the roles that they had, the relationship that they had with their parents, and get them to see how this also affects how they themselves lead, whether it's a more, say, paternalistic style, father is always right, always, believe that senior management or management always, they can do no wrong. That also plays out in the workplace. I thought that was really fascinating, right? To just think about, how your family upbringing, your early life experiences shapes the kind of leader that you are. I'm not sure if I can attend to all the questions, so I can just pick maybe one more. Again, just going to open it up here, and subject to the approval of the organizers, right? You can copy and paste the questions I've not been able to address, and then I'll address them at a later time. But question 5, as almost everything is now online, how do we bridge the gap between students and faculty and management when it comes to EI? And how to better calculate the EI via virtual means? Another great question. You guys are really throwing out all the tough questions here, isn't it? But I would say that at least from my experience, between staff and students, I think students want to be heard. They want to feel that the lecturer is there. Look, online learning, online teaching in a emotional intelligent way is not just simply, here's a list of pre-recordings, go listen to your own free time. I'll answer any questions that you have over email. No, I certainly don't think anyone does that, isn't it? But during engaging online synchronous, what you call sessions, I think it's beneficial. And I think I found it really remarkable that I was able to use technology to engage with the students, to address them by names, their first names, say, hey, you know what, Eric has a great question there. Wingyan, you mentioned this about EI before. I want to pick up on that point. So really linking together, identifying the individual with the question that they ask. Between faculty and management, though, I think, no easy question, no easy answers to this. That's a really tough and challenging question. I might need to think about this a little bit more, but really in an open environment, in a virtual environment, I think at the very least, you want to make everyone's views feel heard. You want to acknowledge first, without judgment, what it is the other person is saying. You want to try your best to understand the position, where this other person is coming from, why they are raising questions such as this, and maybe do away with terms that sound what we call in recent evidence, right? Minor, what's the term? It just slipped my mind. It's not microaggression. Anyway, incivility. It's like minor incivilities, right? So anything that insinuates that this person's values or their way of thinking, their perspective is less valued than the other individuals. I think that needs to be managed a little bit more. I think we're going right down into the specifics, the micro level, right, of how to manage online interactions, especially when we're lacking face-to-face interactions. Again, there are lots of suggestions I can think of. Maybe it'll come to me in the shower. Most things often do when I'm taking a warm shower. But yes, I'll be happy to address this question in more detail as well. Question 4, along with the other questions that have come through. 10, 5, 3 minutes. I see I see the time ticking down already. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll have to leave it at that in respect of your lunchtime. But to the organizers, I'll be more than happy to address the questions that I was not able to answer. I think this is looking from question 5 all the way to question 11, right? So yeah, again, my apologies for not being able to address all the questions, but I'll be happy to provide a response to them. And I think that can go to maybe via email to Briefcase, but I'm going to pass the time back now to the organizers, right? Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Eugene. Somehow your presentation leads me to an insight that the listening skill is another skill other than communication skill that we need to really master to be a good leader in this era of pandemic, where we seldom have time to actually really sit down physically with the whole organization. Yeah. So ability to control the emotion, handling the tone of message, delivering so much to dig out in managing emotion. And it is also good to know it is okay to express negative emotions too. So thank you very much once again, Dr. Eugene, and looking forward to have a training with you in the future. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now valued participants, it is now 1:03 p.m. Local time, Malaysian time. Yeah. So we are looking to, we are going to have our lunch break, and we will be back at 2 p.m. local time, about one hour from now. So yeah, I think we are going to be back at 2 p.m. right? Yes. All right. Okay. So stay tuned and see you later. Enjoy your lunch for those in Malaysia. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming to the final part of our 2 days program, the Higher Education Leadership Summit, HEALS 2022, with the theme Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand, jointly organized by AKEPT and UIAM. Well, thanks to COVID-19 for making us apart, but urge us to work on the technology to connect us until we can still share and disseminate knowledge despite the effect of it. Before we really close the platform at the end of the day, just a few reminders to everyone. There are 19 virtual booths for you to visit, especially the public universities and polytechnics in Malaysia. The person in charge of each and every institution are there to chat with you. They are ready to connect with you, And this is the opportunity for you to virtually meet and greet those international office people and take this event to create and develop your network. There are also chances for all of you to discuss for further collaboration and exchange programs. Do not neglect this chance today, and of course until the end of the day. You can also share your business card or contact number in network room as well, and just browse the buttons at the bottom of the Summit Zoom platform home screen. Well, it is now 2:15 p.m. Let us now get back to the business. 2:15 p.m. local time, and our session will be building the post-COVID adaptive workplace in higher education, which will be handled by Madam Nur Aminah Kostor from IIUM as the moderator. Well, this is a live session still. We are not repeating yesterday's session. So Madam Aminah will be with us again as the moderator. And now let us welcome Madam Aminah. Welcome, Madam Aminah, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Shahrizat, our MC of today. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Respected audience and fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, very good afternoon, good morning or good night, wherever you are around the world, and salam sejahtera. Okay, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you to this afternoon session with the topic of building the post-COVID adaptive workplace in higher education. And actually, it's quite challenging when we have the session after the lunch hour here. And hope all participants and audience can stay awake and active. Okay, I'm Nur Aminah Kostor, your moderator for this session. Actually, we are very grateful for this session to have our two distinguished panelists from Dr. Lam Kipo from National University of Singapore. How are you, Prof?
I'm very well, thank you.
And Mr. Roy Matthew from Deloitte Consulting, United States of America. I think it's early morning over there in the state, Mr. Roy. So how do you do, Mr. Roy?
Good evening, good morning. Great to be with all of you today.
Okay. Again, as a reminder to all fellow audience, kindly write your question in the chat box so that I will just read it later for our discussion with the panelists. Okay. Before we begin our sharing session with both of them, because this session will be conducted in a dialogue format, allow me to introduce a little bit about their background. The details of their achievement can be referred to the agenda book. Professor Dr. Lam Kipo is an architect, educator, and researcher who specializes in computational design support system for total building, performance analysis, and building diagnostic. And I think he's also a director of the Center for Livable Cities Limited Singapore, Mr. Rod, and currently serves as management board member of the World First Building Standard, focused exclusively on human health and wellness. Currently, he is a provost chair, professor of architecture and built environment at National University of Singapore. He's also an emeritus professor of Carnegie Mellon University of the United States of America. And I think our second panelist, Mr. Roy Matthew, is a partner at Deloitte, and he leads National Higher Education Practice, which is the largest professional services practice in the world, serving colleges and universities. and he has more than 20 years of consulting and industry experience across both private and public sector client. And actually, currently he is a Deloitte National Higher Education Leader, United States of America, based in San Francisco, California. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yeah. So we have a very interesting topic this afternoon, actually, building post-COVID adaptive workplace in higher education. Before we go to our discussion with our distinguished panelists, yeah, allow me to have a brief introduction, yeah, on the topic. Actually, yeah, when we refer to the COVID, yeah, we never thought before, yeah, that COVID will live with us right now. So going back to December 2019, yeah, the world was shocked, yeah, when these cases, mysterious cases were detected, yeah, started in Wuhan, China, and this new coronavirus has disrupted world activities, yeah, including higher education sector. And the COVID-19 is the global pandemic that has created challenges and caused disruption across the higher education sector, affecting both academics and students. And the teaching and learning ecosystem has been impacted significantly by the rapid spread of the COVID-19, creating uncertainty regarding the implication for higher education. And we can see how university campuses were closed and face-to-face teaching and assessment had been shifted to online format. And this situation has forced higher education institutions to think how to deliver the services so that the productivity remains the same as before. As a result, higher education institutions had to look beyond the impacts of the COVID-19 in order to ensure the workforce and workplace are optimized. Some say single-use campus spaces will not work anymore for the next normal. Others have the opinion hybrid system is more effective and having flexible and multi-purpose facilities within the campus are better. But whatever it is, institutions have to continue their activities efficiently. So coming back to our topic this afternoon, yeah, building the post-COVID adaptive workplace in higher education. We would like to hear from our fellow panelists, Prof. Lam and Mr. Roy. Actually, what is really meant by adaptive workplace for academics and also students? Is there a difference? Because we know that adaptive workplace is referring to the workforce that is able to work from anywhere actually, and they are empowered actually to work from where they are most productive. Maybe can I open to Prof. Lam first to start the ball rolling?
Well, thank you, Madam Min. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's been a pleasure to participate in this. So I think, you know, as academic institutions, we have a very unique and special role in terms of not just reacting to situations that we confront as and when they occur, but always be able and willing to project forward, to look at, you know, and imagine changes that are going to take place in the future. I think that is incumbent on the nature and mission of all universities and academic institutions. And so for us, what we see today and what we are reacting today, we are able to imagine, you know, years ago, what it might be should things begin to change, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the nature of education. Pandemic will come and go, and then maybe there will be other waves. But I think the nature of education in itself is changing. And I think that's where we need to project. So I don't think it is going to be a choice for us not to adapt and not to create adaptable, flexible, hybrid college spaces for the future. It's not an option anymore, in my view. The question is, doing the new bill is, relatively speaking, easier. What do we do with all the existing buildings, the huge, you know, quantum of those? I think that's where the major challenge is. So that, I think, is going to be the real mission for all of us in this sector.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Lam. So we go to Mr. Roy. What is your opinion, or what is he really meant actually by adaptive workplace for academic and also student? Because we know you led many of Deloitte's largest higher education transformation program. Yeah, Mr. Roy.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. It's great to be with all of you today. This is a really important question because we're past the 2-year anniversary of the pandemic, and it's amazing how quickly time has flown. And we always have to start off by acknowledging how resilient the higher ed industry is, because over the last 2 years, it has been through more disruption and pain than the last few decades. And while it wasn't elegant, higher ed was able to continue operating, continue enrolling students, continue graduating students. Nobody wanted to be on Zoom University, but operations continued. So we have to realize that we're coming from a position of strength. However, the last 2 years have also been quite painful in terms of the student, the faculty experience, and just the staff experience from a university perspective. And so what we did is over the last 2 years, we looked at all of the learnings and best practices that came out of the pandemic to say, what does the future look like? Because we're all used to saying, return to normal. In fact, we should be saying, how do we return to better? I don't think we want to return to normal. We want to return to something that was better than what we were used to before. And so the adaptive workplace, from my perspective, it has 3 components. Number one, it provides employees the greatest flexibility to work from wherever they're productive. So that's number one. Number two, it has to empower them to do their best work. So they need to have a sense of fulfillment that they can do their best work. And the third one is, as the university, who's the employer, it has to deliver a better performance to the university as an employer. So these 3 components have to come together, and we have to figure out what is the design of the future workplace. And so when we say an adaptive workplace, how do we make it more fluid and flexible so that we can meet all these conditions and not just return to normal, but return to better than it was 2 years ago.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roy. Okay, just now, like Froblam mentioned that whatever is as academic institution, we have to project for the future. Yeah, doesn't matter there is pandemic or not. Yeah, because the nature of education itself, yeah, we have to change. And like Mr. Roy mentioned, yeah, the future of education, there must be the flexibility from the employer. And then we have to empower our staff, yeah, to do, to perform well and how actually to deliver their performance. Yeah? So, okay, we know, yeah, that Prof. Lam, NUS is a big university in Singapore, even in Asian, yeah, in Asian countries, with I think 17 faculties and school. And you have over 38,000 students. Yeah? So actually, what has been done by NUS and also maybe other universities in the world, yeah, in order to provide the safe workplace, yeah, due to this pandemic?
Okay. Yeah, obviously it's a challenge. As I say, NUS is huge. We have almost 300 buildings spread over 150 hectares of land. And buildings come in all shapes and sizes and serve different functions because, as you say, of the diversity of the educational needs, right? Ranging from architecture, studio-based, design-based, all the way to high-end, material science, and indeed a lot of research going on pertaining to the pandemic. So we face that really diverse range of needs and requirements. But we need to tackle them. I always believe that there are always going to be a set of fundamentals that, regardless of the building type and the function, the fundamental concepts need to be recognized and understood. And let me just highlight a couple of them to me, which are very, very important. I think when we talk about adaptable and flexible spaces, we refer to basically rearranging the rooms, creating more partitions, furniture layouts, etc., etc. But behind that, in order to service those new spatial configurations, we need the air conditioning systems in our part of the world, and in other parts of the world, the HVAC, both heating and cooling, to really be adapted at the same kind of comparison approach. Because if you simply adapt the spatial without changing, right, the mechanical and conditioning systems, you're going to create even more challenges and more problems. So an integrated approach to looking at the building and the spaces from the layouts to the mechanical systems is one common principle that we must highlight all the time. I can tell you many bizarre stories of where there is this disconnect. One story, for example, somebody decided to change one room into two because they needed an extra room, and they put a partition in between, and ended up one room only had the supply air and the other room only had the return air, because in that single room we used to have supply and return, but the configuration disturbed that and destroyed that. And so this is an example, right, in practice, where you do not pay attention to the supporting infrastructure and simply create spatial rearrangement is actually very, very problematic. So this is a principle that we need to bear in mind. Number two, obviously, we need to understand the needs of the function of the particular group or community, whether it's students or staff. In our case, let's take architecture, for example. The studio spaces are the core learning areas, and therefore the ability to reconfigure those spaces for this social distancing as well as small group teaching is going to be necessary in order to continue to support the design activities. So those are just principles that I like to really, really highlight. Pay attention to the actual needs, how they can be defined or redefined, and then making sure that the background infrastructure of new and existing buildings are adapted to support that activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Lam. Okay, going back to Mr. Roy, we know that you have led many of Deloitte's largest higher education transformation programs that span strategy, implementation, and operation. So, in your opinion, Mr. Roy, how will the future adaptive workplace look like, particularly for the higher education institution? Because we know we are used to have traditional classroom with tables, with chairs, with computer labs. Will this arrangement change due to the pandemic situation, Mr. Roy?
Yeah, it has. And I think when you look at what most of the universities, at least in the US, the UK, Canada, all of these countries, when they look at redesigning that classroom and redesigning the university experience, it comes down to three fundamental things. What does the work look like? What does the workforce look like? And what does the workplace look like? And those three are so connected. So we have to start with what is the work? So if you're a faculty member, you're teaching students in a classroom, or you may be doing research, or you may be doing grant writing and things like that. How has the pandemic impacted that, or how will the future of work impact that work? If you are a student, you come to the classroom, you listen to the professor, the instructor, right? So you have to define what the work is. Then you say, what does the workforce look like? Because there are certain jobs in a university where you can't do it remotely. You have to be on site every day. Like in the US, for example, about 60% of a typical university population can operate remotely or in a hybrid, which means 40% of the university population staff have to be on site. That's just the nature of the work. And so we have to really define what is the work for a faculty and a student and a staff member. What does the workforce look like? So for those 60% of jobs where you don't need a person to be there every day, you as the university now have a lot more flexibility in terms of hiring people who don't live in that city or who don't live in that region. You could actually get talent, very specialized talent, from other parts of the country or from other countries. So historically, we never had that flexibility. Everyone had to be in the same building Monday morning, or 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., whatever that may be. So now universities have a lot more flexibility to go find the right talent all over. If you're an employee, you now have so many more job opportunities to go work at universities that you may not be living next to. But because you have this ability for hybrid work or remote work, you have a lot more opportunities that opens up. And then that leads to the question of, what does the workplace look like? So if you have 1,000 employees, you don't need 1,000 offices or 1,000 cubes. How do you figure out how much space do you need, and how do you configure that space? So that's why the workforce, and the workplace, those are the three fundamental components that all universities are looking at right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roy. Actually, we have a question from our audience here. Yeah, maybe to Mr. Roy first. Yeah. In one of the point mentioned, in adaptive workplace, in re-architect existing workplace, can you give an example of this? This is one of the questions from our audience, specifically to Mr. Roy.
Yeah, there are many examples right now of leading universities re-architecting their workplace. So for example, if you are a faculty member at a university, before you would have your office as a faculty member, and you would have the classroom that you would go teach at. Today, a lot of the classrooms in these universities are being reconfigured, where you have cameras and a different type of projector, and connectivity to so many digital tools, so that the faculty member has the option to either run a class that is 100% in person or 100% remote, or a combination of students in the class and students also dialing in remotely. And for students who are dialing in remotely and concurrently learning about things, we have to make sure that they're engaged and they don't, get distracted, right? And so if you're a faculty member, that's an example of classroom reconfiguration where that workspace has changed. If you're a staff member, there's a lot more happening right now, where historically, if an IT department or HR department in a university had 100 workers or 200 workers, well, if 50 of them don't need to be there in person, they're shrinking the space. You can actually allow for more collaboration. So you're tearing down offices, you're building cubes, you're building collaborative workspaces, you're changing your work schedule so that not everybody's coming in on random days. You may say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, everyone work remotely. Tuesday, Thursday, everybody come on site. So we can actually build that sense of employee fulfillment and engagement. And so the workspace is being configured for those types of rotational schedules, right? So these are just a few examples of how universities are reconfiguring existing workspace to match schedules, how people come in, and how people do their work.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Okay, we know that due to the pandemic, higher education institutions have to think about the flexibility in terms of the workplace and the workforce. And Prof. Lam, so will the higher education workplace be different in the future? This is actually one of the questions from the audience, because if one does not have to be at the office, like NUS is a very big university, we can say. So if one does not have to be at the office all the time, how can actually the space can be used? Of course, when we give the flexibility, we will have more spaces are not going to be used. So what is your opinion, Prof. Lam?
Yes, this is a good question, and of course a very, very difficult one when it comes to challenging, right, the standard modus operandi, particularly in academia. Things that are done is continuously done, and it's very challenging to try and convince new approaches. But what we have attempted to do in our own university, and certainly in our own school, with the new building, our SE4, which is the net zero energy building, our first one here in Singapore, and also certified for wellness. as well as the renovated building that we've occupied now as the one, is to embrace those principles that I mentioned, and at the same time, really communicate this to all the end users. At the end of the day, you know, buildings can influence behavior if you do it right and you do it well, because people will see and experience the benefit. For example, when we have a net zero energy building, when the students and the staff are in there, it's observable that the folks actually change their behavior because they are in a net zero energy building. They are much more conscientious and conscious about energy saving, for example. And they do open the windows when the weather is good outside for natural ventilation, augmented with ceiling fan. So we need to trust that first you communicate, you explain to all the stakeholders, the end users, and secondly, to then demonstrate how it actually works. I think, again, it is part and parcel of our role as educators to, I always say this, walk the talk. If we don't do that and we just talk and don't walk, it's going to be continuously challenged, right? The students who graduate go out and will face a very different occasion. And then they're sort of not able to translate. So I think this is where we need to prove by doing and by living it. So as the students go through our education, not just attending classes and going to lectures, but living in the space is part and parcel of the holistic education. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to be one way or the other. I think education will always be, as Roy said, a mixture. I call it a hybrid. And that will continue to change. For example, the impact of IT, right, have transformed the way. Apart from Zoom, we now have robotics, we now have augmented reality, we have AI, and all these different types of tools to support the academic and the learning exercise. Our spaces need to also adapt to those, right, in order to embrace those technology, so that experientially the students and the staff can really co-develop new curriculum, new approaches, etc. By the way, I've shared several references and links with the organizers, which I believe they will share with all the participants. Please do click to them and you'll see some demonstration of what I'm talking about in this sort of teaching, learning situation. Now, let me just add one last point. I think this is really important. When it comes to our built environment, as we talk about concepts and the human needs and so on and so forth, the bottom line is our building industry, and this is a global phenomenon, will always work to codes and standards because that's like the baseline. You have Deloitte who, for example, pushes ahead and showcase examples of cutting edge, which is really, really great. And some other major organizations and companies, but they are in the minority, if I may say so, right? The rest who have to continue business as usual have to be subjected to environments as usual. So I think the need for us to change, again, coming out of the R&D, particularly research and development, translating the findings into codes and standards in order to make the industry change. I think that is going to be a very, very important piece. Dealing with the pandemic, for example, research on wellness in buildings have started more than 10 years ago by the company Delos as well as the International Well Building Institute. And I got to know them because they hired 3 of my students, my PhD students, in the very, very early days of its development. So, and then when the pandemic hit, all those knowledge and tools are more or less in place. And then the pandemic basically gave it a big nudge to roll out all those good practices to impact everything that we are talking about. in the real world. So I think that must continue to happen in different countries. I know it's always a struggle to translate what we know, what we should do and must do into codes and standards. Itself is a challenging journey, but don't give up. We need to continue to convince the authorities that this is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Lams. A very interesting input from you here when it relates to both environments. Okay, I think there is also one question from our audience here. In Asian, particularly, most are requested to be at the office. And the same here in Malaysia, actually, where it is compulsory for us to present physically. How can we make the leaders understand that there needs to be adaptive workplace so that people can work better? It means that is there any possibility that higher education can allow their staff to just work from anywhere? No more work from home, but work from anywhere. No need to physically present in the office or workplace. I pose this question to both of you. Who will start? From Lam or Mr. Roy?
Yeah, I can take a pass of that. From a higher ed setting, from a higher ed perspective, as long as students are going to be in person on campus, there's always going to be the need for certain numbers of staff to be on campus, because the whole beauty of the university setting is that on-campus experiential learning. It's not just about what is taught on a video or through a Zoom or any of that. It is how you interact outside of the classroom, how you build leadership skills, how do you build teamwork skills, how do you build collaboration skills. Those are things that is very hard to teach online. So from a higher ed perspective, I don't foresee 100% remote for all staff in the future. It's just, unless some paradigm changes, that's not going to happen. It has to be a hybrid or a blended approach. So it's important to understand what populations can be hybrid or blended, and it's important to understand what staff populations have to be on campus. Now, with that being said, I will say, over the last 2 years, it has been surprising how many universities and university leadership have said, I want all of my staff to come back 5 days a week. And that is a step in the wrong direction. And if you're an employee, the thing that is helping employees right now, and at least once again in the countries in the West here, universities are having a really hard time finding talented staff with the skills that Prof. Lam mentioned, like AI and blockchain and RPA and chatbots and all of these types of things, to modernize university operations. They're having a really hard time finding staff. Now, the universities that have flexible working arrangements are not having that problem. The universities that are requiring their staff to be on site 5 days a week or 6 days a week, they're the ones who are having the most trouble. So the market is speaking for itself, right, to the point where university leadership will have no choice but to change and adopt these flexible policies. I'm not saying 100% remote, but you have to adopt flexible policies, because if you don't do that over time, you're going to lose your strongest employees, and you're going to have a really hard time raising the bar for your university to modernize operations. So that is that phenomenon we're seeing right now here in the West, where university leadership that has been hesitant to change are being forced to change. And I think that's a great thing, right? And then they're able to attract the talent to modernize the university.
Yeah. Thank you.
For you, from
Yeah. Just everything Roy said is just a fact. I've taught in both the Asian context as well as the Western, quote-unquote, context. And it really has a diverse approach. But again, I always say, let's get back to what is it that we're trying to do, right, as an institution. To me, there are two, as it were, indicators, performance indicators or KPIs, we like to call them, right? Number one is the students' feedback. Are they, particularly when they have to pay high fees, are they getting their money worth, right? Whatever it is it sitting in the classroom or is it traveling for that matter? I know this constraint right now. So that's the student feedback is the first sort of, indicator. There's another indicator, which is really the industry, the employers. And we need to continuously make that connection and have that discussion, right? That link. Are our graduates meeting the employers' needs? Are the curriculum up to date to meet those needs? I think that dialogue and that ongoing discussion will impact the way we will have to continuously moderate and change our curriculum. As I said, let's not get too stuck with this pandemic, right? It is about the future. And therefore, it is the right thing to do. So those are the two indicators. And my view is that the more flexibility and the freedom we give the staff, the probability of a successful outcome is much higher. Because all these talented colleagues that we all have, everybody have, know what to do. They are connecting with the industry, they are connecting with the students, they know how to, right? So that if we do not artificially constrain them, then I personally believe that the outcome will be much more enhanced. Let me give you an example of my own experience. I used to teach a class in lighting. And, sitting the students through 13 or 14 weeks of lectures and then assignments and some lab work, I could condense all that, most of the principles into 6 hours of going to a camp, a scout camp. I went to a scout camp in the middle of the night and said, look, 1 hour of theory, 5 hours go apply the knowledge. And the feedback and my sort of own assessment of the effectiveness of that 6 hours was equivalent to at least 4 to 6 weeks of regular, as it were, educational curriculum. That's my own assessment. So there are different ways to make our teaching and learning much more effective and efficient using different mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Lam. Okay, so a long discussion about this here that we can have the hybrid kind of style, and we also can have because right now not only face-to-face. So we know that most of the academic activities like teaching and learning and working style are conducted using a remote platform right now. So Prof. Lam and Mr. Rao, do you think it can be sustained and the knowledge transfer can be done similar to the face if we have what we call it remote online teaching kind of style? So can we sustain the knowledge transfer that we can do similar to the face-to-face mode? As we know, delivering knowledge, we need the human interaction, we need a human touch. So not just the technology. So what, in your opinion, Prof. Lam?
Yes. Again, the teaching and learning process is not just about information and knowledge transfer. It is really about the sharing of common beliefs, common aspirations between the teacher and the students. That's the most effective way of this transfer of knowledge, as well as acting on it. Learning it, paid knowledge, and not practicing it, as I said, is not much use. So we need to have this opportunity of this interaction to go beyond, the textbooks, as it were. To be honest, today, again, given all the technology, you could Google anything you want. I mean, that's right. Basic knowledge is easily accessible. Let me tell you a little joke. I was teaching a building physics class, and I was saying, today I'm going to teach you the 2 laws of thermodynamics. And this is a freshman class. And the student immediately put up his hand and said, Professor, I think there are 4 laws of thermodynamics. Why are you only teaching us 2? And I had to literally on my feet reply. I said, well, the other 2, wait till you come and do PhD with me. So I think that kind of interaction, that kind of ability to connect that process will be a very important piece. Now, I know that the pandemic and all this have actually affected that. If you look at the ongoing tracking of the APEC in terms of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, those 17 goals, one of them is education. It is real that the pandemic has affected that. And what used to be progressing pretty well in terms of that goal has indeed fallen behind, fallen back. I personally feel, it's sad, but that's just the reality. And some people have in fact said that all the gains in the past 20 years in terms of the academic process, I'm talking about in general now, have all been sort of lost because of this pandemic. So, but let's not give up, because that's, again, why we are in academia, because we are always projecting forward. So let's continue to find ways and means to have this connection, right? And to me, again, it's not either or. Once you get to know your students, you have that rapport, then even the hybrid system and the online system has a different spin to it, because you know who you're talking to, right? And by the way we say, by the body language, the communication can be sustained. So both needs to be, again, going hand in hand, establishing that strong rapport. Yeah, thanks.
I agree with Dr. Lam, and I would say the key phrase that is used quite commonly is fit for purpose, right? There are different types of learning experiences that are fit for certain types of delivery modalities, right? So for example, every study has shown that in-person teaching and learning is much, much better than hybrid or remote, right? So that's an established fact. Now, the very interesting thing that happened during the pandemic over the last 2 years, bachelor's enrollment, right? That was not much change. Master's degrees, right? Plus or minus some points, PhDs, all of that. The learning pathways for micro-credentials and boot camps and all of these non-traditional degree granting programs has gone up exponentially, right? So there are large companies and corporations that are saying, I don't need a master's degree anymore for my students, or I don't need a PhD, or some large companies like Google and Facebook and others are saying, if you have certain key technology certifications, you don't need to have a bachelor's degree. If you come out of high school and you have some very critical micro-credentials, 6-month boot camp certifications and all of that, they will hire you, right? And so the question that universities now need to ask themselves is, what is the relevance of higher education going forward? It's absolutely critical. But when you have these pathways that are emerging, that are non-degree granting pathways, the university needs to evolve. So while all these other pathways like bachelor's, master's, PhDs, all kind of plus or minus in the usual way, these micro-credentials have exponentially gone up 50, 60% over the last 2 years. There's such a huge demand, and it is the most profitable part of most universities right now that have those offerings. And so that then leads to the question of, what is the delivery modality for micro-credentials? Is that in person? Is that remote? Is that hybrid? Is that a blended experience where you come into the classroom for maybe 2 or 3 straight days, and then you go away, and then the rest of the learning happens in groups and Zoom, and then you come back 3 weeks later? So it's not just the hybrid or in-person or remote. The concept is blended, right? How do you have a little bit of in-person, you build the relationships, and then you can go away for a few weeks, get the work done remotely with flexibility, then you come back again, as with all the students, and collaborate on workshops and projects. So there's a lot more of that happening right now, which I hope universities will adopt.
you, Mr. Rao. So we know, doesn't matter actually, face-to-face or remote platform. In teaching and learning exercise, we can still maintain the quality of teaching and learning, like Prof. Lam mentioned. Teaching and learning actually is a sharing aspiration, between lecturer and student. And actually, we to look beyond that. Okay, coming back to our topic, building the post-COVID adaptive workplace in higher education. Actually, there is a question from our audience here. Actually, the question is, some institutions may not have good technology facilities and a limited budget to change their workplace setup. How can the leaders design a good, safe, and adaptive workplace? Okay, maybe Prof. Lam, to start.
Yeah. I think following, the points that Roy has made, again, the plethora of technologies have grown so much. There's no way any institution, I don't care how big you are, can cover everything. It's just not possible, even in terms of the basic foundational work, let alone trying to project, right, new and advanced technologies. So I think we need to strategize properly to really distill out what are the fundamentals, right? The fundamental science. I gave a talk once about the science behind the tech. I think this is what, to me, students need to understand. It's not the technology as an end product and use, but what is the science and the thinking and the concept behind it in order for the technology to succeed and to be used appropriately. Again, many examples in our building sector that there's a dire need for that fundamental understanding. So the other way to really address some of this complexity is, again, following from what Roy said, meeting the needs of industry is to collaborate with them, to have this sort of CET, we call them continuing education, in collaboration with those companies, with those industries, with those labs, because they have the equipment, they are in the business. So why not match them to the students who are interested in that sector, right? Who are then taking the class to say, as part of your class, you go to these companies and go to these labs and get your hands-on and mentorship from the people in those organizations. We need to do a lot more of that. So bottom line is, universities or IHLs are no longer ivory towers by any measure. Okay? We need to be a lot more dynamic, a lot more collaborative, and to be able to come up with a win-win sort of a curriculum that benefits both the employers and the employees, which our students are going to be, in order to maximize that exposure to the state of the art. Meanwhile, distilling, as I said, the core knowledge, the core fundamental, the science, particularly behind this technology. That's what we need to continue to emphasize and do. Then in that case, we shouldn't have so much of this struggle, this challenge of how much money to put in one or the other. Thanks.
Mr. Roy, you have anything to say?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, universities historically have been very reluctant to reach out to the private sector for partnerships. There's a little bit of a independence. We have to do it ourselves. We can't have a conflict of interest. And there's some barrier there, and there are historical reasons for that. But the universities that have done really well and accelerated their digital transformation have actually done this in partnership with Microsoft and Amazon and Google and Salesforce and ServiceNow and all these other companies, right? And so that's one point. The other thing I will mention that is very interesting from a data perspective is the role of technology in the university, right? And what I mean by that is when you look at studies of organizational charts of universities that have the chief information officer or the chief technology officer, so the CIO or the CTO, if they are directly reporting to the chancellor or the president, or one step removed from the chancellor or president, there is a high probability that technology will get the investments needed because technology has a seat at the table to advocate for transformation. Universities where sometimes we look at org charts and the CIO or CTO is 3 or 4 or 5 levels embedded within the organizational structure, it's no surprise. Technology doesn't have a voice. They are not an influencer. They are not part of these key conversations at the highest level. So one of the symptoms or one of the things we look for is when we look at universities and they say, hey, we want to do digital transformation, what is the role of the CIO or the CTO, and where in the organization do you sit? And if you're embedded 4 or 5 or 6 layers reporting to 5 other people before the chancellor or the president, that's a problem, right? That says that technology doesn't have a voice. So that's a very interesting nuance that has taken on a much greater role over the last few years as the digital transformation has gone on.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Okay, we have another question. I think is related to Prof. Lam. What is required actually to build a sustainable workplace and ensure that it's a fun place to go? Prof. Lam, because you are an architect. Yes. An example of good design that a leader can refer to. Okay.
Wow, yes. You know, I always advocated that you need the synergy or the integration between the arts and the science. That's what architecture really is. And to be able to flesh that out, to be able to be recognized that it is not either or, right? A building that is sustainable and green and so on doesn't have to look ugly or like boxy. And likewise, great architecture, those things that we aspire to in terms of its aesthetics and form and so, doesn't necessarily mean they don't function. And this is something that we try our best to prove to our own buildings. So SD4 is an example, right? It has garnered a lot of awards, both in terms of architecture as well as technology, being net zero and well certified. And that's the new bill. And then for our SDE1, which is a renovation, same concept, same aspiration. And we were very thankful that we are able to get, in fact, very close to, if not net zero. We will get the data very soon. The solar PV is going up as we speak. And that building has also won an architectural design award internationally. So those are the sort of evidence, right? To be able to combine both the beauty, aesthetic, as well as the technical and high-level performance. You know, to me, the two are just naturally symbiotic. It's just that we have, I don't know how or why, in the way we deliver our buildings, we have fragmentized this process. And then that translated to this perception that, oh, architects only do certain things and engineers do certain things, and they do it in a sequential and linear way, and that's the end of story, which is not, should not be the case. It has to be a team approach, and so that the ultimate goal is that it will satisfy and fulfill those aspirations of all the stakeholders, right? And we prove that it can be done. It's not easy, I'm not saying it's easy. If you listen to my talk in Hong Kong, I've shared many of the details of the challenges. But at the end, every project will have challenges, right? No project is going to run smoothly. So I always say, since you're already working very hard, why not aim high? So that at least all those challenges and efforts and pain and, you know, will lead to something that we can all celebrate and be proud of at the end of the day. And believe me, after those achievements, all the pain and will be forgotten and forgiven.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Prof. Lam. So we are talking and discussing about building the post-COVID adaptive workplace in higher education. So actually, because we have how many times left here? Around 10 minutes, I think. Okay. So to both of you, actually, should there be a policy for this matter? And if there is a need to be one, what will be the most important thing that needs to be included If not, how actually we get the higher education leaders to realize on this? Okay, maybe Mr. Roy, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a firm believer that policy change will accelerate change. People will always want to do things out of the goodness of their hearts, but that takes years and decades in the higher ed world. And so policy change, while maybe not popular, will definitely accelerate change. That's just what history has shown us. And in terms of policy change, it is absolutely critical that leadership at the top believe in this vision, that if we have to have a competitive advantage as a university to achieve our goals for 2030 and 2040 and 2050, we have to attract and retain the brightest faculty and the brightest staff. In the absence of the brightest faculty and brightest staff, how can you expect to attract the brightest and graduate the brightest students? It's impossible, right? And so you have to have that belief from a leadership perspective that this is something that's important. And then you have to work in a collaborative manner between leadership and the finance and HR and IT and the academic community and administrative staff to say, what should that policy be? It cannot be a top-down. It has to be based on everybody's input. And that's how we usually do it here. When we run these projects and we're writing policies for large elite institutions, we get the community's feedback on what is most important to them. And then we help the universities craft the policy. And then you measure those things over time to see what is the effect of that policy. And so from my perspective, I'm a firm believer that policy will help. And if policy is done the right way from a bottom-up perspective, it will actually create that flexible work environment without compromising university operations, but it will actually make it better, which will allow you to do better teaching and learning and better research and better standing, globally in terms of university rankings and everything, all the other metrics that are important.
Yes, if I can add on to that. Absolutely, the policies, and again, coming back to the built environment particularly, we are driven by rules, standards, codes, and policies. And so the university's role need to even extend beyond, right, to be able to influence, to convince the government agencies, which we here in Singapore do very, very closely. We work with all the authorities, with the ministry, to be able to execute, implement some of these well-established, techniques, knowledge, and methods into the codes and the standards. Now, of course, we need to learn. We continue to want to learn from the world, the best practice, state of the art, and then appropriate it to the local condition, right? In order to make it relevant. For example, this whole wellness that started in the United States, we need to understand those principles because those are, again, universal principles, regardless of where you are. However, we are in the hot humid tropic. We have certain demographics, certain lifestyles, diets, and so on and so forth. We need to adapt them, right? And make them appropriate. And that's what we do. As universities, we must do that and be that bridge to our governments and the agencies in order then to implement and then affect the rest of the built environment in terms of sustainability and the health and wellness of our countries. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left. Maybe this is my last question to both of you, yeah, because it's very interesting, yeah, about this topic, yeah. Actually, yeah, Prof. Lam and Mr. Roy, yeah, how can actually a higher education institution position themselves to capitalize on the current practice of virtual? Yeah? We know, yeah, right now we use the what we call it remote platform. Yeah? So, and how we want that this institution become a leading adaptive workplace employer, yeah, for the education institution. I meant. Okay. Maybe Prof. Lam, you go first.
Okay. Well, again, we need to aim big. more aspirational. Here at NUS, as an example, top leadership has made a commitment to make the NUS campus net zero carbon by 2030. So a vision like that would then be able to cascade down to all the stakeholders, right? In order to all work closely together to achieve that. In our sector, in building sector, of course, we will take care of all the design and the retrofits, and most importantly, operation, maintenance. This is something we tend to neglect. Again, often, you know, the attitude is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Some people said, well, if it ain't broke, I guarantee you it will break. So let's be proactive and, you know, deal with it in a systematic way, in a planned fashion, and not sort of as a kind of erratic, you know, crisis management approach. We know that that is never going to be optimal. It's very disruptive. It's very expensive in every sense of the word. So therefore, I think proactively having a vision, scaling it up to all these different types of conditions and situations that our universities confront in our particular location, then I think we can work towards an improvement.
Anything from you, Mr. Roy?
No, I would just say I wish higher ed universities spoke to each other, because there's so many universities that have already solved these problems, and most universities try to solve it themselves. So my simple feedback would be the more collaboration between universities would be a very good thing.
Thank you so much. So actually, we are at the end part of the session here. Okay. So thank you to both our fellow panelists here for addressing and discussing the concern and question here. And to conclude, actually, whatever it is here, higher education has to move forward. Yeah, doesn't matter we have pandemic or not. That's actually the reality of the higher education right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our session. I would like to record my greatest appreciation to both our panelists, Prof. Lam and Mr. Roy, for very informative and interesting sharing and discussion. And to our fellow audience, thank you for your active participation. Hopefully, the sharing of this topic will be beneficial to all of us. Thank you. So, I'm giving back the session to our MC, Madam Shahrizad.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Lam, Mr. Roy.
Thank you, Madam Amina, Prof. Lam, and Mr. Roy. Without realizing that even though we are encouraged online and hybrid environment nowadays, but the design of a workplace to fit a new norm or this new norm is vital. The workplace might not be in physical form, but more to virtual structure, I believe. So we are so blessed to have both Prof. Lam and also Mr. Roy to enlighten us on the issue. And thank you once again to the three of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session, a discussion on the topic tackling Asians' talent change. And this time the moderator will be Associate Professor Dr. Khairul Azami Siddiq from UIAM. So over to you, Prof. Dr. Azami.
Right, thank you very much, my respected Master of Ceremony. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon. Ahlan wa sahlan, and welcome to our session today. I hope that all of our respected audience are still energetic and motivated in our 1-hour session for the summit entitled Tackling Asians' Talent Change. Just the usual housekeeping friendly reminder that if you have any questions, do post it in the chat box of our platforms anytime during the session. I will read it out when the time comes. Now, let's begin, shall we? One transformative aspect of everyday's life that has come out from the pandemic is the advent of the world's largest work from home experiment. With remote working becoming an indispensable way of life for the majority, employees around the world were forced almost overnight to adapt and cope with the sudden intertwining of their professional and personal lives. Amid the challenges of striking a new work-life balance, this unprecedented crisis has prompted many to rethink what is truly important in their lives. Coupled with the gradual reopening of economies and a recovering job market underway, more employees are proactively seeking out new opportunities for something that better complements their new lifestyle. For example, in the United States, a phenomena termed as the Great Resignation has emerged. A record of 4.3 million people quit their jobs in August last year in search of something better as the threat of pandemic-related woes started to subside. There are indications that this wave of resignation is creeping across countries worldwide. Globally, voluntary attrition started to steadily climb in April 2021, increasing from 14% to 15% annual turnover globally to a high of 17% in July 2021, according to a recent report by Workday Pekin Employee Voice. Another McKinsey report revealed that 4 in 10 employees worldwide were at least somewhat likely to quit within the next 3 to 6 months. These findings are indicative of a larger global phenomena that is likely to extend well this year, leaving some organizations scrambling to retain their best people. Notably, underlying this challenge to retain and replace talent is the fundamental issue that organizations today need to address. That is, the critical need to build a resilient, adaptable, and engaged workforce with the skills necessary in the changing world of work. In fact, the World Economic Forum has estimated that 42% of jobs will require different skills in the next 3 years, and over 1 billion workers will need reskilling by 2030. Looking ahead, a skill-first and people-first strategy will be key in helping organizations tackle the world for talent. This is among the content of an article written in the Jakarta Post late last year. Furthermore, in just 2 years, spurred by a global pandemic, the world has undergone a dramatic change marked by widespread and systematic change to how we live and work. However, as countries around the globe work towards bringing the virus under control, many are beginning to reimagine a future post the pandemic. To better understand what is the post-pandemic world will look like, especially in the context of the Asian region, one of the fastest evolving digital economies in the world, and its relationship with talent change, we have with us 3 special guests representing the academia, industry, and student. Let me introduce them to the audience. Our first panelist is Assistant Professor Dr. Romian Kosai-Kanot. How are you, Doctor?
Good, thank you.
Excellent. So Dr. Romian is the Center Director of Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, CMIO, a regional institute for higher education development, RIHED. Is that correct, Dr. Romian? I pronounced that?
That's correct. That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Our second panelist is Mr. Thomas Matthew. How are you, Mr. Thomas?
I'm good, Doctor.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So Mr. Thomas is a Group Chief Executive Officer of Talent Corporation Malaysia Berhad, or known as Talent Corp. And our third panelist is Mr. Arif Zahran. Assalamualaikum, Arif.
Waalaikumsalam. Hello everyone. Good afternoon.
So how is your day today?
It's been fine, working from home. Yeah.
That's very encouraging. So Mr. Arif is a media communication graduate from Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM. He is a former student buddy under the International Relations Office, UKM Global. So, all right, now with all due respect, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Romian to share her insights on the topic for today, which is tackling Asians' talent change. With pleasure, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cairo, for kindly introducing me and also kindly introducing the whole session. So I Before I start, I renamed the title of my talk a little bit. When I was given, or when I was approached by Prof. Yasrina, she was asking me to talk about the tackling the challenge change of the ASEAN, which I want to change the name of the title to Mind the Skills Gap, Grooming Southeast Asian Talents of the Future. And the reason I'm doing that is because today my talk, I would be representing Simeo Raihead. And to start with, I would like to introduce a little bit of Simeo Raihead. So Simeo Raihead is the intergovernmental organization, and we are specializing in higher education and development. So far we are working to create the harmonization within the higher education sector and development of the region, and also in terms of research. Recently, we are working also to contribute to sustainable development of this region. So if you can see, our counterparts are actually the governments. So we are not supposed to be working directly with the universities unless we have a special programs, or we are not working directly with the students, again, unless we have a special programs. And today, my talk would be about the skills gap and the way we are disrupting our special programs, which is our flagship, and the regional mobility programs that is called AIMS, or Asian International Mobility for Students. So what I'm going to do with you throughout this presentation is talking about what is the region and what has changed in the region, and what we can do to actually help bridging the gap if there is a skill gap in the region. And I will come back and talk about what Simeo Raihead has done in terms of disruptive change for our mobility programs. So with that, I would like to start by asking a simple questions. If you think about 3 words about our region, what would it be? Next slide, please. So for me, Southeast Asian region is the region of diversity. We see different demographic structures within the region. We have the countries that is on the aging populations already, aging society already, like Thailand or in Singapore. But then we also see the countries who are very young in age. We also see different levels of economic development and economic mixes. So you have different kinds of structure in terms of the economy. But then again, before the COVID-19, people started talking already that Southeast Asian is the region of the potential growth. It has been forecasted that in 2050, the region will be the 4th largest economy in the world. So the potential is here, and people are looking into this potential, And third is that we are the region, and I think Carol also said this, the largest internet markets. So estimation, it was approximately 70% of the population in this region who is already go online. What it means is that we have the great potential for the digital businesses. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, now, if we think that this region is a region of potentials, how is this reflected? I would like to show you these 6 studies by various organizations. And these 6 studies are the regional surveys and also the future-oriented identification of research for the key drivers of this region. The first one on the top left is the megatrends. And the megatrends is the research that is done before the COVID-19 by the Pricewaterhouse PwC. So what it says is that in the future, and they are looking at the world over, there would be 5 megatrends that would shape how we are going to live, how we are going to live our life. So those are including environmental change or the climate change. Second is the demographic shift. Third is the technological breakthroughs, and now we are seeing it before our eyes today. And there would be a shift in the economic power towards Asia. And last is the urbanization. But when the economic, when the pandemic hits the world, then we have the Global Tales Lab, which is the research institutions that is working on forecasting what is the traces and the impacts of the pandemic would leave the world. And they suggested that would be 6 things that would change forever. And this is including how we live, how we move, how we recreate, how we sustain, and most importantly, how we learn and also how we work. And you can see that digitalization has been a big player. And Future Tales Lab also said that the priority has been put on the health security. The next on the right top is the research that is being done by World Economic Forum and C Group of Singapore. So what they were doing is actually they were researching their digital generations. So they were researching about 80,000 digital generations on the possibility and the pathway to ASEAN's inclusive digital transformation and recovery. What they say is that from the digital generations, they feel that certain skills are needed and they do not yet have those skills, including the digital text and all of that. The bottom left on the left is actually the research being done by Mercer, but they are working with the employers. So they wanted to see what is the trend for the 2021 Southeast Asia Talent Trends Study. And what they found is that there are altogether 4 trends. One is that is the future focus. So most of the HR would focus more on the future, how they could actually compete to get the talents. And second is that they see there is a race for reskilling. The third is that there is a sense of science. So from now on, even the HR would use more of the digital technology to aid their recruitment and their management of the talents. And fourth is the energized experiences. OECD also conducted the research on adapting to changing skill needs in Southeast Asia. And last but not least, on the far bottom, is actually the research by McKinsey. And they even come up and they realize there is a skill gaps and there needs to have something in transition from people coming out as a fresh graduate before they go into work. So with that, they are creating a new company calling the generations to help bridging this gap. Next slide, please. So all these regional surveys and key drivers, I wanted to point out the common key drivers for this region so that you see where the region is changing. Yes, Southeast Asia is still the engine of the global economy. And yes, digitalization and technology advancements is here to stay, and it has expedited following the COVID-19 pandemic. But then also COVID-19 is important, but it's not being seen as the only risk and concern. In the interviews with the employers, it has also been stated that the priority is also being put on climate change, social inequality, and economic crisis. And the issue of empathy keep coming up in the interviews as well. So we should see that the region is moving towards the direction that we would be more digitalized, we would put more emphasis on the health issues, we are putting more emphasis also on the issues of the climate change. We realize that things are changing very quickly and speed is everything. Next slide, please. So with these key drivers, next slide, please. So with these key drivers, how would it shape the future of work? I think there are 3 sets of questions that we need to ask ourselves. If we put so high priority on health, and if we see that digitalization is here to stay and is happening at speed, who does the work? When and where the work is done, and how work is done. So if you are asking who does the work, then we have to be thinking, it will be more flexible, right? So it could be the full-time workers, it could be part-time workers, it could be a digital nomad. So from now on, people may not have to be working in their own country. They can work from somewhere else while they are traveling. And now, because the traveling is more difficult, they may opt to work, combine work and vacation and go somewhere longer and work from as a digital nomad. Or it could be a crowd sourcing, or it could be a gig workers working for many employers, or they can be workers from different parts of the world. And these can also create the talents war. Secondly, when and where the work is done. It is about whether you're going to do the work remotely, or are we going to have the fluid work schedule? Or are we going to have the collective workspaces? Some of this is already happening as well. Or are we going to work online or on the online platform? Last but not least, how work is done. Is this including the AI, robotic, automatic, etc.? And we hear from the previous session already that this already being part of the work that try to make work more flexible. Next slide, please. Now, this is the key drivers and the questions that we have to keep asking ourselves. Maybe there is no set answers, and maybe it's more flexible, and maybe there are so many models that fit various criteria and necessity. But on the HR side, 10 years ago, people started talking about talent philosophy, and I see this as the HR paradigm shift. What it means is that in the past, when the company was asking where the value of the money or the value for their company is, usually they were talking about finance, they are talking about other departments. But for the last 10 years or so, there is already a paradigm shift, people thinking that the value is actually on the talent. What it means is that from now on, the companies or the employers would focus on the recruitment strategy and retaining and compensation strategy in order to maintain the A players, meaning they are not going for anybody sub-bar of the average. So the focus for employing is no longer going to be about degrees, but rather it will be about skills, and maybe the skills that needs to be changing quickly. Because there was also the estimation that in 5 years from now, 80% of the jobs or the skills that needed is something that we don't even have right now, or we don't really understand right now. Next slide, please. Now, if we are looking at the research that tried to compare both the talent side and also the employer side, we will see that there is a skills imbalances in this region, and it has have three forms altogether. First is that there is a skills shortage. I already mentioned that this region is the region of diversity, and within countries that is also diverse. So the skills shortage is apparent in the firms that have difficulties recruiting workers with the right skills. And it has been reported that from all countries in Southeast Asia, there are the companies that about 5% of respondents reported having this difficulty, with the highest 17% of having difficulties recruiting the people with the right skills. And the talent that is shortest the most is actually the digital skills and the leadership skills. The second is the skills surplus. It is also observed that low and middle skills are on the surplus. Hospitality and tourism is frequently cited that it is on the skill surplus. In addition, as already mentioned, there is a possibility that even after the COVID-19, hospitality and tourism will not be returned to normal. What it means is that there would be a new trend of hospitality and tourism, which is based on workation, because the difficulties in the traveling, restrictions over the international travels. So what would happen is that people would be more careful when they make a decision to go traveling abroad, and that likely to combine between work and also vacations. The question is, do we have the skills of the people ready for this kind of change that is happening? Are we preparing for the people with these skills? And last is actually the skills mismatch. There are mismatch on many ways. One is that under or overqualification, and also there is a mismatch in fields of study. World Bank has indicated that in this region, graduates are not job ready. So what it means is that even when you are graduating already and you are transferring into the company, you still need to have a training before you can start working. World Economic Forum also found that digital natives may be good at the digital skills, but the digital skills that is needed for work is not there. So basically they may be good at the application that is free or gamification, but when it comes to the digital skills that is necessary for work, they don't really have that. Next, please. Now, I would like to make a reference to a recent study by the Thammasat University team, and it is the qualitative research. And they went on to interview the companies and also startups in Thailand on the talent recruitment strategies. And they said that actually the three most important things that they are looking at are including the hard skills. Secondly, they were looking at the character that fit the organization values. And third is the soft skills. What it means by hard skills are actually the things that you learn from university, you learn it by practice, or you get it from the professional knowledge. Actually, the company said that they weight this the least. So they don't really mind so much whether one is having this skill or not. And it's also reflected that maybe degrees is not as important as the skills anymore. So the character that fit organizational values, what it means is that the businesses also feels that things need to change very quickly. So they want to have someone who actually can change and be agile and adapt to the organizational values if change needs to happen. So at least they wanted to have the employees or the talent who is having the entrepreneurial mindset, have the ability to work in the intercultural settings because things may changing very quickly and it can get very more complex and include a lot more people. They want people who are really resilient and also adaptable as well. In terms of soft skill, and I put down here, depends on employers. What I mean is that it depends whether you are interviewing the employers who are startups or you are interviewing the employers who are a big established firms. If you are big established firms, usually you have quite a strict kind of working culture. So they want people who are well-disciplined on top of the value that the character that fits the value. But otherwise, the soft skills that are necessary are including acquisition mindset, growth mindset, and ability to learn and learn how to learn. So these are the soft skills that are mostly emphasized. What I would like to say is that for Single Right-Head, as I mentioned from the beginning, we are not working directly with the universities, but we have one project that we are working directly with the students, and that is the Asian International Mobility for Students program. It has already been 10 years. Next slide, please. It has already been 10 years that this is on operation. And in the past, these mobility programs are aiming to create the harmonization of the higher education in the region. And we are trying to create the environment so that the learners actually learn from each other within the region, learn about the regional identity, and also learn the possibility that they can go and work abroad within the region. The exchange is happening based on the discipline. And it is very rigid in the sense that you have to go on the physical mobility only, and it needs to have a requirement of the credit transfer. Now we see the change that is happening in the region. And we thought that it's not possible anymore that we continue this mobility program like this. So we decided to have a disruptive internationalization of higher education. And we are trying to groom the future talents. So our target is that we want to make a new program for mobility, a value-based exchange opportunity, meaning we should aim for something bigger purpose than just harmonization of the higher education or learning about each other. But it should groom the student to be future-oriented, be ready for the future. So in doing this, we are starting by designing that we should have a new mobility program, that it should be inclusive and participatory in its approach for designing. So in doing this, we want to include the students, the alumni, and also the tech company, and people who are specializing in various learning contents on sustainable development to involve in this. We also want to break down the disciplinary divide, and we wanted to have the design thinking workshops as an approach for designing this program. The ultimate aim is to groom learners for soft skills and meta skills, the skills that cannot be taught or cannot be transferred. Next slide, please. So we already have the first workshop, the Youth Learners Mobility in the Agile World. So what we have is the people I have already listed, and it has been done under the ASEM framework. So what we are hoping for is that we will have 3 continuous workshops to follow. And what we would do is that we want to create the mobility programs that is inclusive for learning. And we want to make sure as well that the design that we have is actually grooming the learners for the future and equipped with those kind of skills. Next slide, please. And this is going to be my last slide. I know that the program that we are proposing is actually very participatory, and in a way it's very blockchain-like. So we want to have the involvement of the people. So we see this as a lab, meaning, you know, we also learn from doing the design of this. We also act and we also broaden. We are ready to try, to learn, and to fail, and to start again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Romyan. I think my takeaways from her, her sharing was that COVID has expedited the process of digitalization. Value is in the talent, and the acronym LAB, LAB just now. I think that was an interesting acronym. So now let's hear from Mr. Thomas Matthew. I pass the baton to him for his insight on the topic for today. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Khairul. And thank you, Dr. Romyan. That was very informative, and your findings are very much in line with what we have already also found out at Talent Corp, with respect to a lot of those insights with respect to where talents are headed or the demand is headed. Let me give you a brief background about Talent Corp. And then we will set the tone for the discussion. Talent Corp, or Talent Corporation of Malaysia, is a government agency. It was set up 10 years ago under the Malaysia's Ministry of Human Resource. And the mandate given to Talent Corp was to drive the country's talent strategy towards making Malaysia a dynamic and market-driven global talent hub. So how do we work? We work to attract, nurture, retain the right talent and the expertise needed to support Malaysia's journey towards achieving greater economic progress. As all of you are aware, Malaysia is a high middle income nation, and the intention is, of course, to grow into a high income nation. Now, partnerships are the core of everything that we do. That's our strategy. And if you look at our website and we uncounted our work, you would have realized that each initiative is only possible through the collaboration that we do and the strong partnership that we have with various stakeholders, including other ministries, government agencies, and the industry. Okay, so this helps us to identify talent issues, escalate those issues to the relevant stakeholders, and develop targeted interventions to address them. So if you look at the slide, you look at the far right of the slide, you will see that we are the focal point between the industry, the academia, and the government. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so on this slide, what I have here is actually how we operate. So if you look at it, Talent Corp, the engine that drives Talent Corp are the industry engagements that we do. So a lot of what Dr. Romyan shared are also findings that we receive from the industry. Okay, and we have constant engagements with industry to find out where the skill set shortages are. What we do carry out is, if you look at the yellow line just below the industry engagement, you see the critical occupation list. Now, this is a World Bank initiative that Talent Corp has undertaken since 2015. So on a yearly basis, what we do is we go out to the market, we do a top-down and a bottom-up approach, we do a survey with companies, and the intention is to identify the shortage or the skill sets that are hard to find in Malaysia that are within the strategic sectors that are skilled. And so we do that because we want to find out where the demand is and where the future of work is. So that's how we do in terms of our, that sets a tone for our strategy in what we do. We also are mandated by the government to do the National Skills Registry. For Singapore, they have the Singapore Skills Framework. So that's also going to be implemented in the country, and we are mandated to do that. So the three thrusts that we work on is, and this covers the whole talent space. We work on optimizing Malaysian talent, okay, and the initiatives that we carry under that are the structured internship program. Another point that was highlighted by Dr. Romian was the industry readiness of our students. So we're very much into the structured internship program. We have the scholarship talent attraction and retention star program. We have the My ASEAN internship, the semester break program, the YES programs. All of these relate to soft skills as well. We also understand that talent is not only in the university space, but also where women are concerned, they leave the workforce, they don't return. So we have a career comeback program for women. And of course, with that, and as an enabler for women to return to work, we also advocate very strongly work-life practices, which again has become a norm today, as what Dr. Romian has shared. Now, on the second thrust is attracting and facilitating global talent. Here we deal with the Malaysian diaspora abroad. So over and above the local talents here, we also deal with the diaspora of Malaysians abroad. Okay, we work with them, we collaborate with them so that they can also provide the skill sets needed for the country. They can either come back, we have incentive programs for them. We also work with expatriates. As part of diversity and inclusion, expats are so much needed. They bring a lot of knowledge to the country with the skill sets they have and we don't, and they transfer knowledge. So that's something that we do as well. The My Heart program supports the diaspora program. And thirdly, having all of these talents at very senior levels, what we try and do is capitalize on the knowledge that they have. So we build network of top talents, which is the third trust that we do. We also do a lot of industrial academia collaborations, which is very important, particularly in the current climate that we are in. So this, in a nutshell, is what Talent Corp does. I'll pass the floor back to Dr. Khairul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. I think there's a lot of initiatives that have been done by Talent Corp. I can see an abundance of, the list is, you can see there's so many initiatives. I think I would pass it on. I would pass the floor to Arif. I think he's the only one who has not spoken yet. So Arif, as the student representative, based on your interaction with your Asian friends, how do you see the opportunity in working in Asian countries? And what are the things that you felt is necessary for the students to have? Please, Arif.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So that based on my experience as a student representative for UKM, based on my experiences knowing people who are student representatives from their countries and their institutions, we know that ASEAN aims to be like EU, the European Union, but there will always be certain barriers and certain hurdles that we have to overcome before we can be on that level. Because what we know about the EU is that they have open borders. You can cross between any country so long as you have an EU pass. And then whatever is certified in the EU is workable around the whole region. So ASEAN aims to be that, but we still have things like cultural differences is one of the few things that I've seen. To put it simply, countries from Malaysia and southern part, where we have Singapore, Brunei, Indonesia, certain parts of Philippines, we share a common culture, common languages, while countries northern, Thailand and northern, share some similarities. So that similarities between those two regions or divisions create barriers of communication, food culture, and even cooperation, because we have different values. Okay, for example, and this is a very tiny example, if I were to go to any countries above, it's a bit harder for me with my dietary restrictions and my religious restrictions and all that. And that creates a little bit of like an alienation. And so, same things with if you go from northern to the southern part, to Malaysia, Brunei, all these areas where you have a bit of how we say homogeny in this side, but creates another alienation on their side as well. So that's one of what I would say a barrier of understanding, barrier of communication. And at the same time, I would say that students do not have, I wouldn't say do not have, but students struggle to have the soft skills needed for a more global mindset, so to speak. I have seen people who struggle with communication in terms of language, in terms of understanding, in terms of having empathy for these students from a different country, different culture. So I feel like students need to be, and we're moving on to the second point, students need to be a bit more open-minded, of course. That is an important skills to have in terms of globalization, in terms of cooperation, but they also have to be ready for adaptation. So if you're a student from Malaysia and you go to even Indonesia or Singapore, you'll find that you'll struggle searching for cultural symbols, things that you are used to, similar faces, similar languages, similar work culture. So you as a student, talent, moving forward, you have to know how to adapt. You cannot bring what is from your country, just for what is from your country, and expect that everyone will conform around you. You have to learn to adapt to their process and their skills as well. So that's another thing that I feel like students need to hammer in their heads, that the worldview is not just your worldview. It's many different worldviews that will collide and clash, and that brings about innovation. When you bring a certain worldview, you can challenge their worldviews, but at the same time, you work around theirs as well. So that's one of the things that I feel like you should have: open-mindedness, adaptation, and then at the same time, one of the challenges about working in ASEAN as a general thing is to know the specialization and strength of each country. Because I feel like while we have commonalities, like what Dr. Romian has put forth in terms of digitalization, in terms of potential growth and diversity, but at the same time, we strive for different things, I would say. Each country have their own targets, and if you want to work in a certain other country, you have to know what that country has to offer, what that country has in terms of workforce, what that country has in terms of opportunities. So in my opinion, those are some of the things that students and talents need to basically learn from the bottom up. They have to learn from the beginning. They can't just expect everything to be handed to them on a silver platter. They have to know what to adapt to, and what are the differences between the places that they're going to go. And I hope that answers your question. Yeah, Doctor?
Right. I think it's a beautiful answer there. Right. Moving on, I think, Mr. Arif, do you think that the things that you learned in the university is enough for you to prepare to work in ASEAN?
Okay, so this, I hope no universities that I've been a part of take offensively. Yes and no, I would say. Universities generally tend to, at least in my experience, tend to focus on more hard skills. They focus on what you can bring to the academia. They focus on what you can bring to the workforce, what is traditionally thought of as skills needed for a workforce. So if you go to working under engineering, you know about engineering only. If you go for medical, you know about medical only. There is a trend, a change for this, but it's still in the infancy, I believe. Where the soft skill, it has been started to be implemented slowly in terms of either programs or initiatives, like in my university, the buddy system. Whenever we bring in international students, I've seen other universities also initiate their own buddy system, and this creates a platform for these students to learn about others' country, other cultures, and bring back what they learn. And then that's also true when they go for mobility, where they go to other places, experience those other places, and bring back more knowledge and improvements, opinions that might not be around within their own sphere in the beginning. So those are some of the things I feel like the university can improve on in the future. Maybe more opportunities for mobility, more programs that involve international communities, not just local communities. The whole concept of glocal, so to speak, where you have a global mindset, but you don't really leave your country. That's also something that I feel like should be used, especially now during this pandemic, where it's a bit harder to travel between countries, even neighboring countries. So this global mindset, have the students interact with people through online forums and whatnot, and nurture those skills and those curiosities that they have. So I feel like universities do help you in the work sense, but it doesn't fully prepare you if you want to be more global or international. Yeah, so that's my take on that.
I got that word local. I've heard of this local a few years ago. Right. So I think there's a question in the YouTube Maybe to Dr. Romyan, how can we equip our talent with the future skills? Doctor?
Yes, and I think I would like to follow on the what Arif has left off. You know,
Okay.
and from the research, as well, they say the hard skill is not as important because hard skill, the company thinks that they can actually groom for them for the new talents themselves. But soft skill is very important, and I think in a way. A lot of people seeing soft skill as a meta skills, meaning the skills that cannot be taught. I cannot tell you, you know, you have to learn how to learn. Or I can tell you, you know, you have to be questioning all the time. You cannot do that. But there is a process whereby you can groom the talents, groom the future talents or learners to actually start thinking and acquiring those skills. And I think internationalization that Alif also mentioned is very important, you know, and we should aim to disrupt ourselves all the time. Don't keep doing things that in your comfort zone, you know, getting yourself out of the comfort zone, see something that is different from what you used to do. And I think with the internationalization and exchange, it doesn't really have to be physical mobility only. It can be other kinds of exchange that is happening. Even the ideas, the exchange of ideas is also count, but it also depends on how you do the orientation. How do you make the learners be prepared of what you wanted to have as a target? It also depends on the design, what kind of activities is going to be there. Maybe it also depends on, you know, working with the learners and setting the goals for themselves. What do they want out of this activity? And last, but most importantly, you need to have a reflection process embedded in this. Reflection process is the only way for the learners to actually learn what they have actually achieved or acquired from the activities that you have done. So sometimes students go on the mobility programs, but without this process, they might not learn as much as the learners who are embedded with this process. So that's one. So I think, you know, because meta skills is something cannot be easily directly transferred. So it's very important we think about the design, and that's why we have to disrupt ourselves. Yeah, so I think that's my question to you.
Yes, Dr. Romyan, I think what I got from you is that soft skills is a process, and process takes time, right? Takes time, of course. Maybe your take on this, Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting topic, and I think Arif has raised something that sort of itches all our mind, and Dr. Romyan as well. So Talent Corp very well understands that. I think you're very right. As academicians normally, of course, provide hard skills. Soft skills are missing. Sometimes we don't have that during the university phase. And that's what we hear from the industry as well, that our students are not industry ready. They don't have the soft skills that comes in. So what Talent Corp has done, and this is something I would love to share, is that we have actually initiated a platform called MyNext. And what that MyNext platform is all about, it's a psychometric profiling tool. Today, education is not a classroom. You teach everybody the same and you assume an outcome that is the same, because every student is wired differently. Their DNA is different. We have doctors turning into lecturers. We have maybe engineers turning into musicians, whatever. The DNA in them is different. So understanding what they are, understanding the gaps that they have is important. So through the MyNext platform, which is already has been made mandatory by 10 government universities so far, and the Ministry of Higher Education is also intending to make it compulsory for all others, is for all students to take on this psychometric assessment as they come into universities. So how does that help the university? The career counselors which are there, and today, of course, you probably have very few career counselors for the many thousand students. So it's not easy for them to actually deal with each one of them. But assuming you have a platform that tells you the gaps that are in the students and you can then deal with it during the university phase is excellent. So the student learns, and where they are short in a particular skill, through the platform, we can provide them courses or subjects that can help them to fill those gaps up. So that's a platform that we have today in Talent Corp, understanding very much that all of this is needed before a student graduates. So I just wanted to provide that take on what we do.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I think another question here, specifically for Dr. Romyan and Mr. Thomas here. What is Simeo Raihat's and Thailand's COP effort in transforming ASEAN people towards the sustainable goal in terms of higher education policies and sustainable development goals? Please, Dr. Romyan, maybe.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think sustainable development goals is in everybody's and organization's agenda. For Simeo Raihat as well, we have two strategic goals. One is that we want to create a common space so that the higher education can together develop into a sustainable futures. And also the sustainable development goals itself. So for us, with the 4 strategic themes that we have, we are working on the policy dialogue. Second is on leadership. Third is on mobility and exchange. And fourth is on the knowledge maximization. So what we have done for this year in particular, we have 2 new initiatives on the leadership, under the leadership strategic themes. The 2 leadership themes are actually, we are working with the British Council and networks of 35 universities in Southeast Asia, the top level management and leaders. So what we do is that we are trying to create a university with the gender EDI, gender equity, diversity and inclusivity. And we are working with the UK consultants, 6 UK participating universities. So what we do is that we would have the virtual workshops. It will be very interactive. And we are hoping that we will create the collective intelligence, meaning the leaders also come in with their own good practices and share how they create the gender EDI in the university and the policies as well. And then they would have the exchange programs in the UK. So they would be going to the UK institutions and actually learn how it's being done in practice. In doing this, we are hoping that they would learn from each other how to actually creating the gender EDI higher education institution in practice on the leadership level. So that's one. Second is actually we are promoting the sustainable research ecosystem. Again, we are working with the leaders on the higher education. And what we are trying to do is to create the research ecosystem on each individual higher education institution. We are working with the AAD and university in Germany in order to helping with this process. We also hope to have the 3 networks of research based on the sustainable development goals. One is on the sustainable agricultural production. Second is on the climate change itself. And third is actually on the international rivers management. So all of this, we are working strategically with the leaders and trying to create change on the top levels and hoping to cascade down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, how about Talent Corp?
Yep. So on Talent Corp side, I think I've just spoken about the MyNext platform. Something that I want to emphasize on the Talent Corp carries out, and we see that more relevant now than ever before, is the structured internship program that we do. The structured internship program is not any internship. We actually do an assessment both on the employer that takes on an intern and the student himself that carries out that internship. And we have a carrot for the company, which we provide them a double tax incentive. So any expense that they spend on an intern, they times 2 and they can set it off against their profit. So it is an incentive for them. Now, what does that achieve? Through the structured internship program, a student gets to experience being at the workplace. He becomes more industry ready. So by the time he leaves, he understands. Now, why is internship important? If you look at countries like Germany, I think Dr. Romyan just shared about German, they're working with German model, for example. In Germany, interns end up, 50% of interns end up with the very company where they intern with as their first employer. In Malaysia, it's about 30%. Okay, so the developed countries, internship is so critical that students end up with these companies as their first employer. That's what we want to try and do. And over and above this, what do? We had My ASEAN internships physically, but today we do it virtually. And on the soft skills side, our team actually work with collaborators to conduct webinar sessions with students on their semester break program, for example. During the semester break, when they're down here from overseas, all the students here, we carry out programs where we get collaborators inside to equip them with more knowledge. It could be personal financing, it could be investment, but all of this knowledge builds up confidence in students. We also have something called the YES, Young Employable Student Program. That's a program that where we collaborate with partners, and these partners actually provide soft skills to the students. And that has also been very successful. So all of these things is ultimately to get the best out of the students. But I just want to add something to this panel as well. The world is headed towards digital. I think Dr. Romian shared that. And based on the COL that we did recently to identify the hard-to-fill jobs, 86% of the jobs were in digital. And you will be surprised the kind of jobs that are turning out, okay, as professions going forward, demand. They include animation and visual effects, digital games and esports and creative content. And that's where the world is headed. That's where the demand is headed. So there's a need to equip our students with that, through the university phase of theirs. So that's, what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So you can see the world is changing a lot post-pandemic, and as we heard from Mr. Dr. Romian, that COVID-19 expedite the process of digitalization. I think we only have 5 minutes, and it's interesting that questions are coming in, pouring in. We only have 5 minutes here. So I would like to ask a question to Mr. Arif. In your experience, what will be the competencies needed by the leaders of higher education in order to drive the ASEAN agenda?
Well, okay, thank you so much, Doctor. So I'll try to make this brief. What I say about the students and the talents applies as well to the people up top, to leaders, where they also have to be open-minded. They have to also be visionaries. They have to see what is happening now and work towards the future that we need. They can't just see about the profits of today. They have to see the benefits of tomorrow, not just for themselves, but for others. So they have to be visionaries. They have to be ready to change and adapt. They cannot be entrenched in what I would say the old ways. Okay, it's easy to just fall into line of old ways, cultures and whatnot, and that's fine in certain, but you also have to see outside the box, as what we've always been told as kids. Think outside the box, think outside the box. Well, sometimes thinking outside the box gets you punished. And that's not something that we need for students, because they need a place to nurture their curiosity. They need a place to nurture their own vision and their own belief. They have to challenge the norms sometimes, not all the times. Okay, I'll get, people get mad at me if I say they have to just challenge everything. No, but you have to know the place and the time to go for what to challenge, who to challenge and whatnot, because there are certain norms that I would say are damaging to the future. When you just see somebody who thinks differently, you put them in a box. You say, you can't step out of line. And I feel like that's not something you should teach a student, because university is a time where you branch out. If I didn't have that opportunity, I wouldn't be here today. I had the chance to speak in international forums like this. I had the chance to just be myself in university. I learned how to edit videos and gain more soft skills that most universities won't have the time to teach. And I feel like that's something that we need to nurture, that natural curiosity that everybody has shouldn't be put in a box, shouldn't be put in a cage. Let them breathe, let them think for themselves, and trust them to learn, guide them, not confine, but guide. I feel like that's the important part of this. So that's my opinion on what leaders should have when they treat students and talents moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arif. I think that's spot on. Spot on. Your answer is quite spot on. So I think the last question from YouTube, because we only have 2 minutes, I'll give it to Dr. Romian and Mr. Thomas. Do we have and monitor competitive indicators on talent organic or inorganic growth, as well as net talent, inwards or outwards movement in Malaysia, within ASEAN or beyond ASEAN? Please, Mr. Thomas.
Can I just get the question again?
All right. Do we have and monitor? Yeah.
And monitor competitive indicators on talent, organic or inorganic growth, as well as net talent inward or outward movements in Malaysia, within ASEAN or beyond ASEAN. In Malaysia, I would say we do not have any clear competitive indicators on talent, organic or inorganic growth. And in terms of talent inward, outward movements, also we don't have that, to be honest. Never required our talents abroad, for example, students that go abroad to study, to actually subsequently register and notify our High Commission, for example, that they are staying put there. So there is actually a mismatch in terms of information we do not know. That is as far as Malaysia goes.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Dr. Romyan, your response on this?
Yes, I am not aware of that, if we have it, but we know that the mobility programs that we do, we have a research working group trying to track the impact of it, but it hasn't been organized in such a way and talking about organic or inorganic talent acquired. I would like to end a little bit with adding to what Arif has said. I think it's important as an educator to actually think about ways how do we interact with the learners, and we should also see ourselves as a learner. For example, like in the class that I used to teach, I invited the keynote speakers, in my class, a special guest, and he was only 12 years old. I think in doing it this way, you can show the learners that actually we also learn from the student as young as 12, but they are very talented in certain areas, and we can learn from each other. And we should not stop learning. We should stop asking the what question, but asking more of the how. So actually create the learning environment where they can be imaginative in the answers. And we should stop asking yes or no question, because it's actually, again, don't really create the acquisition mind. Yeah, so I end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Romyan. I think our right discussion here highlights the urgent need for future upskilling and reskilling initiatives to ensure that this digital generation is equipped for a post-pandemic world and beyond. Ultimately, while the journey of talent transition is not without its challenges, it's especially important to consider greater agility, productivity, and empowerment of the workforce. This is both an opportunity and an obligation to reimagine the future of work. Once again, I would like to thank Assistant Professor Dr. Romyan, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Arif for spending their valuable time to be with us, sharing the knowledge and experience for the better. Thank you. I pass it back to the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Azami, Dr. Romyan, Mr. Thomas, and Brother Arif. Yeah, indeed, we can't stop learning, and we have to keep on sharing for the betterment of the future generation. Yeah, so that marked the end of the discussion and presentation of all the topics outlined for the whole 2 days of the summit. It is our hope that everyone had a very good insight during these 2 days for you to practice, particularly in your workplace. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the final session of the Higher Education Leadership Summit, AHEALS 2022, with the theme Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand, jointly organized by AKEPT and UIAM. For that, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, the Director of AKEPT, to present the resolution of our inaugural summit for the year 2022 and officially close the Higher Education Leadership Summit AHEALS 2022 with the theme Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand. Please welcome, Prof.
Thank you, our MC, for this afternoon's session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Nuraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia, the Honorable Datuk Seri Abdul Razak Jaafar, Secretary General, the KSU, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector, International Islamic University of Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director, AKEPT, Madam Fazida Haji Bakhtiar, the Executive Director, Management Services Division, International Islamic University of Malaysia, and also our streamline of honorable speakers who have delivered their thoughts throughout the session, the two-day session since yesterday. Honorable professors, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day. First and foremost, my heartfelt thanks goes to all the participants who have been with us for this past 2 days, and of course, to the speakers who have been giving their insights and sharing of experience with all of us today, and also yesterday, of course. My special thanks goes to our collaborator for this summit, the IIUM, for collaborating once again with us, the Higher Education Leadership Academy, AKEPT, through the Center for Leadership Sustainability for successfully execute this summit. I would also like to express my appreciation to the speakers for their valuable contribution in the summit conducted in a while since 2018, and the very first conducted virtually, that is the AKEPT Higher Education Leadership Summit, or known as AHEALS 2022, with the theme of transforming higher education leaders, empower, engage, and expand. Our heartfelt thanks also go to all the moderators and reporters appointed for their great job moderating the forum session. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 2 days, we have listened to speakers from across the globe, from the industry, private and public universities, discussing and giving insights on transforming higher education leaders, on how they can empower their people, engage with their stakeholders, and also expand their institution locally and globally. We began with the Minister of Higher Education, emphasizes on the 7 strategies to achieve the higher education agenda, among others. 1, empowerment of the digitalization agenda, strengthening of graduate employability, reinforcement of strategic collaboration networks, and spearheading of community well-beings. And the importance for higher education leaders to align this agenda with the strategic line of the institution. Her Majesty Raja Permaisuri Agong stated that higher education leadership is one of the top priorities at the national and international levels for most of the developing and developed countries. Higher education institutions should create values through its ecosystem and working together as a team. The first session had the topic, Beyond Digital, how great leaders transform their organization and shape the future, in which emphasis are given for leaders to see how their institution face the outside world, what do they envision in terms of technology, and how do they see the current institution that is, and create that fundamental change and their leadership. This is important as these factors are the ones to assist in transforming the education or online education particularly, in which leaders need to have the required competencies and EQ to be able to understand the needs of the stakeholders, particularly the academics and also the students. A good strategic digital plan is needed, in which priorities needs to be set in terms of digital needs, well-being of the staff, in terms of skills of designing the content, and also looking into specific needs of the students. It's quite obvious that the pandemic had pushed us to the wall, and how we had to cope with technology to ensure that we are able to deliver our education to the students and to ensure our safety. While the importance of adopting digital technology has never been as prominent as it is today,
Many universities are yet to fully embrace the capabilities it offers. By so, a proactive approach should be done to execute this successfully, alongside choosing the right educational technology partners, allocating more resources to digital strategies, and prioritizing being an early mover in the space. It will be a great advantage for the early movers who raise the bar, and early mover in the space. It will be a great advantage, again, I repeat, for the early mover who raise the bar and get an edge in the ultra-competitive higher learning challenging landscape. Hence, it is imperative that for us, the higher community, to focus on the long-term opportunities that the adoption of technology could bring. To emphasize, higher education institutions should seize the opportunity to embrace virtual environment and also data-led processes to help universities understand the kind of information their target demographic is looking for, and how to ensure it's not only reaching but engaging them. More integration is also required, which means that diverse learning needs should be fully satisfied, and various learning content, approaches, methods, and evaluation should realize in-depth coordination. The next session discusses on strategic collaboration between the importance of not being in silo to align the values of the stakeholders of the institution with the industry, and particularly young leaders to believe that change can start with them. It is also important to listen to the young ones, particularly when the leaders want to engage in community well-being and inclusivity via town hall session, interactive session, and to be aware of gender balance. In transforming the higher education, there is a need to focus on humanity, well-being, and sustainability, and create interconnectedness. Adaptability, compassion, and support from all levels is required, not only from colleagues, particularly from the leaders. Speaking the same language with the student is very important in ensuring that everyone is on board to transform and achieve a greater good. Transformation is also required in the workplace or in the higher education environment, as there are changing employee expectations on future ways of working. It's correct that the pandemic has shown us that things can be different. The impossible is possible when needed. But the challenge for leaders is understanding what these expectations are, and if these expectations are sustainable for the education delivery in the long term. Higher education leaders need to innovate to ensure that the well-being of the higher education community is well guarded. The key to leaders getting this right is to listen to what employees are saying and understand what the impact of these different requests will be on the operations and ways of working of the business. Leaders need to evaluate what is practical and right for the longer term success of the institutions, particularly not only for the nation, but also for ASEAN. We need to embrace ASEAN and ensure that our talents are ready for ASEAN. The following resolution can be concluded. One, given the essentiality of transforming the higher education, leaders of higher education needs to create fundamental advantage to capitalize the digital platform in offering value propositions to the stakeholders. Two, given the essentiality of transforming the higher education, leaders of higher education needs to be free from all forms of unfair discrimination and artificial barriers to access and success, as well as one that is built on the principles of social diversity, inclusivity, mutual respect, and acceptance. Three, given the essentiality of transforming the higher education, leaders of higher education needs to hold and dialogues around teaching and learning methods, the redesigning of universities' curricula, classes and workplace related to infrastructure to ensure its social responsiveness to the needs of the academic community. for given the importance of protecting mental health and well-being among academics and students in HLIs, effective and practical strategies that address the crisis faced by academics, there should be appropriate mechanisms to attend to the issues, think of solutions, and implement any planned interventions. And 5, given the essentiality of transforming the higher education, leaders of higher education needs to adapt and re-architect the workplace and the workflows to extend beyond physical campus boundaries and provide greater access for students, faculty, and staff to promote inclusivity and diversity. My fellow audience, as the organizer of the summit, we hope that the knowledge sharing by the experts on their insights and strategies as leaders has become one of the best sharing platforms on how to transform higher education leaders. AKEPT is looking forward to organizing more programs to disseminate leadership knowledge worldwide, inshallah. Last but not least, I would like to convey a special thanks to all the speakers, participants, and the hardworking co-organizers, International Islamic University of Malaysia, IIUM. And finally, my deepest thanks are, of course, reserved for the committees for their priceless contributions and for running a smooth event, the AHILS 2022. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Stay safe and get well soon, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Ustaz Ramadan Subki from the Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque, IIM, to recite the closing dua. Tafadhal.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي جعل أول يومنا هذا صلاحا وأوسطه فلاحا وآخره نجاحا والصلاة والسلام على آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى. O Allah, we beg Thee all of good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter. You have bestowed on us the greatness of your ni'mah in which we could never imagine, and you have protected us from harm when we cannot detach ourselves from it. We have done deeds in which only you have the knowledge of its good or its bad. O Allah, on this glorious day, we express our gratitude to you for allowing us to attend this webinar on this auspicious day. We seek your blessing for a progress of this event from the beginning until the end. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, make the days that we have gone through continue with your mercy and end with your forgiveness, and also make the days we have gone through with guidance and end with victory and of excellence. Make us a responsible intellectual and grant us valuable knowledge that will be beneficial for mankind in order to gain your mercy. Open the ways for opportunities that benefit our nation, country, and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure and a harmonious life that you bless, and guide us to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. O Allah, we seek your might to safeguard our physical self so that we continue to worship you. Safekeep us so that our hearts are filled with love. Please open our hearts so that we seek you always, just like how you open the hearts of those who are righteous. Please place us among those who keep to their promises and able to fulfill our responsibilities. Please make our life a witness to all deeds that you have enjoined us to do, O Allah, the most gracious, the most giving. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من جهد البلاء ودرك الشقاء وسوء القضاء وشماتة الأعداء. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من البرص والجنون والجذام ومن سيء الأسقام. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم.
Shukran jazilan, Ustaz. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our utmost gratitude and appreciation to all our guests of honor for gracing this event with their virtual presence. We would also like to record a special appreciation to Her Majesty Sri Paduka Baginda, the Raja Pemaisuri Agong, Tunku Hajah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandaria, binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakki Allah, Sultan Iskandar Al-Haj, the constitutional head of IIUM, for her willingness to virtually officiate this event. Our gratitude also goes to the honored panelists and moderators, not forgetting our exhibitors, MOHI, AKEPT, and IIM. Finally, we would also like to sincerely thank all the participants of this summit from across the globe. We hope all of you would be able to benefit from the discussion and talk delivered by the speakers and panelists of the summit over the 2 days program of the Higher Education Leadership Summit, AHILS 2022, with the theme Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand. We apologize for any shortcomings and hope to see you again in future programs. Thank you. Stay safe, everyone. Bye-bye.